and your flow. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark, naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above, light from up above. Give me your love, all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above, yeah. Give me your love, give me all your love.
rush out through my veins, the oil, the bones of my trepidation. We survive. Oh, alive. I'll take you off on another long sorry. Let's shake the
I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, then turn up on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes.
Welcome everybody to another day of the LCK. We got Gen G up against KT Rolster for our first match of the night. It's me, Valdez, with Wolf. And this is going to be a big one. KT trying to overcome some of the issues that they have been having. They're looking like a good team, but they're up against one of the Titans here in Gen G.
And there's a lot of history between these two teams. We'll get into some of the specifics, you know, as we get into the points of the match and stuff like that. But one of the cool things about this matchup for me, since I started casting the LCK, is it's always given us really good games. Every time we saw it last year, the 4 really awesome regular season games we had were close, they were tense, they went to the late game. And I think we're probably going to have something like that again tonight, despite the big changes here in the rosters.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, a clash of the two orgs, and with the new rosters that are coming in here for 2022, the LCK is definitely all mixed up, all jumbled up. We still got all the great players, though, as we're going to take a look at the points of the match here for this first one. 5-match win streak. Gen.G have not lost. The only other team to do that is T1. Those two teams currently on the top and looking like the best. Versus 2-match loss streak in KT. Will they slay KT and remain undefeated?
That is the question. KT really, you know, having a rough last 2 games, as you mentioned, against opponents most people would say they were pretty favored against, and they looked really good at the start of week 1, and then week 2 definitely started to fall off a little bit. So we'll see if they can regain form here, but here's the really exciting point of the match for this one is Coach Score and Doran facing off against their old team, KT. But also, former Gen.G teammates become enemies. Ruler will face off against his former teammates in Rascal and against Life. And of course, Ruler, you know, down there specifically said in an interview he really wants to beat Life very badly in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Ruler never really holds back when it comes to the trash talk, which I do enjoy. Definitely always calls them out. Chovy versus Arya Desio. Every game is tough. I'm still adapting to the LCK. Of course, Arya playing last year, I should say, in the LJL over in Japan. Can Arya survive Chovy's insanely strong lane phase?
That is the real question because, you know, it's basically one of our weakest laners right now in the mid lane versus the most famous and the best laner here in the LCK in Chovy. So it's a really bad mismatch, unfortunately, for KT Rolster. Gen.G, you know, does it get better than this? Does the good news just keep coming? Because I think most people are sold right now that not only is this team winning so well and continuing to have that perfect record, but they look better every time, minus that really close series that they did have. We won't talk about because that was a bit of a blemish, a bit of an off day for Gen.G. Every game, every series they played has looked really, really clean. And we know that this team isn't yet even at the peak of its synergy between these players because it's a new roster yet again. Even though there's that existing Griffin synergy, you could argue, it's still not quite the same.
Yeah, it's always the question with super teams, you know, can they actually mesh as a team and work together and get that teamwork going? So definitely, you know, the sky is the limit for these guys, as it is Doran, Peanut, Chovy, Ruler, and Lehens. And it's kind of funny because, you know, with all of these big names, I feel like actually Lehens has been making the biggest name. He's been playing all sorts of weird stuff, fun stuff, and stuff that we feel like should be in the meta, but that just isn't really played, as now we're taking a look at KT Rolster.
One of the cool things about this matchup that we didn't really highlight in the point of the match that we had when we talked about story and history is actually Rascal going up against his replacement in Doran on the top side of the map. And I feel very strongly, as you know, especially our global team knows, and probably the fans know by now, that Rascal looks way better on KT as an individual player than I think he looked last year, generally speaking, outside of some big highs on Gen.G. And so to see him face off against Doran, I think might, as a personal goal for him, be a huge deal. To actually be able to do well against Doran here, prove something against the new super team he wasn't a part of here in this matchup. And I think if you're a Rascal fan, if you've been following him since the old days, it's really exciting to see him actually line up against a super team and get to prove his stuff here as now part of a middling team here on KT Rolster, but by far the main shining star.
Yeah, and I'm glad you pointed out because, as you mentioned, there are some mismatchups in this matchup, but the top lane, I feel like, isn't really one of them. Like, Doran is definitely up there. I think a lot of people can argue for him being the best, but Rascal is right there with him. He has the most solo kills in all of the LCK. He's a fantastic laner, as we know. I think that Doran, in some of his engages, especially on Gragas, you might have to give him the edge when it comes to team fighting, but maybe Rascal can get ahead and try to essentially mute what Doran is able to do in some of these games.
Rascal's playstyle hasn't changed. The way he played on, Gen G last year and on other teams in the past, very aggressive player, likes to play as assassins, likes to play as side laners. That was how Doran played last year on KT Rolster. But on Gen G, he's taken a big step back. He's been given less resources. He's not put in the position by Hirai, that he was in last year, where he's sitting up there just playing Aatrox every game and hoping to dominate lane and make a big impact. Now he can actually play weak side. Now he can play the Gragas, and his engages, like you said, are really where I think he has the edge. Like, his ability to set up team fights, even on Ornn, we saw in that Damwon Kia series, is why a lot of people are really focused on him right now, because not only does he look great in this super team, but it's a completely different look from Doran from what we saw from him last year.
Yeah, I think it's a great evolution of the type of player that he is. And also, taking a look at the jungle, will be interesting to see if Cuz can fight up against Peanut. We talked about the mid lane. Chovy should have the big upper hand on Arya. Something interesting to note as well is that Chovy's not necessarily Chovying, as we talked about yesterday. He's more so playing for the team a bit more, and maybe that's because this roster has such big names on it that he feels like, okay, I don't just have to dominate lane and do it all myself.
Yeah, I think that is 100% the reason. He no longer has to, force his jungler to work for him. His jungler, Peanut, is already doing so much for the rest of the team that he has so much more agency on the map. As we saw, Wheeler really was basically Chovy's bodyguard, and Johan really underperformed in the times where he was the main jungler for most of last year for Hanwha Life Esports. But it's a completely different story here on this really mechanical Gen G. So it's exciting to see how Chovy does take that lead here in this matchup against Arya. I think the big goal for Arya, as we do see Gen G is on red side here. They actually chose that counter pick.
Pretty interesting that they choose red. Everybody's choosing blue nowadays.
Yeah, this is, I think, our second red side selection of the season so far, if I'm not mistaken. It's either the first or second, but I think one team did it in week 1.
It's funny because Gen G was doing it a lot last year as well.
Yeah.
With a totally different roster. Some things never change, I suppose.
I think the goal here for Arya is, especially because you might get counterpicked here with the red side pick for Gen G, is just try not to fall too far behind early against Chovy. Don't get solo killed. Be willing to be 10 CS behind, because Chovy will outlane you, and just try to stick through. I think that's the best advice I could give him, because it is going to be a really tough battle here.
Yeah, I think that one focus for Arya would be to try to get his hands on the LeBlanc pick, because that has been where he's had the most freedom, it feels like, the most comfort. We'll see if Gen G allow him to get onto that. They are playing red side, so they can't really ban it out here in the first 3 bans, because there's just too much OP stuff right now.
Blue side Quirky ban is pretty interesting here for KT, because that has been a really, really strong first pick. And it makes me wonder if the idea here for KT is, I was thinking about something like a Diana, but that's banned away now too, but also something like the Karma we've seen banned every single game since week 3 started, is a direction they could choose to go in here. Put the focus on aiming, because aiming has also been pretty quietly a strong shining star. It won't be the Karma first, but the focus is definitely still on aiming without Aphelios first pick.
Yeah, I mean, we have kind of talked about how Aphelios' first pick can get easily countered by stuff like the Jinx. You go Jinx Thresh, you take away one of Aphelios' best support picks, and you have a lane that can essentially dominate the Aphelios. But teams just love the Aphelios in general. Like, his ability to play team fights later on is incredible. And it looks like Gen G might just forego the Thresh pick in favor of a high priority jungler here.
Yeah, the high priority jungler that denies so many other high priority junglers, like all of them. The Jarvan, the Xin Zhao, but they're actually hovering the Xin Zhao themselves now. Or rather, excuse me, the Jarvan, but they will keep the Poppy, because that's, I think, the better choice right now. Because now Lee Sin is way less appealing too for KT Rolster.
That's such a troll hover, because Cuz most played as Jarvan. And Pina's basically saying, like, I dare you to play it again.
Yeah.
I dare you to play it into my Poppy. Cuz is 4-2 on Jarvan.
That's definitely the statement he was making there with that hover. I think you're 100% correct on that. Almost a taunt, so to speak, as Viego will be the response here. We've seen a lot of Viego into Poppy because of the other 3 most popular meta jungles being so debilitated by Poppy's steadfast presence. And I think this is an easy Thresh lineup here for Life. It's not a champion he likes to play. It's not as fun for him. It's not as unique. It's not a Life-esque champion, but I think it is the best champion for the job, considering the Jinx will be very happy to steal that away themselves on the other side. But you know what? He'll just play the fun one. His set, which he was 100% win rate until very recently on. So, okay. This is, I believe, his 6th game of set this season so far. 5th.
5th, yeah. He's played quite a lot of set. He's 3-1 on the pick so far. And do we just see the support pickup? No. Looks like maybe Chovy will get his hands onto the Victor. This is not bad. Victor definitely, I think, the highest priority mid laner at the moment. So they're able to get that before it inevitably gets banned in the second phase.
Yeah, we see this a lot on red side, the blind Victor, where you get your top side counter pick, but you pick the Victor early because it's going to be good into any sort of non-tempo comp, any comp that's looking to scale, which is about 90% of compositions today in this current meta on patch 12.2. The Rise ban here is pretty interesting, but it does help set up for the set to engage and then the Aphelios to hit the big ultimate. I know how we all feel about it here in the LCK, but it's still a very common pick, and I think it's a good ban too, because if Arya gets his hands on it, he does get to play that safe, quote-unquote, laning phase where Chovy can't outplay him per se and get a massive lead as the Victor.
Yeah, I mean, kind of just sit there and farm it out, But the Rise into that much range, I think Gen G probably should have welcomed that with open arms. But as you mentioned, it has some side laning pressure. It has some other positive stuff. And the LCK teams still love it. As we're going to see another side later, the Camille taken off the board.
Starts to feel like Doran really just wants to play Gragas in this composition, have some engage, doesn't want to deal with any side laners that are going to get 100 CS ahead of him in the late game, like we've seen that happen to so many Gragas players in the LCK where you're just not able to keep up. The communication here is definitely considering a Thresh ban or something like a Gragas. They'll actually ban the Leona. Thresh is just kind of falling really, really fast in priority right now here in the LCK for both the Aphelios and the Jinx. It used to be a must-pick pairing, and now it's actually somewhat rare. As it may be, the Gragas is taken away from Doran here by the side of KT. They have so much engage between the Orianna, the Set, the Gragas, and the Viego's hoping to get those health bars down. But I do wonder if there's enough damage to set up for Viego resets here, because it's kind of an all-or-nothing comp. You hit your combo, you hit all the buttons, you win the fight, but if it goes slow or you can't get that setup, you lose longer ones every time against whatever Gen G locks in here.
Yeah, there definitely is a bit of that, They're going to be looking for 5v5s 100%. There's not a lot of split pushing power with this. You kind of just want to set up the big ball carrier, get the shockwave down, allow a big front line for Aphelios so that he can do big damage from the back. As Gnar is going to be the choice, we have seen this a bunch into Gragas.
It's great in lane and because of Mini Gnar's passive. It's also very, very good at disengaging for Gen G when these engages come through. If Gnar is in a good spot, as Doran is on the flank angle, he's got his Mega Gnar ready, and you do see that ball come in, and the follow-up is there with the Set, the Gragas, you can actually just push them away with a Gnar ultimate. You can also use Poppy to disengage. You've got Braum, and then Ruler is just waiting for that first takedown to hit, and then he and Chovy are going to be carrying these team fights. It's pretty much all in, all or nothing, every 5v5 fight here for KT. And that's a bit concerning against what has been our most coordinated team fight team this season. It hasn't been Damwon Kia, believe it or not. I think it's been Gen G across the board.
Yeah, I think that Gen G, even T1, two of the big three here in the LCK, they have shown some huge team fight prowess for sure. Outside of Fred at Brion, of course, our best team fighting team. But jokes aside, KT Rolster here with definitely a bit of a wombo combo comp. You've got some nice cleanup in the Viego, and you just got to hope that you essentially do not get shut down by the Poppy and the Braum, and you can get to that back line.
Yeah. Really going to be a very difficult to pull off composition for KT if they don't have vision. And because they don't have side laning, it's going to be really, really tough to force that vision and force those setups on the objectives later on. So if they fall too far behind, it's going to be a long, long ladder to climb in that late game.
Absolutely. Well, guys, looks like we are ready to go into game number 1, Gen G versus KT. Gen G looking to extend that undefeated streak. KT Rolster looking to end their losing streak, as they did start off strong, and now they're going to hit yet another obstacle. KT, I mean, when we looked at this lineup, we definitely had some hopes, you know, that these guys would be top of the ladder at least, you know, at least top 5, I would say. But so far it has been a little bit of a struggle. I think they need some more time with the new roster.
Yeah, and I almost feel like, in a weird kind of way, their pretty good start may have actually given them false expectations of how they were performing, and they may have actually fallen into a bit of a lull in these final 2 losses, because they had a really good start, and their series against Damwon Kia, I think, was the one that wowed most people, because even though they lost 0-2, they went pretty toe-to-toe. Rascal had some fantastic moments. But things definitely kind of went downhill the closer we got to present day as this begins.
That did not look good for Mario. I'm just gonna say that. He looks a little bit nervous in this lane.
Who wouldn't be?
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable, but at the same time, you gotta be ready to fight this battle. Yeah, I think that the biggest thing that KT needs to do is shake off the rust from that last loss. When you absolutely crushed Live Sandbox in game number 1, and then you essentially threw game 2, and then went on to lose the best of 3, that's like a week-long tilter, you know? And that's something that as a team, you gotta come together, you know, you gotta have meetings and have heart-to-hearts, because it's not an easy thing, as this is a very aggressive trade here, hitting level 2 first, but then immediately Gen G's bottom lane able to hit level 2.
They do get a cleanse, which is pretty massive, because obviously Life will keep Hex Flash, and we see this, I think, literally now every game. This will be the 5th game that he has played this champion, where as soon as he hits level 2, he flashes for the grab, because you can sometimes get your opponent's summoner spells, like sometimes you can get a flash out if you're really lucky, but you're going to get a cleanse or a heal no matter what, pretty much. And then you Hex Flash forward, and then you get the flash. So he does this every time. Like, they should expect it at this point, and I think they did, but still, Rue is a little bit too close there. And big summoner exchange here in favor of KT.
Yeah, and you can see Cuz, I mean, he's immediately going to come down here and pressure. Peanut needs to be in the vicinity as well, because they know that this is possible. Ward is here, they spot Cuz. And this might go wrong for KT, because Peanut is right here, ready to go on the counter gank.
Yeah, he is so ready for this. They're going for it anyway. Oh, they see Peanut, and they're backing out, canceling, abort, abort.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Whenever I see that Poppy skin, I also say the same thing. Let's get out of here. Don't want to see that anymore. I think that's the one with the really scary splash. As aiming in a really unfortunate spot here without his support, he's going to hold on to his flash, but he takes a massive chunk in damage.
Yeah, Cuz looking for something here onto Chovy. It's going to relieve a lot of the pressure here onto Arya. Chovy won't lose a single CS though, as that's just how it goes. And didn't have to flash, aiming didn't at least. So they're 3 summoner spells down compared to 2, plus the Hex Flash scenario is ooh.
Yeah, Cuz gonna commit to the smite, but that means that Peanut now with the red buff is on top of Cuz, and over the wall comes Doran with his hop. And they're going to be able to push Cuz out of the jungle. You can see that Cuz, he never even got his red buff. It's another trade down here on the bottom side. The Gravitum is there. Lahens takes a bit of damage, but will hold on to his flash.
One of the things that we joke about a lot in the LCK, and I think Atlas was the one who mentioned it yesterday in that second series, like they were winning until they weren't. I think this Life set pick in the bottom lane here, it was working until it isn't. Like, it was a really cool idea. It's worked out a few times in against weaker opponents, and it can surprise teams, but you do it every time, and it becomes very predictable as Peanut.
Okay, they're just going to knock Rascal towards the turret, but Rascal is playing this perfectly. Peanut takes another shot, and so does Doran. And they're lucky to get away with their lives. If Rascal had more mana, I think they would not have, as Cuz is still on the chase, but he's been in a pretty sad spot.
That was so well played by Rascal. The flash was perfect. The follow body slam, insane. And then you have, you know, unfortunately no flash on your Viego, or else that ends up being potentially even a double kill there, because once you steal either the Poppy or the Gnar there, you get a slow, and then you get the other. And it's, you know, one of those calls from Peanut that's not incorrect. It was just outplayed, unfortunately, by Rascal on the top side.
Yeah. Note his positioning as well. He was nowhere near the turret. He, especially on purpose, was not standing next to the turret so that he could not get knocked into the wall by the Poppy, of course.
Yes.
As we do have Lahens in the mid lane, and Arya is just going to laugh at that. Will be totally fine. It's kind of striking to me in this game so far how aggressive Cuz is. I feel like he's one of the, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like inconsistency in play style. He's like always changing his play style. Some days he's super passive, always, you know, just farming out the jungle, not doing anything. And then sometimes he's in your face and ganking like 7 times before level 5.
다이브는 알아서 받아볼게.
Yeah,
칠 수도
this,
있겠다.
Rascal calls this out. He's like, I'm going to take a close look at this. Okay, he knows the dive is coming. And then, as you mentioned, the positioning there, so he doesn't actually get charged into the
아,
wall.
이게 안 죽어?
And then
둘 다 개피.
unfortunately, the aggro is juggled onto Doran, so not able to get that kill there. And he called out that they're both very, very low. And that's the end of that. But yeah, it does feel like he's gone through, Cuz goes through like every archetype.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't want to, he's not sure if he wants to be the farming jungler, the passive jungler who only counter ganks, or the extremely aggressive jungler who's always looking for picks and losing farm for it. And he kind of cycles between the three of them. I think in this case, the Viego pick in particular is based on the Poppy, you know, because the other picks are not really as viable. And he's trying to find what he can, but he's just getting a little bit out rotated by Peanut. And part of it, again, is because I think you know that the game plan and the follow-up for this set pick after getting that flash is a follow-up gank, so Peanut's ready. Because this one doesn't go well either.
Gust of blows are coming in, but it is set after all. Speaking about absorbing
But
pressure.
look at this. Peanut's here again.
Yeah, Peanut is around. Not sure if they have any idea about this. Cuz is down on the bottom side. Now we're going to see aiming with this cleanse and flash available again. Light with the haymaker. He's going to line it up as Cuz not able to line up his stun. And the counter gank is there once again. Gen G have to back away.
It's really, really easy to play defense down here on the bottom side of the map as Gen G when you know that Life's MO is to Hex Flash on cooldown into you and hope that you can get your summoners and then, of course, follow up and get kills. For the side of KT Rolster here, they really want to push the issue into a Drake, but don't have the prio right now to actually pull this one off. I say that, at least in the mid lane, Arya is able to push that wave in, so they will finally force this to happen.
Yeah, looks like Peanut also went back and they were able to get some information. They do have to burst this down, though. Not sure that Gen G's going to get it here on time. You can see that Peanut is rerouting entirely to try to get here, but now they want to take a fight to Gen G, but KT are like, no, we got the objective. We're out of here.
Another great cask here from Rascal, who's just on top of his game today. No, Mega Gnar, no problem. He is, of course, down 20 CS because that is how the matchup goes, but still, he's playing this so well.
Yeah, he's absorbing a lot of pressure. He's handling the Gnar pretty well, as you mentioned.
But now he's caskless, so Peanut's going to make a play over here on the top side. He's going to take away this blue buff. At least that's the first part of this plan he's seen, though.
Yeah, he's on a control ward. He did not check that small new pixel brush. As here comes Life. Of course, the Rift Herald is available, so now everybody rotating up towards the top side of the map as Peanut not in the best spot, but he is Poppy after all, flashes away. And Life is going to hit them on the back at the same time. Doran in the pit here, really trying to get on top of them. The Rift Herald going to help KT and knock him back a little bit, but Mega Gnar is about to hit.
Aphelios is going to be here faster than the Jinx, but you know, this is resetting here, so it means that, you know, Ruler will have enough time to actually get over here. Now another Mega Gnar is ready. And it looks like Gen G are going to control this zone for now. If Victor gets over here and it's too hard to actually walk through this choke point as KT Rolster here.
Yeah. You're in a choke point against Flash Meganar, and speaking of which, he goes for it, only catches one, and the follow-up shockwave is huge! As look at this flank as well, Life is in behind them. KT set up this fight so well, and they absolutely smash Gen G and will take down the Rift Herald.
It was such a sick play here from KT because everything that you and I led in to talk about, the Meganar who's got Flash into the choke, it all feels so easy, and Gen G are like, thank you. I actually have checkmate, but they didn't see all the moves, right?
Yeah.
Like, it looks like Gen G is like, my Rift Herald, my team fight, my choke point, it's over. There's nothing you could do. Why are you even here? But then the Meganar is handled so well when he comes through. Only hits one. Look at the split here, and look at where aiming is. He has Gravitum, by the way, so he can instantly react here. And then Life is going for the follow-up. So Gravitum gets the root here on Lehens. He can't get out. And Life is already prepared for this scenario with the long con play there. He has a control ward. See this control ward, so he knows, he guarantees there's no way they can see him. Charges up the Hex Flash. Look at how much calming he's doing here.
Yeah. And Ruler flashed into the set just to get smashed down into the ground. Kind of unfortunate positioning there for him. It felt like Doran was just a split second too early, too, because Peanut was wrapping around the back, and they were looking for, like, this comprehensive engage, and then Doran was like, no, I have, two guys right in the front. I'm going to knock them into the wall, and we can get this done. But even then, like, Ruler wasn't close enough to really follow up on that, and Arya's positioning was absolutely perfect. He had the ball right there. He was ready with the checkmate, as you said. Like, that was actually the best way to describe it, because they saw so many steps ahead. And it was like the most obvious analysis as well. You know, you have a Gragas that doesn't have Flash and doesn't have Cask against an R that has Flash and his ultimate. Like, you should never fight there, but KT handled it so well.
And it's also, you know, a matter of, like, if we go all the way back, which we might not have time to here because we might have an exchange down the bottom side, but remember Peanut went over there because he was hoping that Rascal was going to rotate down towards blue as Hop comes through.
A bit of trading up here. He's never going to get this kill onto Rascal with this one.
But remember, Peanut went up there because he was like, I hope Rascal rotates down towards blue to get into the Rift Herald, and then maybe we can actually even pick Rascal before. And like everything Gen G did to set that up was also really smart too. But KT, faster rotation over of the Aphelios, push him out.
Did they not see him? I thought they saw him at the flash over the wall, and now aiming is just going to sidestep it. Runs north straight into the loving arms of Cuz, who is there again. Both of these junglers will not leave the bottom lane.
And that's kind of a snapshot of the meta, isn't it? As Rascal does not have cast, but he's going for it anyways.
He just boops him, and that's going to be the solo kill.
Who says it's a counter to Gragas? I'm 2-0-1. And down 14 CS, but he's going to get some plate gold up there on the top side as these plates will go over to aiming. Actually, not quite.
Yeah, he wasn't in range. All 320 goes into the hands of Cuz. It's okay, but they definitely would have liked to have that gold into the pockets of their Aphelios.
And that was the idea with this Rift Herald drop as well, so pretty unfortunate that doesn't pan out. But KT in really firm control of this game right now.
They are just playing out of their minds right now.
So we're just watching the lead up to this kill where Doran is chunked out by the Cask. This is why he didn't have Cask, and he's so far out here trying to get these minions. Misses the boomerang.
He's trying to clear it desperately.
The Nar scream. Now, Gen G are looking to trade back a Drake at least, but even this isn't safe.
Oh, Cuz is there, and he's just going to steal it from the open arms of Peanut. Double Gravitum comes in, and at least Peanut is going to get the disengage with Poppy. But, man, at every step, KT is booming them.
Yeah, and they didn't have any wards over the pit. Why didn't they have any wards over the pit? Because it's too risky to get over there. Didn't actually look for that because it's such a risky Drake take in itself when you don't know where the rest of KT is. This might be also a bit too risky life, but he's going to help secure this turret. Yeah. And, I mean, the composition for KT, it's not about the scaling, right? It's about the team fighting. And both of these major situations that they've played through so far have been about the better setup, the Orianna positioning, that big Rift Herald fight where they played Gen G so hard and had the counter engage ready with life. These ways to use this composition are even more creative than you would think how it's used standard.
Uh-oh.
Peanuts coming up.
Rascal a little bit too aggressive this time. The cask is dodged, and Rascal has his flash, but that will not be enough. And this time, Rascal's bluff is absolutely called, and Peanut does get some nice value in the top set.
He certainly does. A little bit of greed there. Finally punished by Gen G successfully. It's the first kill they've had this game, despite so many resources spent on the top side of the map. We'll see the lane swap here for the Aphelios, but it's at 15 minutes. It's not the one that you see where you're like, oh no, we lost the game. Aphelios is about to get 8 plates. It's not that level of swap here, but the timing of it works out really well with that pick onto Rascal, who's now respawned. And unfortunately for Gen G, the timing of this pick doesn't lead into an objective. It doesn't lead into their control of the map. They're not even able to secure that topside turret. So, you know, it's great that they pick it off, get that shutdown on the Gragas, but that's all they get. So need a little bit more here, but their composition can sit back and wait. They don't need to have 2 Drakes to lead, but they can't give up the 3rd one here. Because they have a scaling Victor, a Jinx, right, and a Gnar who could disengage in 5v5 fights that are set up fairly. Because, again, they thought they had the lead on that Rift Herald, but we all saw what happened in the end.
Yeah. And Cloud Soul in this game, you know, a lot of the times we're just like, it's not the right comp, doesn't feel great, and maybe they would have actually much rather have had the Hextech Soul, but it is what it is. It's not going to be so bad. That extra speed is going to help for the engage, as we do have the cast coming down here again, as Rascal 2v1 once again will get taken down. Peanut able to pick up that kill.
Really smartly played here by Peanut, because I know the group up here is to the top side to try to get aiming this whole turret. That's the way the lane swap usually goes, as Life will actually, unfortunately, with no minions here, eat an extra shot there. Peanut's looking for Arya. Would have been a really nice follow-up, but Arya's thinking one step ahead, knows that Peanut was already bot side. But this means that Doran is going to get the whole turret here for free. The Rift Herald will probably guarantee the same, but it means that Gen G have really free control over the bottom side of the map right now, and hopefully they'll even clear out those control wards on the bottom side once that turret does go down. Looks like he's just going to take Krugs instead. There's 2 wards there, actually pretty huge for Rascal later on. He can actually teleport flank if those are not cleared. And they're really well placed too, where you wouldn't expect them, especially that one that's near the blue buff. Does, of course, get replaced as I mention it.
So we're going to take another look at this. Really nice sidestep there from Doran. Even avoids the root. Peanut avoids the cask. These guys are on their game tonight, trying to come back now from this early deficit.
Yep, this was just a really nicely handled play here by Doran. Rascal tries to cast them away, but it's just too tanky. 2v1, not going to be able to live through that play with no flash.
Yeah. Not level 5 anymore.
No.
He was able to just flash and then body slam them, and no ultimates were available. And not a lot of health. This time they can tank the turrets for a very long time. A couple of tanky guys.
Free turret for Ruler.
Yeah. Just kind of comes up here while the rest of the enemy team is backing. And is able to pick up some nice free gold on the map.
A lot of resources here for Gen G on the top side of the map to get that gold 2 Ruler, but it means they gave up control over this Drake pit, and the Drake is spawning in 30 seconds. They've got about 30 seconds to try to wrestle back control here as Peanut's grabbed over the wall. Bit optimistic to hope for anything there, but it will help guarantee their vision now around this zone. And this is what I'm talking about. KT need to have control of the map. They need to have control of vision. You might be looking at the 300 gold lead right now and being like, KT's not ahead enough with this composition. I think they actually are, because they have enough control over these objectives. If they ever lose control of these Drakes, that's when you're really going to start to feel that gold that's coming through from Chovy, from Ruler, and how Doran will help disengage these fights when they have all the information. But in moments like this, it's so much more valuable to actually be able to threaten Gen G with a soul point than losing a top turret to Ruler, who's going to get gold later on in the game anyways.
Okay, another engage here. Doran being very mean to Rascal after getting some items, as it should be, I suppose. Rascal is going AP in this one. Of course, picked up the Everfrost already. He's going to miss that cannon, and he's getting chunked on his turret by Doran, who is really bullying him now. Second Rift Herald into the mid lane turret. Just going to chunk it down pretty nicely, but for now, it's kind of just a bit of a lull state outside of Doran having a lot of fun in the side lane.
Yeah. He is really running away with that one, which again is why picking the blind Gragas can be an issue here in the LCK, but it's also the Gnar that could be so good later on here for Gen G, which is why this is a big issue. So you can see Gen G actually will take the gold lead away here, as that Herald has not crashed into actual gold money for KT.
Gold
money.
Gold money.
I just mean, like, they got value out of it, but it wasn't actual, like, liquid gold, you know? They weren't actually
Yeah, it
able
was
to put that on the
very
board.
illiquid, I agree. Rascal in a little bit of trouble here, as he's going to get the cask out, and
Life's
he's just
here.
having no fun in this lane. Thankfully, Life is there, or he was dead again as the rocket comes in, but it will sail wide. And even going to lose this red buff. Gen G, it just feels like, you know, even with the early game deficit and how well KT played those early team fights, doesn't really seem to matter. Gen G are really closing down the map now.
Yeah, they're stopping Gragas from being able to have any relevance outside of, you know, just sitting there and trying to absorb Doran's pressure. And if they can keep him tied down, it means that he won't be able to arrive into these team fights unless he has teleport available, which he does have now. And we are still, of course, 3 minutes away from our next big team fight here. But this is the time where Gen G are happy to coast as long as they can set up for that next fight. As we do see the Lich Bane coming through once again here for the Victor on this patch, getting a lot more popular. And we're going to see a big swing here for Gen G if they can win this Drake fight. And setting up for it is exactly what they've been doing for the last, you know, since they lost the previous Drake. They've been only on the bottom side of the map with 4 of their players, clearing vision, setting up deep wards, setting up control vision. And now Doran's like, okay, I'm going to kind of camp down here on the bottom side of the map and let Chovy get those minions top side so we can get that 3rd item online eventually. Because if Gen G win this game, we're going 30 minutes plus. We're probably going 30 minutes plus, let's be honest, regardless. But
yeah,
we're going to like late game where he will have that 3rd and potentially 4th item online. So now you can 1-3-1 as long as the 3 stay near enough to controlling the objective vision here on the Drake, which is the one place things go wrong here for Gen G is if KT can wrestle that away. And because there's 2 minutes of time here, it's going to be a bit of a slow shuffle around it.
You can take a look at some of the golds here. Obviously, Doran is ahead in the side lane against Rascal, but also take a look at that gigantic lead in farm in the mid lane. Chovy up about 60 CS right now.
He's going to get a turret, too, if this continues, because
they just took 4 turret shots.
Yeah, that was very poorly played here, unfortunately, for KT. I think they started to get a little bit desperate because they saw Chovy's in the top side of the map taking out their inner turret, delaying the back.
With the reverse
boomerang,
that was pretty cute.
Was it Doran who had this reverse boomerang steal? Yeah.
I believe it was him. He's got all the angles settled down. And here's Doran once again, going to be denied by the engage from Life. That's because is there in the front.
Ooh, that's a rough one because the cask is trying to grab Ruler there. And if it's just a little bit more north, and he does get grabbed, but doesn't even have to cleanse or anything here. It's a little bit misplaced, just pushes him out to safety. Will, of course, damage him and force it back here. And this is when things get tight, because now we've got 65 seconds before this Drake spawns, and they're desperately trying to hold on to this turret because they need that Bastion that can hold these minions back so they can actually approach this Drake. They're hoping for resets here from KT, and this is when the fireworks really start to hit, because KT do need to reset here before this fight and buy critical items, but it means that it gives Gen G just enough time to come over here and clear this critical vision. Now, Gen G don't know that. Like, we got to make sure we got to do this slowly, because what if KT are just going to squat the Drake for 45 seconds? We have to slowly come in, and KT are really banking on that. Look at the Aphelios pushing bottom, trying to get that extra plyo here. They need to control a choke point with Arya somehow. I don't know if this one is the one. I think maybe approaching from the top side might be easier, but they're really banking on the Aphelios to come through here and help grab this. Gen G have so much better control before this spawns at 15, and the longer this goes on, Chovy's damage numbers go up and up and up. You have to be, at the snap of a finger, able to engage here as KT. The longer fight goes, it doesn't work.
Exactly. They're just trying to poke out KT. KT really looking for the 5v5, but they need Rascal to group up first. They need to have the Wombo combo come through. As Peanut is behind enemy lines there on the left, but he will be spotted. Life also going for the big wraparound, trying to recreate his luck at the Rift Herald that we did see earlier on. Gen G really trying to deny this Cloud Soul from coming in. Doran perfectly timing the Mega Gnar once again. As KT, you can see they're trying to wait this one out. But Doran really looking for that engage. His Life finally coming in from behind. as a gigantic shockwave and the follow-up comes in from the Gragas. KT do it again. They create the wombo combo. They make room for the Aphelios, and now they are going to sweep up the rest of Gen G. Yes, they lose the Cloud Drake, but they get 4 kills instead.
Absolutely worth it. And the thing is, this is how you have to play this comp too. As KT, you're very willing to lose 1 Drake for the entirety of Gen G and now Baron control, and I think that you're even going to be able to start. I mean, the comp does so much damage with aiming here on the Aphelios, plus the fact that Peanut is not going to be able to realistically look for a steal here. Ruler's not up for 10, and it's a free Baron that comes after this. But the way they play these fights is so well done. They wait for the moment, the commitment comes through to the Drake. The shockwave is there the second they commit to get the smite, because that's the one moment they're the most vulnerable, and the life is there. He's waiting. He's like, Lehens, you're going to be my taxi. I know you're trying to deny me from getting in here, and that's fine, but when we go, I'm taking you in. And the angle here is so good for Arya. The follow-up from Rassel, the body slam is so fat into the cast there. And this is the team fighting comp we talked about so much in the draft. And if you're Gen G, you have to fight this. You have to contest this because you lost all 3 before this. That's why every single step of this matters for KT. It's not a tempo comp in the true sense of the word, because it's not about getting these champions fed that are not relevant later. But it is about forcing Gen G to come to you in these team fights, and they did it without even having a lead on vision. They were not the first ones to set up, but they played it so patiently and were able to force that fight into their favor.
Yeah, it's really just Arya setting up a couple of huge team fights with these shockwaves, and Cuz giving him the nice Arya-san, as they like to pretend, I suppose, that he is from Japan after playing in the LJL last year. But yeah, this is really the breakout performance, I feel. He's been looking comfortable on the LeBlanc, as a nice knockaway on some minions is only going to delay this for just a minute, but it's actually buying time for Doran to get some split pushing done in the top side as well.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty significant damage here for Gen G. They've got now an open inhibitor to potentially threaten later on in the game. We've seen how much Chovy's been able to do in the side lane here. Doran actually really wants to commit to this, but it's a, not a fight you want over here.
Peanut's all alone. He has Flash. He is going to have to use it to get back over the wall. This time the shockwave hits total air, as we're once again taking a look at this fight. The 1v1 up in the top side, Doran with the Sterix procs. He is actually going to back away, and KT with the Baron still going to stop their own push.
Doran did not have teleport throughout the entirety of that push, which is very concerning if there were another objective on the map, but he really kind of muted a lot of the power there of Gen G on the bottom side of the map. If they've been able to push as 5 or split as 1-4 with the Baron buff, it would have been a lot more difficult to defend, but because that top wave was so well set up by Chovy eons ago, it was kind of still pushing towards there. He was able to deny the ability for Rascal to actually be relevant in that fight, and now his teleport's back online, so the timing for this worked out so extremely well. The same sort of setup and engage will have to happen again for KT on this next great fight, but they're so far ahead that they can even afford some margin of error on how they do it, because the shockwave will do so much damage. And look at the shield here from Arya, how big it is at this point.
Yeah. He does go for the Shadow Flame, I suppose, that is trying to target the Victor and the Jinx, but they're also going up against Locket of the Iron Solari, so maybe especially with the Merc Dreads that he did pick up, this should have been a Void Staff game, I would have imagined.
Valdez loves his stopwatches. If you know, like the Full Metal Alchemist stopwatch where it has like the don't forget the day they burn their house down and all that. Like when you open yours up, it just has like, a Void Staff in there. It's just a picture of Void Staff. Like 2 things Valdez loves more than anything, stopwatches and Void Staffs. Just go open it up. He's got like a locket with a Void Staff on his neck.
It's just one of those things that keeps repeating itself, and it has to be...
it has to stop!
It has to be reiterated here over and over again. But, yeah, I mean, if he catches a Victor alone, I suppose. But either way, we do have life running into Peanut. Peanut is very behind enemy lines. I mean, there is no vision in this jungle for KT, but it's definitely still pretty far up there for Peanut, who is looking to perhaps wrap around here.
This is the moment, right, for Gen G to try to stop them from getting any angles here. Can Life get a flank angle? Can they actually control a choke point? If Gen G says no, They're ready to fight. Doran alone.
Yeah, this Mega Gnar is procced early by aiming. He gets in there, he shoots him down, and now Doran's not going to have Mega Gnar for this fight unless they start it right now.
And they can't. I mean, their comp isn't actually better at engaging. They can't walk into KT's open arms here. Now Rascal has a really nice angle. Doran, Mega Gnarless. Life is trying to use him as a taxi.
Cuz able to deny it, and the smite steal comes in from Peanut. He's able to get it down once again, and that means that Gen G, they don't need to worry about flanks. They don't need to worry about big shockwaves. They can just get it and leave.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want as Gen G. You're like, okay, smite it, get out, evacuate, and you do this one more time, and then we're talking about a 35-minute game here where you do have, I mean, right now the gold lead, I don't want to say it's negligible, it's still pretty significant. But you take that same lead and push it into 35 minutes where all the items are still up for Gen G, it doesn't actually matter as much that KT have a 3,000 gold lead if they do when we get to that point. And that's the good thing about Gen G's comp. As long as they can keep stopping the soul, the longer the game goes, the better it is for them. And you do reach a certain point with these items coming online for Jinx, as we'll watch this once again from Peanut. Knocks him out. And then boom, right at 896, I believe it was there. About as close as it gets. And you get to a point, though, where Ruler will be able to kill engaging champions really fast before they can actually do anything.
Peanut called that his revenge, that he does get that smite steal. And I suppose it is sweet revenge because of everything you've been talking about. The IE is picked up here for Ruler. He did not have that in the last fight, so you know they were kind of at an awkward spot where there was basically zero penetration for the Victor. There was no IE completed for Ruler. And as you mentioned, they didn't really want to fight that team fight. So the fact that Peanut gets that steal is huge. It denies the Cloud Soul without any casualties. It delays for the scaling to come in for the Jinx and the Victor.
And I think the biggest win for Gen G is not denying the soul, it's just denying the spawn of the Elder Drake. Because if KT were able to get this 2 Drakes ago, then we'd be looking at such an early Elder timer, and they'd be able to control that fight potentially so much better, and then that's a game-winning one for KT. So the longer it takes until that Elder fight happens, the better for Gen G. And obviously the Cloud Soul itself is quite good, but it's denying the Elders. Rascal's got a nice angle here.
Yeah, he does. Stun not quite going to land there. Peanut does have to flash away from that one. The cask is going to hit Lehens into them, but a very broken up fight. This is not necessarily the way that KT want to fight it. Moonlight Vigil also misses, and Doran is about to hit Mega Gnar as he is being jumped on early here. I think they're trying to call for the fight, but some low health bars as well on the side of Gen G as they're taking it slow. KT almost losing life there, and they are looking for their own sort of disengage. Gravity Well does come down and deny entry here outside of Gragas.
Rascal is like, I don't have casket, I got flash, but I just gotta hold this turret a little bit longer. And he's gonna have to get out of here. But you lose this turret and you lose a lot of critical ultimates because the engage looked good. It was almost too good to be true, so you go for it. You get Peanut's flash, that's as far as it should go. You get Peanut's flash, you walk away, but they still felt like they could push it further. And they're starting to feel the pressure of Gen G's comp.
Doran is very far up. He has to flash, and it's a trade of flash for 2 flashes. So that's a win for Doran, actually. But they do take away his Gnar engage flash on some of these big fights.
Yeah.
You lose it on Rascal and Life, though, so that's a lot of engage missed on the side of KT, too.
But without this flash for Doran, they feel pretty comfortable with the damage they have. They can actually start up a Baron, and because they have this choke point controlled, too, I mean, suddenly Arya is ready to have another big shockwave. The angle here for Life is also awesome. This is a really sick move, actually, for KT. Take the flash away, look for the Baron play.
Peanut has Hex Flash, and he's going to charge it up, but he's a bit late. The teleport comes in from Chovy, but they are not there on time. Life decided he would like to see the other side of the rift, as it actually draws Genji up to the top side, and Peanut's left alone. They take him away, and Life absorbs all the damage. As the rocket comes in, he's got stopwatch keeping him alive, but he eventually does go down.
But you'll take it as KT here. You will absolutely take it. A 1-for-1 after the Baron. And it was that's the kind of lightning fast reaction that KT needs to make. These types of calls are so important as we're going back to the very, very recent past of this choke point here that's controlled. Peanut gets picked, and Life does stopwatch to survive a little bit longer. I think it's the Chaos Storm that gets him in the end, just the last bit of it. Yep. That or the Death Ray, the beginning part there. But either way, Chovy picks up the kill. And moments like this where you pull the Nars flash away and you're all grouped on Baron and Gen G can't get through the choke point, you make that snap decision. And these are the decisions we've been begging for from teams like DRX, Kwangdong Freaks, Live Sandbox, right? These are this is what sets KT one step above the bottom teams right now in the LCK.
Yeah, and I think they're trying to prove that they can fight at a higher level than even that. You know, that our expectations should be higher. They're absolutely playing at their highest peak right now up against one of the best teams in the LCK at the moment. And this is turning into a really exciting and close game now. As once again, you know, we've seen this before. Same setup, same teams on the same sides. As Doran now, he's trying to get that Mega Gnar up here. But the damage already begins as Life is very behind enemy lines, looking for the flank. Not sure they know he's here. Now they see him. And he is all the way behind everybody right now as Peanut is going to helicopter, but he doesn't get anything down, and Aiming gets caught in the back by it, but he will stay alive, importantly, and down will go the Victor as once again Arya is able to shut him down. Doran in the front line tanks up a lot, but it's not enough as now the Viego Cuss goes way too deep, but he's trying to create a front line for his damage dealers in Arya and Aiming. Maybe a little bit too over-aggressive for KT, and now they're getting shut down. The triple kill to Ruler. You know he's calling for the Penta, but he will not get it, as also Aiming is going to snipe down the Braum.
The Calorum snipe there to finish him off here, but this is still a big win.
Did you see the damage of Ruler?
Yeah. Well,
9,200?
This is why we talk about scaling, right? And this is one of the rare games actually where we could really illustrate it, because so many times we talk about scaling, but then there's the poke aspect, and before team fight starts, everybody's low. In this moment, everybody goes on to Aiming here. The tunnel vision is real, and Life can actually pull Ruler back so we can't actually secure the kill there. And then KT are like, okay, we did it. We won it. Aiming's alive. But guess who's the real AD carry in this fight, who's got the better range, who's also excited after that first kill? It's Ruler. Oh. And nobody can get on top of him. Arya's like, I really want to hit this Q, but there's no follow-up. Even if he hit that Q, Ruler's just like so laughing all the way to the bank as he just kites back and then runs forward here. Then you see a really sick snipe here from Aiming, which is very well played. But at the end of the day, Gen G lose the soul, but they win the team fight. And that means a lot more map control goes to them. But we're still 5 minutes away from what will be the deciding fight in this game on the Elder. I mean, this is really just going to come down to execution on that last team fight. Every summoner should be up. Every ultimate should be up. We're getting close to full build on all these champions. Arya might be able to grab that Void Staff beforehand, which would be pretty massive for him. And then we're really talking about, you know, game-ending damage here.
We definitely are. As you mentioned, you know, the triple kill comes in for Ruler. That's going to scale him up real nicely. He has the QSS now for the next fight. I want to point out another guy who has QSS. It's Life. Second item on set, by the way.
Yeah.
And he was able to use that to actually, once he got the flank on Ruler, and he was able to disengage and survive for quite a while. He didn't end up going down anyway, but a pretty interesting item choice to point out there.
He really wanted to prevent Ruler from getting in there to kill Arya and Aiming. But this is another case of illustrating the points we often make where we talk about scaling, we talk about how these mages clash in team fights. Last time I casted, we talked about Orion versus Victor. We could talk about it again because in these extended fights, like Arya's like, I can't kill anybody. Like, I've done my damage. I pressed R and I pressed Q and waiting for my next Q, but it's not going to kill Ruler. You know, in those moments, you can really feel how much more valuable Chovy is after the engages are done, and we're just shooting abilities off because Chovy is always going to be able to do that so much better here with the Victor.
Well, he's got to stay alive.
Yeah, in the last fight he was not, but yeah, if he stays alive.
The first guy to go down in all of that. So, here comes everybody from KT. They're going to deny the helicopter, and Peanut is almost definitely dead. Even Chovy just going to leave him to die. Unfortunate positioning there, as we do have the Baron in a minute. He will spawn about 2 seconds before the Baron, but now even 5v4, KT just looking for a straight-up push.
If they can get an inhibitor, that's basically free Baron, because eventually it's going to be pulling them around the map. Now, the timing of which is not going to work out because of the Elder Drake spawn, and also KT are not going to be able to look for more than they really wanted to, and this has kind of been the story of KT. One small advantage, we got to go all the way. Oh, it's not going to happen. We got to back off. But now Gen G, because of this aggressive push, are going to be able to control a lot of that Baron vision. Well, I will say this is not the first time this game where Peanut has been a little bit overextended on the map. No. He's gotten away most of the time. This time it's actually fatal. But he draws 5 players from KT to this side of the map. So when we go back to live, take a look at that Baron setup.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. They have the Cloud Soul, they have the Cloud Rift. This time Doran is caught out as the engage's not quite there. The Cask also going to hit him away as KT, you can't get away from them. The Cloud Rift and the Cloud Soul means they can chase Peanut down the lane. They can chase anyone away from this objective, and they have insane Baron damage here. As Peanut, I don't think he's going to be on time. He has to flash right now, but nope, not going to get in there, as he will knock away Rascal, who will immediately follow up. Life gets pretty low, but that's fine.
Can't go through that choke anymore, Genji. You cannot go through that choke. Doran's going to chase here to the bottom side. They try to split up here, but KT are able to disengage. Now, KT need to get value out of this Baron somewhere on the map. The way to use this, the LCK style, is actually just to group up as 5 and push mid so that you have guaranteed Elder Prio, and that might just be what we see.
Oh, look at this. I mean, you just can't get away from them. Oh, he doesn't know where he is. Chovy's behind them.
Yeah, it's just going to be LCK mid push, as Chovy will get away with it.
Imagine if they had just collapsed on Chovy, the game might have just ended.
It still might.
Yeah, they still have an amazing push here. The Casks have not been fantastic, but it's still a strong push with Baron. You can see that
Doran's just trying to get an R-bar set for this. He's got to play it out so carefully, because that is one of the most critical tools for Genji in this upcoming fight in 45 seconds. And, you know, as much as we like to joke about it, as much as I often criticize it, I think the easiest way for Genji to lose this game is if KT just group up, never give them an inch, and just get mid-prio to guarantee choke point control for the Elder Drake. If you want to side lane with this comp, you could try it. You could put Viego or Gragas in the side lane and try to put some other pressure, but why risk it? Just guarantee that you stand closer to the Drake than they do, and they have to walk into all of your insane engage tools.
Yep. And really interesting AP Bruiser kind of builds here from Rascal. His Cask is on a 42-second cooldown. So he's throwing them out, and they're not always hitting, but it doesn't matter, because he's going to have it for the next fight. He does have it here, of course, as locked down. He's going to hit Doran into them. He does have the Mega Gnar, but the damage seems to be there. The stopwatch going to save him for now, as nope, they're just going to leave him to die. Ruler nearly dying as well.
Aiming?
Flashing in is aiming, and he is just looking to take names here, not letting them go down without a fight. The double kill goes to the set. And even if Ruler does survive, it might not matter. They're already pushing mid and looking for the win.
And this is KT Rolster playing this composition to its peak efficiency. Guarantee the prio, force them to come to you, look for the pick onto Doran. As Life is looking to 1v1 a jungler right now on the set, but they are going to end the game. Ruler, the last man standing.
Nearly dying to just the Gragas, and frontlining is perfect. This time the Cask is also perfect, and all Life has to do is stop Peanut from getting in. This game is over.
It certainly is. This actually Life is nearly going to take him out.
He's
here.
going to win this fight.
He will have another haymaker, but the Nexus falls instead. That little mouth shake of the Observer, I think, is the surprise and shock of many a Genji fan around the world as KT take the first game in this series with a composition that looked difficult to execute. It looked like Genji, the stronger team fighting team, would be able to set up all of the disengage that's required to win these fights and to allow Ruler to pop off, but it just didn't happen that way. They had one good fight on the, I believe it was third Cloud Soul, or third Cloud Drake, that they were trying to look for. But beyond that, KT really did him dirty a few times. They tricked him on the first fight we had on Herald, and they were able to get that Baron with the same way. 2 snap calls on Barons that game. KT's decision-making and how lightning fast they played the macro is what gets them the W here in this first game.
Yeah, just fantastic team play. They played their composition nearly perfectly. There were a couple of times they got a little bit desperate, a little bit over-anxious, I would say. They pushed a little bit too far. You know, the time that Cuz tried to push into the Jinx, you know, and then Arya flashed in, just desperately trying to kill him. Stuff like that, you know, it's little mistakes. But other than that, it was really clean. And now this is the second series that we've seen from Genji where they lose the first game. You know, you remember last week against Hama Life, that one was a different feel, though. It felt like Genji were kind of underplaying. They weren't playing their best game. They were kind of not respecting Hama Life 100%. But Genji, I thought they were playing decently well here. KT just outplayed them.
Yeah. the damage output that Ruler is able to do in this game, and we'll see his damage stats. He and Chovy's damage stats will be insanely high this game because of how much damage they could do, but it doesn't matter if it's not actually able to lead to kills. That effective damage on the side of KT Rolster is much higher. The damage you do, and actually Arya outdamaged Chovy, which is so rare to see because these fights ended so quickly. Chovy often died first, as you pointed out, or was forced out of the fight so early he couldn't actually do that damage.
He didn't really get to do anything. Like you're saying, I mean, there was so much engaged and so many threats in the team fights that every time he got there, he was just like, well, I'll throw out a laser, but I can't get too much closer. And the range advantage of the Victor and Jinx did not matter because every single engage from KT was clean. And that's really what it does come down to. The execution was there, and KT do get the upset win here. Really good stuff from them. Definitely looking forward to Game 2, guys, but we will take a break and have the analyst chairs in just a moment.
앞으로 가자.
장로 갈래?
앞으로 가자. 앞으로 가자. 앞으로 가자.
앞으로 가자.
앞으로 가자. 앞으로 봐줘.
가줄게요.
징크스 필. 징크스 필.
벡터로 필.
다 필이야. 다 필.
조이자 조이자. 나이스. 미드 가자.
징크스 필이야. 따라가. 징크스 필.
알아. 아니야. 그냥 냅둬도 돼. 그냥. 우리 미드로 다 가줄게.
놀고 있을게. 형 내가 가도 돼. 형 가도 돼.
우리끼리 징크스 그 견제하자. 미드 가자. 갈게.
여기
징크스
있다.
스펠 체크 좀.
나 뽀삐랑 놀고 있을게.
나 미드 간다. 기다려.
아, 이거 쓸게. 나 만화 없어가지고 지금 확실하게 쓰고.
아니야. 가지마. 괜찮아.
아,
만화
바로
없어도
쓸게.
돼.
바로 쓸게.
오케이.
텔만 써.
링크스 혼자다.
봐줄게.
나이 송 2초.
잡았어.
나이스.
마지막 앞에 어땠어?
좋았어.
잘했어. 좋다. 와.
캐리.
잠깐만. 이 형 나 죽일 수 있겠네.
앞에 캐리.
아깝다. 와.
나이스.
1대1 하실 분
가자. 죽여줄게 그냥.
들어와.
원래
카밀 이렐?
이래 장인이 뭔지 보여줘.
형 카밀 보조 뭐더라?
영감.
비스켓 CM을
빡겜 모드로 해줘 아니면 좀.
빡겜으로 해줘.
오케이.
저를 배워버려.
아 이거 왜 다? 이거 CM을 뜨는 게 어딨어 카밀이.
오늘 뭐 드는데 형이 CM을 든다며.
반칙이야. 맞아. 봐줘. 아 봐줘. 집.
와, 이 사람 나한테 솔킬 따였어. 진짜 더럽게 못하네. 이렐리야.
원래 이래리 초반에 진단 말이야.
근데 왜 싸웠는데? 그냥 나한테 개발렸어.
자신감 세워주려 하는 거 아니야.
야, 내가 솔킬 2번 땄어.
다시 제대로 해줄게. 나와.
아, 진짜. 야, 이렐 형 진짜 아쉽다. 야, 이렐리 할게.
아 이래를 하지 말아봐.
아, 했어.
아 이래 밀어줘 하자.
아, 안 돼. 아니, 재미없어, 밀어줘.
아 재밌어.
아, 뭔 재민데.
이제 무슨 재민지 내가 보여줄게. 너가 진짜 롤을 잘하네. 오늘 바텀 캐리다.
재밌긴 하네 이래리.
재미없다.
내 발밑에서 죽는 걸 영광으로 하다.
정글 대통령 이겨야 돼.
그냥 이겨 우리가. 파이팅.
파이팅!
들어갈게.
용용
쳐봐 쳐봐 용 쳐봐.
용용. 아칼리 안
알았어.
괜찮아 괜찮아. 아칼리 노는 맛.
나 괜찮을 듯.
아칼리 연막 받았어.
야 그에 빨렸어.
그.
안 좋아. 우리가 이겼어.
좋아. 앞에부터. 사르만 높여.
야 이겼어. 야 봐줘.
나 스킬 없어.
왜 이렇게 안 죽어?
바로. 봐줄게. 야 그거 잡았어. 야 너 찍힌다.
노플이야 노플.
내가 할게. 내가 마무리할게. 잡았어.
나이스.
야 이거 용준아
빨리.
칼리 노플.
야나 레토 좀. 봐줄게.
렌트 없어.
야 괜찮아. 여기 좋아.
나이스.
이거.
아리아데스.
어디에요? 여기에요? 괜찮아.
캐리.
그냥 내 캐리야.
머라이어 캐리야.
내 캐리야.
머리야 캐리야. 오케이, 우리 팀 캐리.
그냥 바텀을 뻗었어.
바텀 이겼어.
바텀 뻗었어.
머라이어 캐리.
한 봐도 돼?
이제 멀어.
봐줄게. 레오나 노플.
레오나. 자르반 잡았어. 오케이. 끝까지.
상황 무조건
다 돼. 오리.
나 우리 갈 때 있어.
아.
잡았어. 나이스. 아씨.
탑솔킬 나이스.
아니 나 쏘리.
오케이.
뭐야? 싸우지 마.
야 윤수 너무.
빼면 더 봐.
아니 저 안 죽어요.
저 레오나 노플 레오나부터.
음파 빠졌어. 음파 없어.
미신 누구?
제 강함이 너무 심취했어요. 너 세긴 하다.
나 상태 없다.
나이스.
미안해요, 우리
팀.
나 집대 갈게.
오리.
알리스타. 알리스터.
수고했어.
나이스.
캐리에.
잘했다. 오늘 일회용으로 저도 콜만 잘 맞으면 되나요?
아니야 그 재수없는 소리 하지 말고 아직 편하게 이길 거야. 우리가 더 잘해 진짜.
오늘은 드디어 이긴 날이긴 해.
이기자. 할 수 있다.
파이팅. 돌만에 기끌어. 기다릴게.
앞으로 불러.
진 높을.
보자. 이거
나 한턴 빨았어.
앞에 지키면 되나?
나 스타를.
천천히 해봐. 나 6초. 5초. 4초. 3초.
나이스.
땡겨봐.
이거 한번 돌게.
야, 나 3주 격각 보고
나
있을게.
다리 좋아.
먹을 생각.
먹을게. 야, 니달리. 천천히 해봐. 레오나. 한턴 빼자.
아, 이거 줘야 될 것 같아.
우리 못해. 칠각 봐. 더블 선수 칠각 봐.
거리 안 돼.
그라가타 막아주는 거. 이거 빼야 돼, 그럼. 별로야. 빼자. 앞에 잡았다. 빼면서.
어우,
괜찮아. 이거 앞에서 그냥 성훈이가 그냥 니달리 막 하고 먹을래? 그래.
오케이.
먹어봐. 니달 막 했어. 진노플 싸워봐. 진.
야, 이거 오리아나 뒤에 있어.
진 노플이야.
진 잡았어.
오케이.
나 이거 집대랄게.
이거 거는 피 많이 없다, 이거.
깨볼래?
때리면 될 듯.
타워.
잡았어.
아우야. 나이스.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our glorious analytical thrones and this beautiful rug that we have in front of us that also helps our analytical prowess. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was a really good game of League of Legends.
That was super enjoyable.
Yeah.
From start to finish, honestly. I think a lot of highlights. I think that going over the draft first, no corkies. So we're happy, you know, like that's
And
our-
Rise was banned, they made sure it
I
didn't
know,
happen.
I know, no Rise
Fantastic.
either. And then outside of that, we had a or two compositions rather, both of which could, I think, fight very well into the mid to late game. A lot of scaling elements, and then the KT comp a little bit more dive heavy with the Gragas and the Set.
Yep.
That was supposed to be looking for flanks, whereas Gen G more of the peel back. Although that Gnar in the end did want to go forward a little bit, and we did see some issues arise there as the game actually began.
Yeah, and I was actually a little bit worried about the draft at the very beginning of this game because the Aphelios first pick we've seen punished over and over and over again. Didn't happen this time around though. The answering Jinx Poppy I thought was fantastic. You go down the tier list, you're like, oh, Gen G on form when it comes to the draft this time around. But some of the play in the early stage of the game, we had our eyebrows raised for, and we can go into our first replay if we have that one ready to really begin this, because this was Gen G thinking, all right, well, I mean, Doran's like, I have Mega Gnar now, surely we can just kill someone, but immediately KT punished.
There's two parts to this, and one part is criticism for Gen G, because this feels a little bit similar to what we saw them do against Hanwha Live, which is not respecting your opponent. And on the flip side, KT is a great team. Yes, they lost against Liv Sandbox, it's unfortunate, but you can't expect to walk up as Mega Gnar, even with Flash available, against a player like Arya and think you're gonna just smash him into the wall, right? And from that point on, that's where KT really started to grip the control of the game, and they never really gave it up.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. Watching Arya get that flash out, then the two-man shockwave, and then follow through. The rest of the game, his positioning was fantastic. I think a lot of people were probably having a look at those farm numbers, being like, wow, Chovy smashing this Orianna in lane, but it didn't really matter. When it came down to these team fights, he was in the right place, landed the right shockwaves, and got things working out for his team. But I'm glad that you brought up the comparison with that Liv Sandbox series, because KT should have won that, right? And there are two ways that you go after a lost series like that. One of them is well and truly down. Like, we know, we've seen how roller coasters work. You start at the top and then you dip down. And KT, they've done that many, many times before. We remember the old logo. You can change it, but it is still there. But this is a KT that have picked themselves back up, and they were here to play from the word go.
And in addition to Arya's performance, I thought Life also had a couple of incredibly high.
It's his set, right? It's just always.
It is his set, and it's just a beauty, and it's really kind of the two team comps where you'd expect Gen G to have a little bit more control, but because of how aggressive, proactive KT was playing, they were consistently contesting vision, and because of that, there was always either Rascal or multiple times Life that was able to get into the enemy backline.
Yeah, and it was also then with an orb in the vicinity as well. There was a lot of Chovy not making it out of, you know, that area of destruction. He was playing that very low range build as well. There was a lot of melee, I guess, on the side of KT, but some of them had gigantic barrels. Others run really, really fast and pick you up and throw you over their shoulder. It's a very difficult comp to play it into. But let's have a look at our next replay. And this was honestly the game winner for KT.
As a three-man, and the follow-up, right?
Yeah.
That's the big thing, is immediately the response is ready, Life has found the backline, because there's another highlight that we're not going to get to look at because, well, Gen G didn't
Gen G didn't win the game,
It was beautiful cutting from Ruler, and in that moment, you saw how the comp is kind of supposed to work for Gen G, but it never really came to fruition, because every time that we got in these scenarios, there was always both a threat from the backline, whether it be Rascal or whether it be Life, and then the control mages, as well as aim, or the Orianna, as well as aiming, playing it out super cleanly.
Yeah, and this is a crazy game, right? Because we saw the scoreline at the end. I mean, aiming didn't die, got so many of the kills, but we haven't even mentioned him once, right? This was the first pick of Aphelios that hasn't been working, worked out very well this game, but this was largely aiming being facilitated by a phenomenal utility team around him, and the fact that KT were able to keep it all together, played it out very nicely, not to mention the fact that Rascal, again, just sold, it's up to like 11 or 12 now.
Because had a really nice early game. Tons of counter ganks that really mitigated Peanut's early impact.
Yeah, it was just really nicely played from almost the entirety of the team, but Gen G, we have to be a little bit critical again, right? This is a team that we've seen have such a high ceiling, but if they give windows to these great teams in the LCK, then they will get punished. We saw it with Hanwha Life Esports, and we saw it here today with KT. What's going to happen in games 2 or maybe even 3, we're yet to know, but this is starting to become a trend. And, you know, we've got a friend called Jad over in the LCS who find some of them worrying. This one is definitely one of them. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the POG, and this I'm really curious about. It's going to be live this time around. I think that there are arguments for Aria to be made as well. But live set, I mean, it's just a bit sexy, isn't it?
It is, yeah. As pointed out, I went for Aria. I think that Aria live both had a really big impact on this game in terms of the set that they were able to do, because a lot of it goes back to this fight, and Ruler, barring a single fight in this game, was just never really able to play.
It must have felt pretty cathartic as well for Life to be able to take down his old lane partner as well, time and time again. His job was to pick up the Jinx and throw her around, and it certainly worked out. But yeah, no hesitation on Flash ever. This guy, we were actually making jokes about this. It's like he prefers to have Hex Flash. He likes that moment of channeling to really get his mind into his engages, because he just flashes and does not care.
Yeah, perfect.
This is almost exactly what we wanted, right?
Very nice. Love it. That's a great
You and
spread.
Wolf on the same page as well, so it shows that we have a bunch of synergy, which is absolutely fantastic. We're all about togetherness here on the LCK broadcast, and with that, we'd like to throw it back to our beautiful casters on the casting desk.
Thank you to our beautiful deskers on the desk. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf here for game number 2. And yeah, that first one was a banger. It was a really awesome game. Life does pick it up. I'm not sure what the observers were watching, because their votes were all over the place. Not for Aria or for Life. Those were the only two options in this game in my mind.
Yeah, I thought Aria's play was pretty subarashi, if you will. You know, in that...
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
We got to stick with it. We got to keep making the Japanese memes like everybody else here in Korea. Genji will pick blue side this time around. And I think, you know, even though set is not meta per se, and Life has played it now 5 times, and he's 4-1. So I think it's something you could consider banning, because regardless of what they play on the bottom side, he likes to play it. It gets him early leads, and Genji struggled to deal with it in the previous game. So it feels kind of irrational almost, and almost like emotional to ban the set here, but I wouldn't mind it, because I think it changes the whole way KT play the early game, where they're trying to trade summoners, trying to get Life into position. I think it's something to consider here, even on blue side as Genji. Also, I want to point out, aiming is now 5-0 on the Aphelios. He's won every time it's been given to him.
It's pretty good.
So something else to consider here for Genji. Maybe they'll take it. And
Oh,
there's
there
the
it
set.
is.
just don't let them do it. They do it every game. They play the same way, and they keep winning.
Yeah.
Just don't let them do it.
And Genji vote for Life as the POG of game number 1. Some laughs being thrown around there. I love how they mentioned, you know, every single time Life was on top of Ruler, and he got the revenge in game number 1. We'll see if Ruler can get the revenge himself for game 2. But yeah, I really like blue side here, because on red side, it's one of these metas where there's just too much stuff to ban. So you're basically at the whim of what Genji wants to leave open. And it's like, well, I guess we got to ban Corki here.
Yeah.
Don't really have a choice, you know.
Especially with 2 really great top laners, in Doran and Rascal, like you really just don't. Neither of these players need a counter pick. We have a lot of top laners like Dove who are like, I need that counter pick. But
Please ban Corki?
yeah, he will.
Please?
Don't worry. He's just thinking about what.
I've been hurt before, Wolf.
I mean, the Aphelios fan
Okay.
is what they're considering instead.
Ban Corki.
They will. Don't worry. See, I promised you. Would I lie
You know,
to you,
I
Valdez?
feel very comfortable. You you told the truth, and it came true. Especially
Aphelios-
because it's Chovy. He loves Corki.
Ooh, they've got a plan. They're going to grab the Kalista. They get the Poppy early, too. This is... KT were planning for this one. They were definitely ready for this. And it's aiming on the Kalista. He's played it quite a bit throughout his career, even though Ruler is arguably the Kalista player here in the LCK. With the Kalista pick, they're going to grab Thresh. They're not going to let that one go through this time around. And we'll see if Genji want to pick up one of those jungle picks early here for Peanut, which one he goes with the meta champions, quote-unquote, being removed, as we saw earlier.
I like that Lahens is going to be on something that has a little bit more, I don't know, engagement in the game. Something that can do a lot more other than hold a shield up.
Skill
Sit there.
expression.
Yeah, skill expression is a good way to put it, because Lahens, I feel like, has been just huge for their team. Tryndamere is available, and it is Chovy on the team, so now it's like, You know, is that going top? Is that going mid? We're not 100% sure.
That could be a life pick, by the way, the Jarvan here with the Callista. I would not be surprised.
Or the Poppy.
Yeah, it could be either. So we like, we don't know which one of these will be support or if neither of them will be support, and we see something crazy here, but let's just wait and see how this draft goes. This is one of the cool things about KT, and we've talked about it so much. Their flexibility of compositions is so high. We talked about it in the Live Sandbox series as well. Aria's champion pool of champions he's really good at is extremely wide. As the Galio will be taken away. They did not want to deal with Poppy, Galio, Jarvan, and potentially a Camille to follow.
That sounds really obnoxious. And I do like that they're taking away more and more options like that, because KT have a very clear and obvious plan with their team comp right now. And Gen G are just trying to keep themselves safe from that. They were not able to do that in game 1. And that was a more, well-rounded comp that even had a decent amount of scaling with the Aphelios in it. But this time, KT, they've got the Callista, not a lot of scaling. They're just going to be going 100% in the paint.
Yeah. The one thing that you have that they don't have here is side laning. So far, Gen G really have the control over that with the Tryndamere pick here. And they'll ban out the Gragas because Rascal did such a great job of absorbing the pressure last game and can do the same against a Tryndamere if he plays it correctly. The alternative would have been the ban the Graves here, I think, considering you've got the Tryndamere up already. But Rascal on the Lee Sin, definitely something we've seen find a lot of success, but this is the tempo comp. Like, this comp needs to win really hard. There is no fallback with this composition. I'm a little bit concerned about that.
They would have loved to have a Kali with this composition, but it's already banned. So they need to find something that's got AP damage, because they have 0 right now.
No, they're just going to pick Yasuo with this pick.
Yeah, great idea. Yeah, but we'll have to wait and see what they do go for, because
Gen G now just needs a draft disengage, I think.
What are we going to see, like Echo? What's it going to be? Might just be like Syndra or something. Something that spikes on one item.
For Gen G here, I think an easy option is just the Trundle. Can help you get through any of that engaging front line. Can help disrupt the follow-up with pillars.
Trundle is 0 and 4 right now, but I don't think that's because of Trundle.
Sejuani is a similar idea. I really like it. You're really going to slow the advance of all these champions who are trying to get on top of your carries at the back line.
Oh, yeah.
It's Aria, so LeBlanc is the one part of this composition that does stand out late game as being very strong, but it also is explosive, has its own set of CC. KT, we are at the top of the roller coaster. The question is, how high is the hill? How high is the top peak? And will we be able to ride that momentum all the way up to the next hill? Or is it just going to go halfway up and then slide back down to the bottom? Because that's the composition we're looking at here for KT. You really need to get a massive lead early, because this has no ability to side lane. It will be the Jarvan support here for life, as we suggested earlier. No ability to really side lane against a Tryndamere. Catching the Tryndamere and punishing the Tryndamere is something they could look for here, because they have a comp that can do it. But Tryndamere, man, he's just going to press R and run away. They got a Sejuani. They can turn chases if you actually try to kill him.
There's a Rascal Lee Sin fan in the audience. He gets it. He understands. And, yeah, I mean, it's going to be Rascal's job to try to take the Tryndamere from doing too much in that side lane, but, it is going to be difficult as this game comes along. The one thing about this comp is that they don't really have a fantastic ball carrier, especially if Tryndamere's in the side lane. Like, yes, Sejuani is pretty good, but you've got a Poppy in the front line of the enemy team, so takes a lot of that, Peanut being right in the middle of the enemy team away from them, because they have Lee Sin kick, they have a Poppy to deny dashes. So it'll be interesting to see the positioning of Peanut and if he can help land those shockwaves.
I think if they could redo it, they might switch the Aphelios to a Jhin also with this composition, but it's not how this draft started off.
Absolutely not. Game number 2 will begin now. Gen G, this time on the blue side. And as you were just talking about, they choose blue side, they get the first pick of Aphelios. Will it help them, as it has helped aiming in KT in winning their games so far?
So this is a pick that we've seen from Life quite a lot, just to give you guys some historical context. And we saw it last year, utilized by him several times in Spring, the Airy support Jarvan, where you harass with the flag. We even had a Pog Lab episode with Kisun and Jisun about it down in the bottom lane with the Kalista. It's very, very fun to play. You have a lot of power with Fate's Call. And now you have so many different engage tools between the Lee Sin, the Jarvan, right, and LeBlanc who can follow up. And there's so many ways to snowball this game into KT's favor, where they get a bunch of early plates for this Kalista, if you get some early kills, and then you have map control. And it's really not unlike how KT played the last game in a lot of ways. But in the late game, this time I think the scenario is much worse for KT if they fall behind, because they don't even have the ability to control choke points as easily. So you gotta be so careful in here.
He's going to get that poke down, but of course, Life also getting smacked in the back by that one. And yeah, I mean, the Aerie comes in here, of course, for even more historical context. Well, never mind. We're going to have a fight here. Both guys flashing on in, and Lehens is in a bit of trouble, gets rended there in the back. As everybody uses a bunch of summoners, it looks like KT get ahead on that one as the Ignite and Heal used by Ruler and Lehens.
Yep. Pretty aggressive trade here. Aiming gets to keep his flash. Ruler has his as well, but can be an issue. This is going to be a really, really tough time for Rascal, and I think it's going to get even tougher as long as Doran plays the ultimate cooldown very well. But he picked this into it, right? Like, he knew what he was getting into.
Doran, what are you doing? The kick comes in, and Rascal just solo kills again.
I mean, I said it's going to be a tough time, but if you play it like that, Doran, you give him a free kill. Give him a free Q there. You get the execute damage. You don't have level 6 yet. You don't even have level 3.
Yeah.
Both summoners down for Doran too. He's flashless now. It's a teleportless, you know, Tryndamere here, so he's going to lose a lot of power in this lane now. And that flash is one of your best ways of holding on to your ultimate before an objective fight, for example. If you want to make sure you have that R for when the fight does break down so you can get on top of the carries. Really, really hurts to lose that one early.
Yeah, Cuz was spotted in the river, and now he's spotted on a ward himself. Peanut is waiting in this brush right here, so they are going to get that stun eventually down onto Cuz. He has to flash away, and the hook misses! Now, follow up on that one. I suppose it's okay. I mean, Ruler wants to sit underneath this turret and just farm it out, but definitely an unfortunate happening there with no hook.
Yeah, definitely doesn't get as much of it out of it as
And
Alyssa.
he just died. The Ren comes in, the Ren stack, throws it into Lehens, and then Life just puts the pillar in.
He had been stacking it for a really long time. They're even going to get this plate here too early. You got to be careful, Ruler. You just got Aerie, and that damage is going to start stacking up. Want so badly to trade something back here. But yeah, he stacked so many Rens onto Lehens there, and this is what Kalista will do to you early. She is one of the biggest lane bullies you can ever face on the bottom side of the map, and Ruler will be able to pick up at least most of this CS. It's good that he wasn't the one to die. As we watch this again, Doran goes in onto Rascal here. We didn't see the full picture, so let's watch how it happens. Goes behind him, so guarantees he actually gets those extra autos off. And as he runs away, Rascal's like, I'm already attached to you, man, and I got execute damage. Just a small misplay. As, you know, down here, Aiming is just continuing to do damage, presses the rend, and it's actually Life who steals the kill away. So small consolation prize.
That's good. I mean, he had to get in there with the flag to finish him off. And big point about the top lane trade is that Rascal stepped forward to get level 2 at the same time, because Doran was looking for a very aggressive trade on level 2. As the flash is going to come out here, no more engage or action in the mid lane. But Rascal just called the bluff. He's like, yeah, I know you're going to engage me on level 2. It's very predictable, so let me get level 2 as well, and I'll just out-trade you with that execute damage on the Q, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Was perfectly played by Rascal. That's why he is the solo kill king.
Life is, that'll be his, actually I don't think he had any last game, but I believe that'll be his 12th if we didn't have any last game, but definitely a standout one here as it's at level 2. Life is playing these champions on the bottom side of the map that are so dated in terms of where they stand in the meta, and making it work is one of the really cool things that I think is giving KT a different identity here from our LCK teams right now. Is he made it work before, and he's just going to continue to make these champs work again. Picking up that early kill with the flag, and having that lead, and then rotating around the map and putting the threat onto Chovy constantly, non-stop, taking his flash away now. So Arya actually has kill pressure there. Cuz is hovering around.
Oh, this is...
He's got Hex Flash,
yeah, with the Hex Flash, he can just get over the wall here. Jovi's like, wait, what? I don't have Flash. How am I going to get out of this one? Well, He's not going to. One more auto will do it. Arya able to pick up the kill, and Cuz sets up a beautiful gank on the mid lane.
All according to Keikaku there for Arya in the mid lane. Getting in there, grabs the kill, has the chains connect. And that's why, I mean, right as we say it, like, he doesn't have flash, it's really huge. They make a follow-up play. That leads to a Drake play. Doran still doesn't have his flash. Looks like his will be up before.
If that Q landed, I mean, I don't know if Rascal would have taken it, but definitely would have been a fantastic trade.
Because Doran is so close to 6, like, he might have been a little bit timid about it, because 6 could be hit while he's, like, midair there. But yeah, he could have flashed behind him and kicked him out at level 5. Very, very razor-thin window there for another solo kill to actually potentially happen. Man, KT are looking fantastic in this series. As you just really easily get behind with the Hex Flash there. That's why so many people ward this. Chovy did not, pay for it with his life.
Yeah, you saw the ward coverage, actually. You can see it here once again. There were 3 control wards around the mid lane, and there was even that one deep ward that was put in, to the left of the red buff, if you do take a look at that right now.
Yeah.
And so KT had all the vision. Gen G had 0. So they really had no idea where he could be.
So let's talk about the pacing of this game, because this is where you need to be as KT with this composition. Like, everything is going according to plan. Everything is working out. You do have a lead basically everywhere on the map. And so, right now we don't get to talk about things like scaling the Aphelios late game and the side laning that the Tryndamere is going to have, because KT are looking to just keep the lead, keep the tempo going.
Oh, nice bluff call here from Lehens as Fate's Call is available. Aiming hits level 6. And he does have to use it. That's a very long cooldown that's taken away because of Lehens' play.
But Lehens flashed for it. So, there is that, and it was not a, an uneven trade. Like, both have to trade very long cooldowns for this. It was not a rip-off by any means, but that is not going to be available for this Rift Herald fight. So I think that's the one you'd rather have rather than a flash on a Thresh. But let's see which team rotates faster, because with the back here for aiming after that exchange, he is going over. So Gen G, I mean, you can't afford to give up too much here, but also you don't really want to fight yet. Your composition isn't online, so in kind of a catch-22, if it was a 0-0 game right now, Gen G'd feel a lot more comfortable about letting this one go away. But already 2,000 gold down, give it some more plates.
Chovy has no idea. He still does not have his flash, as Peanut is there to try to help, and he's trying to get that damage down onto a LeBlanc. LeBlanc just laughs at him, goes into her passive as the flash does come in, and, did not have his flash anymore and was not able to quite get away from that one, was life. So
still a big win here for the side of KT Rolster, and they don't stick to this Rift Herald because Doran is in a position where you can actually continue to push and might actually start to collapse in faster on the Rascal or get a plate. Well, we've seen this happen so much. Like, Chovy's aware. You can tell based on how he's moving, he's aware there's a possibility here. He just feels like he has to actually start getting over there to control the choke. That's why this is set up for KT, because that's where Chovy wins the fight if you go in, right? Is in that choke point, so he has to be near there. And they just deny him. And Chovy's like, if I walk away from this, I give control of the choke point over to KT for free. He's caught between a rock and a hard place there.
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, I mean, you talked about tempo, right? Like, KT, this is their Rift Herald to take. And it's up to Gen G how they want to respond to it, right? KT have a huge amount of pressure with this composition. As you can see, Gen G ruler in life. Kalista Jarvan, they have played it quite a lot. 3-0, 100% win rate. And now Life says, well, I can do the same with aiming. Life 4-1 on the pick.
So let's talk about these plates here too, Valdez. You know, you were like, where the ball's in Gen G's court, what are they going to do? Ruli gets one. He should be able to get a second one here with the Calibrum. Pretty safe, does secure it, and will be a Lantern out. So there's your Rift Herald gold put onto an Aphelios regardless of giving the objective away. So you feel pretty good about that. As Peanut, once again, is doing a little bit of brush hiding here on the top side of the map, hoping that Rascal is going to try to go forward. He does not. He plays it safe. But as Gen G here, you're like, okay, cool, good. Got the Aphelios plate gold. That's the goal you have, Crescendo. With Split, you know, not an amazing amount of gold there, but still, you're able to get something back here. And as long as KT don't wipe you in a team fight on the Herald, you're still kind of feeling like you've got an in-game here. You will scale up. You can play the late game better.
Okay, and Doran's going to call the bluff this time around as the kick does come in. Rascal's buying so much space, and he will not follow up on the kick, but that's the ultimate gone on Doran. And Lee Sin can handle those trades very, very well with his mobility. Just able to kind of run away from you, jump away from you, laugh at you. And as long as he doesn't get too aggressive, Rascal should be fine.
Yeah, Rascal's playing it so well. I really thought this was going to be a lot tougher for him, but he picked it into the Tryndamere. He knew his limits. He got that early kill, and he's actually just been dominating Doran, in fact. And we'll grab some extra plate gold here.
2 plates.
Cool guys don't look at the plates as they walk away.
Yeah, for sure. If you're cool, you start to run away. You know that minion is going to kill it.
Yep. As now they're grouped up for Drake, too, KTR. Rascal does not have teleport, but they will be able to guarantee Prio with this Rift Herald. And I don't think he even needs to go. Because Gen.G, again, are like, we can't fight this. Guaranteeing this charge, they will be able to get a Drake. Gen.G, I mean, if you fight for this and lose it, you might lose the game. But if you don't fight for it, it's the same scenario as last game where KT are really going to be able to use that soul point potentially against you. You start to stack these up. Tough call to make here, and they make no realistic call. Peanut hovers around, but they don't actually contest. And this is looking very good for KT from the outset. This time, there's a control ward in the brush as Chovy knows what's up.
Very important that is there, and it will not expire, so it gives him safety for a very long time. And yeah, it is going to be Ocean Soul this time around, so you would have to imagine pretty valuable. At the same time, though, on the side of Gen.G, they have a lot of wombo combo engage that's all going to happen at once. Not too much poke, so I feel like the Ocean Soul loses some value as Life in a little bit of trouble. But of course, this is why you play this comp. This is why you don't lose the bot lane with Kalista Jarvan.
Yeah, and they haven't had to use the Fate's Call ultimate as an engage tool yet because Gen.G are not fighting them, so you know, it will be up before the next Drake. So he feels pretty good about that. It'll be up before the next Rift Herald fight, or lack thereof as well. Just use it for safety. Just try to push advantages in these lanes where you are winning, where you are ahead. As we saw very briefly, yes, it's close between the junglers, but 5 lanes ahead. Sorry, Will.
Yeah, he's going into his second ultimate distortion there, and yeah, he's pretty much dead. Nice try. Trying to fake him out with the passive. The Mimic there, but not going to quite happen.
Yep. Secure the kill. His flash comes up in about 15-20 seconds, but fortunately didn't have it there. And finally, Gen.G gets some gold on the board, right? And they're able to pick up one here for the Orianna. So Chovy finally gets some money. He's looking for a plate here, but they're looking to punish.
Chovy does have flash, so he's going to flash out of this one. And you can see Life just holding on to his flash because he didn't want to try to do the crazy predict flag and drag flash into Chovy's flash kind of scenario. Just gonna get the summoner and get out.
Arya using his first distortion, so doesn't have a second here. I mean, he used his first one. Second one is as far as he goes towards the turret there, but doesn't have any more because he used that first one there on the wave. So really nicely timed rotation there from Peanut. Peanut's punish game has been really, really good in this series so far. His ability to shut down a lot of what Cuz did in the early game last game was really impressive to watch. And this time he's giving Chovy a little bit more breathing room. But again, Chovy now flashless. See who the aggressor will be this time in the mid lane. Is going to have to be, again, very careful. That control ward we talked about is still there. Going to catch some waves. The next fight, you know, might not happen on this next Drake for Gen.G. I think they're just going to sit back and farm it up, as we saw last game.
Yeah, it's a similar situation like what you were talking about in game number 1, where as he's threatening the Ren push, where it's like the Ocean Soul, it's not a huge deal if you give it away. It's not great to give it away, of course, but the big deal is if they're able to tempo push into a very early Elder on the side of KT. Then they can go into Baron, they can get so far ahead that it doesn't matter what the comps are. You know, you can say scaling, schmaling, and essentially just win anyway. So yeah, that's one thing for Gen.G to worry about. They're keeping it relatively even, which is good. But at the same time, KT definitely in control of this game.
It does feel like KT is definitely saying scaling, schmeling. Bunch of losers trying to build 4 items. Yeah, put more gold in your pocket, I guess. I'm here to team fight. But yeah, I mean, I think that a strategy like what we're seeing employed by KT to kind of bring it back to the wider series at hand is, you know, will get some spikes put into him.
Rascal's going in there. He's going to kick him back into the open arms of Cuz. They get the ultimate down, and now Doran is going to have to use that Q to try to heal up as the Q will miss.
Oh, so close!
The Ghost helps him get away.
And they almost chained that CC together so long that he couldn't actually get his ultimate off, but he is able to get it there.
Yeah.
And so well played still. I mean, you get summoners out of Doran. Again, he's pushed out of lane. He's lost his turret. These things are stacking up.
Yeah, that top lane definitely going very well for KT, and it's important that they get that for this second Rift Herald, you know, keep the tempo up. The one thing that Gen G did get was Peanut was able to pressure on the bottom side and get that turret for his Aphelios. So that's some extra gold into your Aphelios. You're getting that extra scaling. And in fact, looks like Gen G are just going to bully their way into this Rift Herald and take it down.
Yeah, they are able to, during this reset timing for KT, get in here and grab a second Herald. Not as valuable as the first, of course, but it will give them potentially some breathing room. And I think the goal here, regardless of who picks up the money from this Herald, or if you're going to get any, as, again, Doran still doesn't have ult.
Hey, he just used a spin as well, and Rascal's taking that time to get on in there.
His ult's coming up in like 3 seconds.
Yeah,
there it is.
It's perfectly timed.
My ult cooldown is shorter than yours. Like, KT's suddenly a high school bully, like, or not even high school, elementary school.
Yeah.
Scaling, smaling. What's up with your ult cooldown, man? Can
Scaling
you even
for
press R,
losers.
bro? Yeah. KT, I mean, they're also the guy in middle school who's got the shirt that's like, be yourself, you know? We're going to play life on the Jarvan on the set when no one else is doing it. Rascal, the only player in the LCK who's playing Lee Sin top, pretty much the only player who's finding success worldwide on this pick right now in this meta after it was nerfed for soul laning so many times, so hard last year during summer. And he's beating a Tryndamere in soul lanes repeatedly, and it's Doran!
Oh, the ult's going to miss, and you can see part of the problem with the Sejuani. It has an incredibly long ult cooldown, and if you miss, it's like, well, what am I going to do now? Charge into a Poppy? Charge into a Jarvan who can just get fate called?
Watch that R button cooldown here.
Yeah, and Doran just spun, so he can't get away.
He can't get out. He has no flash. He's got nothing. Like,
you can see spamming it.
You can see Doran. You can see Doran as well. Just takes his hand off the keyboard.
Yeah.
He's like, it's done. He just stopped moving. It's over. I'm dead.
He knows. And it's really impressive. I mean, Rascal must have played tens of games, hundreds of games on
Tens of games.
Tens of games, such a huge number, on this Lee Sin. And he just knows that, okay, I mean, Lee Sin's ult cooldown is going to be very low. I'm ahead of Doran here. I should get it first. And it's just perfectly timed out. Just excellent play. And, you know, game number one, KT showed us, hey, we can play a teamfight comp really fantastically. Game number two, they're like, hey, we can play 1v1 / tempo style compositions really, really well. And that's two fantastic looks already that we're seeing here against one of the best teams in the LCK.
Yeah, that's
what does
the
that
thing.
say about KT?
Yeah, that's the thing that is really compelling about this, because the only other team that was trying to play League of Legends like this season was actually Damwon Kia, and they even tried it against Gen G too. Like, Gen G's a very slow scaling team last year and many other years in the past, but also, you know, at the beginning of this season kind of showed that style of gameplay, as was everybody else. Damwon Kia was able to make it work against Gen G. Now KT's trying their hand at it, but realistically we're not seeing too much of this style of play right now in the LCK outside of top teams, right? And KT, I don't think they get that top team mantle just yet, but they are really proving themselves here against Gen G. And the way that they've done this, the quickness at which we saw the insta-lock-in of the Callista right after the Aphelios came through that they left open was just so cool to see, because clearly Hirai and crew are actually preparing really awesome comps for Gen G. They didn't go in here going, you guys play your best, we'll see what happens. Like, no, we're going to beat Gen G today in this best of 3. Like, you came to win as KT. You did not come to do your best. I love to see it.
Yeah, and that's the response you need after taking a really atrocious loss against Liv Sandbox just 2 days ago, right? They come back stronger, and that's just the sign of a great environment, good coaching, you know, and the players, obviously. The biggest thing, that they can keep their mental together for this gigantic matchup that they absolutely wanted to win.
You know what's really interesting about Rascal's build here is I feel like a lot of the time you go Sterak's second here because you feel like, I can carry. I got Sterak's. But actually, I think with the comp that KT has, the way to carry this as Lee Sin is to go Randuin's and make sure nobody can get out and actually just live long enough for the damage to fall up and go through for aiming. Like, this is actually how you carry this game. It's not the Sterak's. It's not selfish. It's team play oriented. But you're going to be the guy who's trapping everybody else in there on Gen G. They're going to really struggle to actually follow up or escape. So it's going to be twofold very awesome for Rascal to have this Randuin's early. He's so incredibly difficult to kill at this point. And can even actually use it to help secure kills on the Tryndamere inside lane now. Because this is not even going to crash.
Yep, will be denied. The only thing that Gen G get out of it is the gold for killing Shirley, the second Rift Herald.
Now, the game is not over, and, you know, I don't want to write the epilogue to the story here for KT before we actually turn the final page, because Gen G still have a really great composition that has a lot of engaged tools. Sejuani is going to really help against this Lisa and Poppy coming in. Control a choke point like this with the Arya's. Wow. Yeah,
that was really close.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
that
missed
looks like it scraped his back right there.
Chovy now has the opportunity to control his choke if he's here, but he's not. And so KT actually has spill through the cracks. I was jokingly saying Arya because Arya was the Orianna last game who controlled choke so well. Now Chovy isn't here, and now KT have so many different angles to approach this fight with.
Yeah, Nario's just doing his best to get that poke down. That's really his strategy, of course, on this LeBlanc, is to just get the poke down. That's really what she's used for here in this pro play. As Rascal, he's got a nice little flank. He is going to be spotted. That's a really great Sejuani ultimate, but now it's down as Sejuani, where did she go? I feel like she got really close to the camera, but she's not getting anywhere near this dragon, as that is just going to be the Ocean Soul basically for free, given over to KT at 22.5 minutes.
I really think the turning point there, which we won't ever see in a highlight and no one will like zoom in on it, but I really think the turning point for this whole Drake exchange that Gen G, by the way, were on first was when Chovy got minions mid. And it's been a new look for Chovy this whole season. It really has been. He's been less selfish in lane. He's been a team player. But you've got to put that ball in the choke point so that KT can't actually spread and get into this fight the way that they did. Or you get free poke as Arya, and then you get a free wraparound as Rascal, and Gen G isn't contesting anything. They're not starting a Drake. They're not threatening you. And I think that the fact that KT were able to fight that on their terms shouldn't be allowed to happen here. And if Gen G is not willing to commit further or actually try to set up for those choke point controls, maybe just try to side lane and do something else. Because you walked up to a Drake and then walked away empty-handed. It's Soul this time KT gains, and it's a very fast Elder Drake. KT have such a tempo advantage right now. They can do this. They can absolutely do this.
I love this. They have so much Baron damage. They have insane peel and turn off of this objective as Peanut's going in, and they're just ready to go. Look at this. They're like, yeah, sure, you want to fight? That's exactly what we came here for. Cuz gets burned out, though. Not quite the fight they were looking for. Gen G get the upper hand with the jungler now, or Gen G rather get this upper hand. KT's jungler out of this one as Peanut trying to frontline. He will get spotted. Gen G not comfortable to go for the Baron, but they're going to get a kill and a lot out of this.
Yeah, when you get a kill like this as Gen G with a Tryndamere, you can get so much because KT need to fight as a unit, and they don't have their own side laner. Rascal has no flash now, so won't be able to even match the Tryndamere very easily in a side lane. If it's multiple people coming after Doran, then it opens up so much more on the map because, okay, you try to kill this Tryndamere, he presses R and gets out. As Peanut in this only gets Arya at the front, so it looks like, man, they botched the engage. KT's ready to turn, as you said. Steadfast presence is there, but he gets burnt down, blown up, I should say, not burnt down, immediately.
Ruler nuked him.
Yeah, it was just how well he played that, and they've had the focus fire there.
Yeah.
Which is part of why I was calling for the Trundle, because that's one way you could do the same thing to Cuz in this comp. But it worked out just the same.
Rascal is there, just keeping an eye on Chovy. And yeah, I mean, he went pretty far up against that wall, and it looked like the rest of the team was not ready to fully commit, which is what I thought KT would go for, but not quite the case. And yeah, I mean, Ruler threw everything into him, and even the Moonlight Vigil straight only into Cuz, and it was enough damage. He's only got, you know, the one item. He has a stopwatch now. There's actually 3 stopwatches, and a Zhonya's completed on the Jarvan. That's totally normal, guys. That's the first item for support Jarvan. That's what you do.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about Spirit and how he really popularized this, on the Afrika Freaks 2-3 years back when he was still a player. Now the head coach of course, Kwangdong Freaks. But didn't get a chance for that because we did have that level 1 fight. So shout out to Spirit.
Yeah, it's really good to know your history and to tell people where this comes from. Although Life has now popularized it again in a resurgence of bot Jarvan here. They are controlling this choke point really well, but it's only for a little while because Gen.G have the longevity to push through. Now, Rascal's angle here, if he can catch Ruler, it's fantastic, but otherwise has to play this one slow, and I think KT may have just given Gen.G Baron Prio here without controlling the choke. That Scuttle is so valuable right now because it is going to give them the opportunity to see that Gen.G do in fact back out here, because otherwise Gen.G removed all division. And, I can hear the Korean casters talking about the scrims here, and this is something I wanted to talk about because KT clearly has scrimmed this comp so many times that they knew the timing of where they could actually pull to Baron after the Drake retreat. Like after Gen.G goes to buy items after they walk off a Drake, that's probably happened to them in scrims so many times. We're like, yeah, with this Kalista comp, we go straight for Baron, and we actually make the play. But they weren't able to pull it off. Like they weren't actually able to get that final step. They couldn't put the cherry on top. They couldn't, put the star on top of the Christmas tree for this one. And so now Gen.G really have a lot of avenues back into this game because there's no real permanent damage on the map. And this is the time where KT have to win Elder or probably win the game, or probably lose the game, rather. And there's not a whole lot that happens after this that's good news for KT because the lead has faded. We're talking about a 400 gold lead now, not a 3,000 gold lead. And it's still a comp that can fight really well. It still has a lot of engage, but if Gen.G win this fight or push them off of it and delay, like the sun will set and we will go to a game 3. So this is the tense moment here for KT.
Yeah, it's really the turning point, right? Because if Gen.G win the next fight, then all the tempo of KT's tempo comp is lost. And you can't really afford to have that. And it already feels like a bit of that tempo advantage has gone away. And you can see that Gen.G is confidently, once again, setting up for this. Chovy's able to push the lane and get with his team early this time. And he's able to set up for this fight. Now, it's still 25 seconds until this does spawn, but Gen.G, you can see that all eyes are on the, the victory points, which is, of course, the Elder Drake.
Yeah.
Peanut got Warmogs, so all of this LeBlanc poke doesn't really matter. He's going to get back that health almost immediately.
It's becoming more common to see that built.
There it is.
And
full health.
It's back to full health. Drake spawn, they have Prio. They do not know where Arya is, but the way they're grouped right now, it's really easy for them to slowly chip the health bars away on this Elder, make KT come to them. Rascal looking for Ruler here.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a clear shot.
Rascal's in there. Doran is going to have to blow that ultimate, and they knock out the Sejuani again, and now it's a 5v4 as Ruler is there in the front line. He's going to be taken. Oh, he's going to survive. How did he survive through all of that?
But he's so low health. The Sejuani's too far away.
Yeah, and they're zoning them away from the Elder, so KT's still going to be able to take down the big objective. I still don't know how he survived.
Ruler almost instantly gets killed by the Elder as it dies because his health bar is down at so low. He is able to survive here. They're looking for him. He's gotten out, though. He has backed. He's gone. But now KT, they wrestled it back again off of one sick ult from Cuz. We talked about he's had a little bit of an identity crisis here in the LCK, but twice now he sets up for these incredible objectives. And KT should be able to secure this.
Yeah, they have Elder now. It's their objective. There's no way that Gen.G want to fight this now. And yeah, I mean, Cuz is my POG, absolutely, for this game, if I had a vote. Which I don't, unfortunately. As Peanut...
You may influence my vote.
And now with the Elder, I mean, Peanut's trying to do the Gromp. You're not going to get that, buddy. I mean, well, he did get the Gromp, but can he get out here alive? Life has to go into his Zhonya's. It's buying a lot of time as the cube comes in, but Rascal... perhaps not wanting to go in there, perhaps not enough energy. Either way, they still have a very strong push that is coming in here, trying to clear the wave. Chovy's very far up, and he's nearly going to get taken out, but the Zhonya's will save him for now. As I swear, these Gen.G guys, they have 9 lives. Azaria's going in for it. He's not going to find it.
The Zhonya's the Elder execution.
Yep.
It was below the red threshold, and he blocks it. He survives.
Best item in the game, stopwatch right there, 650.
So both Ruler avoids it and Chovy's avoided it now. Do they even have an Elder buff?
How
But
does Ruler survive this? This is insane.
I mean, he's a Aphelios. He's got that lifesteal.
Chovy shields, and then,
Lantern.
yeah, Lantern again.
Lantern double proc there.
Yeah.
Because I guess you get it there at the beginning, and then he gets it the second time. Is Peanut's caught.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen this.
But
I don't think Cuz quite has the damage, but he does have Elder Drake, so.
He has he has the Warmogs you mentioned, Bramble Vest coming through, on top of obviously the gauntlet he picked up earlier, and he has a Lantern to get out. So I like that Peanut is wrestling with vision like this because, I mean, you've got to try to stop things like this from happening.
Yeah, I mean, Warmogs will keep you alive for a long period of time, but can he survive the Elder? He will again. As somehow, someway, Life is going to be able to get out of there, and there's the damage on the lands. As finally, no! It's going to be denied again by another stopwatch, but in goes Arya, takes down 2. But take a look at Ruler. He's frontlining as Dorian just disappears. Had to ultimate early.
And now, look at this build here, actually, too, for Ruler. I thought he had a Bloodthirster in this build for a second after watching that last fight. I was like, how does he live through this? Does he have enough? No, he does not actually have a, he's got a Gale Force in this game. He doesn't have that lifeline that you're going to get. No shield bow. But he's still just so much damage long term. If he's not blown up early, he will eventually win out those longer fights, just like we saw him carry on the Jinx in the previous game. Has to be respected. And even though it looks like, okay, KT got Elder and Baron, they got Exodia, they should be able to win the game, right? Not really, because Peanut's actually stopped them at every turn. And even though it looks like Peanut is caught here, quote unquote, he actually lives with a Lantern. He has Warmogs. He walks out and we'll go back up to full health.
For now.
But he also was able to spot this engage coming and absorb 2 ultimates.
Look at Arya here. Boom. Huge damage. He does get taken out, though, and that's another kill into the pockets of Ruler. And this game is going pretty late now. I mean, we're past 30 minutes now.
You can win 5v5 fights as KT, but you can't win 3v3s. Like, if it goes to like a 3v3 scenario, you have to back out. Because once your engage is gone, once your ults are gone, once the burst has found its mark.
Yeah, you're going to age 200 years if that happens.
Yes, if Aphelios is alive, you cannot win a 3v3 fight. You will not do it. It will not happen.
Yeah, and you talked about Bloodthirster. Looks like that's the next item here, potentially. Yeah, looks pretty likely, as that is a pretty big swing into KT's pockets. That is coming here in the gold, about 5,000, 4,000 ahead now.
KT, we talked about also the Baron they couldn't get earlier. They got the second one here, but no permanent damage, no inhibitors. So once again, they had the tempo. They wrestled it back for a moment with that sick Poppy ult from Cuz. But they couldn't actually do any, they couldn't get any kills. They couldn't actually push for an inhibitor, even with Baron buff. And I think Peanut's defense there and how aggressively he held his ground in those choke points, absorbed those ultimates, took the damage, then healed back up, then tried to block them from wrapping around again. He prevented them from getting behind Gen G. And Gen G were actually pushing mid, right, holding that mid wave, that Baron wave that's being pushed down. And every time KT tried to wrap around, Peanut was there on the Sejuani and stopped them from getting through. And again, I think it might look to the layman like, oh man, what are you doing, Peanut? You're getting caught again. But I think him being there actually really prevented KT from getting any inhibitors killed here.
He's a giant, fluffy Sejuani ward, essentially. You sit there, you absorb damage, you provide vision, you cover the flanks, as you were talking about, and then you just heal up with Warmogs. And you just keep doing that. You keep soaking. And that's basically going to be his role in this game, because like I was saying in the draft, like he hasn't really been able to be an efficient ball carrier against this comp. You know, he can't just like dive into all of them because there's the Poppy there, there's the Jarvan there, there's the Lee Sin kick. It's really hard to get in on this comp.
Gen G, this time they don't have Prio, they're gonna have to fight for it. And they are grouped up in this choke point. Ruler is like, just frontline for me. Let me live through the first 10 seconds of this fight, and I will win you the game. That is what Ruler is common right now. Let me live for 10 seconds in a fight.
That's big turret value there from the Aphelios turret. Second Elder Drake fight here. By the way, objective bounty for Gen G. If they do pick this up, that would be even more gold into their pockets. Astorin trying to frontline as Tryndamere. He's not having a very fun time against this Kalista, that is for sure. As again it happens! happens. Once again, third time this game, Peanut gets denied any access to the Dragon Pit, and he might just go down here. He will have to flash away as the engage will come in. The Zhonya's is there. KT want to end this one.
Ruler, though!
The backline is coming in. Ruler is shelling them all down. As he's going to Gale Force in, Rascal trying to push them away. They're still trying to fight this, or KT with the Elder buff.
I mean, Gen G win this fight, I think, if Ruler is allowed to live. Rend comes through here onto life.
I think they have too much mobility to KT.
Yeah.
I mean, they're dancing circles around them.
Ruler, there's no turret here. He's going to be able to come up through this bottom lane. Rascal's pushing. They're still on the chase.
You're not...
I think Gen G are actually okay here now. I think as Arya, you need to be thinking about turning around. They could turn. I'm telling you. Watch out. This Aphelios is extremely fed.
He's got Gravitum too. As aiming, he's just going to hop away. This is the problem, right? They just have way too much mobility. As in goes Arya, he's trying to burst him down, and Ruler still hasn't been able to get one auto attack off.
Rascal is trying to win the game in mid right now as well. He's trying to get through a turret, so this is not all for naught here for KT if they don't get these kills, because they're still getting damaged on the map, but they can still back off to a Baron.
Yeah. There's
Rascal!
delaying, and there it is. Here comes Rascal, and that's going to be the end of the two carries. They both go down, and Peanut somehow lives again. As it's 3v3, but this time I think it favors KT. They are barreling down into the base of Gen G.
Gen G, they tried to play the scaling comp again. They tried to survive through the tempo advantages that KT had, but it just wasn't enough in the end. They are pushing to end now without Baron. Just got to get through these Nexus turrets, and they're looking poised to do just that.
Lens, poor Lens. He's not going to be able to do anything on this Thresh. This game looks like it's over. Arya wants one last kill, and that is very deserved. KT will get the 2-0, although we do see Doran trying to fight back here. He will be denied any luck. Down goes the Nexus, and KT upset with a gigantic 2-0 victory tonight.
Massive upset, the first team this season to defeat Gen G, and even though Doran wanted to show us one more way the Elder Drake will not proc in those final moments, he is not able to defend it. Rascal was pushing mid. He pushed that wave in super hard, got that turret, but then he ended up making the flank afterwards there. Gen G ring around the rosy there to try to keep Ruler alive, to try to end up winning that 3v3, but it wasn't enough in the end when Rascal decided to come in and look for the kick. KT rolls with two similar games here, getting the tempo advantage early, playing these unique bot side champions. Life playing as Jarvan in his set, two champions he's so famous for playing with Ruler, a player who was the crux of this composition, a player who was in the late game, fully fed, ready to go, ready to fight. Give me 10 seconds, I win you this fight, but he could not get those 10 seconds. KT, lightning fast when it mattered most and on objectives. This is a game day where you look at, you could feel the scrims, you could feel how much this team prepared. You could watch every moment of every draft they did, how quickly they locked in the Jarvan, as this team came extremely prepared tonight for Gen G. They saw Gen G struggle in that series last week, and they were like, maybe they don't prepare for us.
Marry me. Can I get in on that? Can I also request that?
We're going to have to share, I think.
Yeah.
The LCK fans are all looking for him, but he beats his old team tonight. Score is defeated by the new KT roster today, and it was so clean the way they executed this comp is Cuz finally has his moment. I think he's been the most inconsistent part of this roster, has been the most heavily criticized, even more than Arya has, even with some weak laning games. But today, I put my check in the jungle box, like you said. He secured them every single major objective.
Yeah, I think it's him or Rascal probably. Huge moments on the Lee Sin. I mean, even Arya had a great game there. The entire team had a great game there for game two, and it took everything. I mean, Gen Z were putting up a really good fight in that game. They were trying to slow down the tempo. Ruler was getting gigantic. They were staving off the undeniable aggression that was coming out of KT, but in the end, it was just too much for them to bear. And this is the roller coaster of KT. Welcome again. They lose 2-1 to Live Sandbox, and then they 2-0 Gen G 2Ds later. It's poetic at this point.
I think the fact that Rascal got so far ahead in this game really kind of set the stage for Gen G's struggles through the mid game, because Doran wasn't able to really be involved in a lot of these team fights the way you would want a Tryndamere to be in most comps, right, in the early game. But then Gen G avoided taking all those fights, just like they did in Game 1, because they were so afraid that if they kept losing them, KT's momentum would be too huge. But they bounced back in a big way until KT were able to, again, knock the Sejuani out. And then Aria with the big one here. Double kill in less than a second.
Can we just get a replay clip of Cuz knocking out Peanut from the Dragon Pit 3 times in a row?
I mean, we might on our
This fight
desk.
was even insane as well.
Yeah.
And this one went on for a good 2 minutes. I mean, they chased them all the way down the lane. Rascal eventually came back.
I genuinely believed that if KT misplayed how they chased this, that actually Gen G would win it and actually win the game.
It was very close. It was on a knife's edge there. But the mobility was just too much.
Yeah, the mobility was key. Rascal coming down here to set it up as well to make sure they could end. As we'll listen to the final moments here. What a night for KT fans, because this is the big one. You know, the almost win over Damwon Kia is one thing, and that's where a lot of people got very, very, you know, I don't want to say excited, but I will say
ecstatic,
very interested in looking at KT's performances for future games, and this is the one where you seal the deal. Just push the tower.
Yeah. And yeah, it's all business until the end, right? They get the kill, and then everybody shouts on the win.
Probably the most Elder procs denied in a single game of League of Legends for Gen G. It's still not enough.
It was insane how well Gen G was playing it at the end with their stopwatch timings and how they were able to deny so much damage and execution.
That is the most damage I think I've seen on a Callista graph in a post-game since I started casting League of Legends. 21.6k, aiming fantastic on it.
Yeah. I wouldn't even be surprised if he got it. Like, I mean, so many of these guys played so well in the second game. It's a really hard vote.
It's just such salt in the wounds, too, that it's Ruler's ex-partner on the opposite side playing the same comp he is famous for playing with him, and KT steal it away. So many storylines in one best of 3 of League of Legends. I love it so much.
And the biggest thing that I love about this is that it throws the LCK into chaos. Who's the best team now? Is it T1? Might be.
Could be.
Probably. I mean, Gen G have been looking weak the last couple of weeks, rather. So, is it T1?
We'll
Can
find
Gen G
out.
Come back? Is Damwon there? Is it KT?
T1,
I don't know.
T1 playing tomorrow, man. That's the big one.
Who knows? Now we don't know because KT just smashed them. Anyway, guys, we do have the analyst desk ready to go. I'll hand it over to Atlas and Chronicler. Maybe they can tell us.
Thank you very much, Valdez. There's one thing that I know, and that is I am not excited, not enthusiastic, not overly gonna be emotional about this. This 2-0. This was just KT Rolster having a good game. Congratulations, nice work. We'll see what happens in the next one.
As expected, I think.
You're welcome, KT fans. We need to make sure that this is how we react to a situation like this. And we also need to give you a bit of an update on how the gentleman on the top side of the map for KT has been doing. This is Rascal. This is his solo kills. That is and that's only this season. That's not all time, by the way. No, this guy is just absurd.
The man.
What is that? 14?
Yeah,
14 already.
The man gets the job done.
Yeah.
He it doesn't matter the matchup. We've seen him do it on both sides of matchups that are perceived as counters. Previously in the Gragas against Gnar matchup.
Yeah.
Rascal don't care. Rascal will single-handedly get it done. And the reason why we highlight is, outside of it's just hilarious to do it again and again and again, is in this match, I think that it was one of the most pivotal things, because this draft from Gen G relies on the side lane pressure of a Tryndamere. That is the only pressure point that they have. I think that Sejuani should have been a big enabler of that, because without that, yes, Orianna and the Aphelios skill, great, but look at the rest of the team. You know KT is going to have full prio in basically every lane. You know they're going to be able to shove in. You know they're going to win the skirmishes. They're going to get the early objectives. All that is a given with this draft. But you have the top side. You have Sejuani, Tryndamere, an amazing 1v2, 2v2 combo, and then Rascal solo kills Doron, level 2.
Yeah. And that happened. We don't have the replay from that, but a large portion of what happened after that moment was Doran not being able to find a foothold, honestly looking like he was almost psyched out from
Very
that
tilted.
point on. He was not having a great game. But let's get into our first highlight here, which is the first Elder fight and the first Cuz highlight, as this guy is just the most pinpoint helicopter pilot I have seen in a very long time.
Yeah, it's ludicrous. As is the fact that Ruler survives
Yeah,
here.
this is just...
It makes no sense. I don't get how it's done. I mean, we can because it's Lahans just doing so much work there.
Yeah.
But the key thing, and one of the big reasons why I think that Cuz Rascal duo was really the big reason, is those objectives. Every single key objective, we don't even get to look at the soul fight, but same thing happened. Peanut walks into Poppy, and Cuz says no.
Yeah.
Not happening. We're not flipping. This isn't a flip. This is our objective.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that the boys brought it up on the desk as well, talking about the extra mobility that KT had. And we've seen these comps drafted before, but we haven't seen all of that mobility utilized in the way that KT did in this game. Like the corralling. We're going to be able to see it in this highlight that we'll bring up right now, and you can go over it, Chronicler.
I think that,
Again, Sejuani bye-bye.
yeah, goodbye, Peanut. Because the margins here are very thin, because you're walking into a 4-item Aphelios. I think it might have been 3.5, but way too many items of Aphelios here. And you see that initially this doesn't go well, but all you need to do, and what KT does so well here, is make sure that the base is unreachable, right? Back timers are way too long because there's no Baron buff available, and then arguably a game-winning play here found by Rascal as he again gets into the enemy backline, but this is also enabled by Arya and aiming, and that really, to me, was the beauty of KT's player today. Everything worked. Cuz was aggressive, outmatched Peanut basically the entire series. Arya did incredible amounts of damage. Rascal, we've been over it, he solo killed a lot.
Yeah.
And aiming and life did exceptional as well.
This is the crazy thing. There's a support Jarvan in this game, and it's taken until now to talk about it, and it's the POG
It's
time.
live.
So let's bring that up onto your screen. Rascal or Cuz, who's it going to be? I'm looking forward to seeing who actually picks this one up. I think it should be a split, but it is Rascal that grabs it in the end. 3-1 and 4, double solo kills on the Lee Sin. His Lee Sin top is just next level here in the LCK.
I would be sad if there weren't a great amount of votes for
We
Cuz
know
as
that
well.
Wolf voted for Cuz, right?
Yeah, and I think like these are the two choices.
Yeah.
Cuz's impact in mid to late game team fights was pivotal, but I again want to reiterate, I think this Tryndamere was the only pressure point that was available for a composition with a lot of scaling, and Rascal just absolutely demolished Doran. And Doran,
Kick, dead.
we know he's a player that sometimes can get in his own head, and we saw the lack of impact dying so many times later stages as well, right? Like, he's about to die over here with his ultimate still up. And that is something I think that, as, again, Rascal setting up for the rest of his team, that all stems from Rascal just demolishing the lane every single time.
Yeah.
That's what 14 solo kills will catch.
And actually going to even out with Doran. And this is the really interesting thing, right? In other games, Doran wasn't as much of an issue for Gen G. He has been a PowerPoint as 12 out of 3.
Really?
Oh, no. I didn't actually know that Wolf had voted for Cuz. I just knew that, Valdez was talking about Cuz getting it so many times, but this is crazy.
Cuz, I'm happy with Rascal getting it, but Cuz was deserved more.
We were having a conversation.
He deserved the nod.
I was bullying you for not picking Rascal, and you were like, "Well, you're gonna have to take this one if it's a 13.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the other way around.
Yeah, it
honestly
absolutely was. But ladies and gentlemen, the interview's ready, so here is Jason.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Season for the interpret translation, joined by Life and Rascal from KT Roaster, beating the undefeated Gen G here in the LCK Spring. I cannot imagine how happy you guys are after that victory, and Life, you defeated your former team. How do you feel? This Gen G series, was crazy, especially this was a former team of me and Rascal, so really enjoyed playing against our ex-team, and I'm so happy right now. So did you guys have a talk about, playing against Gen G especially? Nothing much, but I think we all had the desire to beat Gen G in our heart. Rascal, what about you? I wasn't paying attention to it, but throughout the game I did feel very nervous than usual. I guess, inside my heart, I was very conscious about the fact that I'm playing against Genji. And live, there's a rumor saying that you have your eyes glued to Ruler, especially the moment Ruler used his flash, you were smiling, saying, Ruler no flash. So how was playing against Ruler as an enemy? We've been together like forever. So seeing him on the other side of the rift was really weird. At the same time, I couldn't resist just focusing on Ruler. So game number 1, I had my eyes just glued to Ruler. I was a little bit emotional in that game, so I want to say sorry to my teammates. A lot of people thought it was going to be a very tough match for KT Roaster. How are you able to beat the favorite of the series? After the last defeat, we had a lot of communication about our play, about the match, and also our coaching staff kind of redirected us in terms of playing the game, and they told us to stay strong. And also, you guys can get used to, taking some of the unexpected losses. It's actually more about, improving every time after that loss. So we were able to regain our confidence. And live, the moment set was unbanned, KT Roaster was fast enough to lock that in. Did you expect that champion to pass through? I mean, I played set like forever, and I have a very high win rate on the champion. So, but not many teams actually target ban the champ, so I thought it was gonna be pretty, viable in this series as well. And every time I lock in set, I'm just filled with confidence. So I was pretty sure that we will be able to get the win. Then how did you feel when they just immediately banned that away in game 2? I did see that coming, but yeah, it felt great. And then with that set removed, we had J4 support locked in from KT Roaster. We had 3 jungle picks locked in from KT Roaster. Could you break down that strategy? I don't think that comp was good, Lee Sim, Bobby, and J4. But we just solely relied on our confidence, and we wanted to go with our comfort picks and signature picks. And live, with the Kalista J4 comp, this is actually a undefeated comp with you and Ruler. So why did you decide to play that against him this time around? Yeah, Kalista J4. I've always thought that this is a great comp since the Genji days, and I think I've been practicing that comp for Ruler for all this time. Rasco, you have been very harsh on Ruler, both you and Rasco. That kick on Kalista at the end was also so on point. He had no flash, and aiming was like, stop pushing mid. Rascal, just come down and come for a kick. And our teammates were actually was so good at looking for the right angle. Not only that team fight angle, but also your solo kill angle is so on point. You are on top of the standings right now. I think the biggest reason is because I never feel small. I'm rather very confident on stage, and if you go for that play, you can always get solo kills. And every time I get a POG on Lee Sin, there's the LCK thumbnail, me Photoshop with the bald Lee Sin skin, but I don't mind too much about it because I'll be joining the army with my hair bald anyways later on. And just like I mentioned last time, Lee Sin is very versatile as long as you can pilot the champion correctly. But other players are practicing on other picks because I also never practiced that much. But once I played it on stage and it worked in the LCK, I actually realized that this champion has so much potential. And this is gonna be a great start of your Lunar New Year break. What's your plan for the holidays? Well, these days I've been grinding so much, so I'm just gonna lay in my bed and chill. What about your life? What's your holiday plans? I'll be visiting my family after a very long while. I'm gonna see my family, have a reunion, and have a long sleep. So lastly, any holiday wishes for the fans and families out there? 1, 2, 3. And Happy New Year. Happy New Year from Rascal Life and Tongyan. And you'll be playing against DRX after the holidays. Just like, I mean, the previous matches we made a lot of mistakes, so we will do our best in order to get rid of all the mistakes, and I think we have a potential to reach even higher in the LCK. And you know, we've been learning so much from our coaching staff, so I hope we can play up to their lessons and their hopes. Even though we got a 2-0 victory, we wouldn't let our guards down. We will not get arrogant. We will keep working hard in order to continue this momentum. And that'll be it from Rascal Life from KT Roaster beating Gen G. And I'm going to pass it back to Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as per usual, for the exemplary translation of a great interview with two former Gen G players. There was so much to talk about that we didn't even get to go into like the big overarching narrative type stories about, you know, Rascal playing against his old team, Life playing against his old team. Mentioned Life versus Ruler, but you can't really avoid that one. Let's bring up the standings though and see what happened after this game as T1 take a pretty solid lead here. Leading into their match against Damwon Kia that will be coming up tomorrow. And KT move over to the west, 5th place, exactly where we thought that they would be.
T1 also with the opportunity tomorrow, of course, to take an even bigger lead.
Yeah.
Able to go up 6-0 if they can beat Damwon Kia. And I'm glad KT is where I think they belong. Good middle of the pack team, and maybe sometimes days like this where they're on fire, firing on all cylinders, beat one of the better teams. No problem.
Absolutely. However, we are not over enthusiastic about it whatsoever. No. Our next match will be Nongshim taking on DRX. A DRX that are coming off a couple of victories and might be able to cause some issues for another up-and-coming team here in the LCK. Nothing is settled. Everything's up in the air and it's all very exciting. Also, we have a very long break. So you guys can find something more interesting to do, and we'll see you back here in about, I guess, a bit under an hour.
일단 구마유시 선수는 등장부터 심상치 않았던 것 같아요. 그리고 다른 팀도 아니고 또 T1에서 뭔가 이렇게 새롭게 출전을 한다 그러면 언제나 또 주목도가 더 높기도 하거든요. 언제나 모든 선수들한테 쉽지 않겠지만 또 신인이고 아직 이제 더 발전하는 단계라고 보는 게 맞는데 더 나아가기 위해서는 그냥 신인인데 괜찮다. 신인인데 주목할 만하다가 아니라 국내 최고 거의 넘어서서 세계 최고의 원딜 이런 걸 이루기 위해서는 더 나아가야 되는데 이 과정이 언제나 모든 선수들한테 쉽지 않겠지만 구마유 씨 이제 정상을 차지할 때입니다.
2020년 올해 와 진짜 많은 거 이루지 않았냐 너?
뭐 많이 했죠 이번 연도는. 일단 그냥 주전으로 경기를 나왔다는 것 자체가 저한테는 되게 뿌듯한 일이었던 것 같아요. T1이 워낙에 이 관심이 많은 팀이다 보니까 당연히 고되다고 생각하는데 저는 좀 즐기는 편이라서.
우리 형이 이신영이다. 우리 형이 이노베이션이다. 이건 솔직히 그거는 긍정적인 영향이 많을 것 같아. 솔직히 부러운 부분일 것 같거든. 특히 고맙다라든가 어떤 영향을 받았다든가 이런 게 있니?
저도 이제 프로 생활을 좀 어린 나이에 시작을 했잖아요. 16살 때쯤에 이제 처음에 팀에 들어왔던 것 같은데 저희 형 같은 경우에 이제 중학교 2학년 저보다 더 어린 나이에 서울 혼자 상경해가지고 프로 생활을 했었었는데 제가 프로 생활을 하니까 되게 힘들고 이게 외롭고 고된데 저희 형 같은 경우에 이제 더 안 좋은 상황에서 이렇게 혼자 서울에서 했던 거를 생각하니까 되게 그런 게 저한테 좀 더 힘이 되고 동기부여가 되고 그런 것 같아요.
T1 グマイシのワーズでのストーリーはグループステージで今年の覇者となった EDG を相手に1位を勝ち取ったところからスタートしました。
야 월드 챔피언십을 간 거는 야 진짜 그건 막 느낌이 어떠니?
되게 좀 간다는 거에 되게 실감 안 가긴 했어요. 처음에 간다고 했을 때. 근데 일단 모든 프로 선수들이 궁극적으로 원하는 목표니까 되게 큰 의미가 있다고 생각해요.
내년 담원기아와의 경기는 지금 시점으로 봐서 어떨 것 같니?
내년에는 저희가 이길 수 있다고 생각을 해요. 왜냐하면은 썸머 때 저희가 3대1로 졌잖아요. 4강은 이제 3대2로 졌으니까 다음 경기는 저희가 이길 수 있지 않을까. 1점씩 오르고 있다는 느낌으로.
Damn old legends and old legacies. Goodbye, Faker. Goodbye, T1. Hello, Damwon and Showmaker. They will defend their title in the finals and look to go back to back.
준결승은 세미파이널은 없었지 경기력의 차이는. 지금 시점은 똑같이 그러면 담원기아가 제일 위협적인 존재일까?
내년에 이제 스토브 리그가 좀 다 정리되면은 당연히 이제 강해진 팀들도 많을 거라서 다 경계가 되지만 일단은 저희와 이제 오래 싸워왔던 팀이니까 그래도 담원기아가 가장 경계되는 것 같아요.
Este tirador de T1, que tuvo que ganarse su lugar, comenzó como suplente, pero paso a paso logró dar una gran actuación en el Mundial 2021.
Firing back, polymorph on the Shaco, very squishy champion, ulti now coming in. He is not scared of that Shaco. Instant tournament from WC, perfect guns, perfectly played.
너하고 캐리어하고 둘은 어떻게 보면 나이도 같고 해서 호흡 잘 맞지? 어떻게 생각하니?
호흡 같은 거는 서로 말 안 하고도 라인전 같은 거는 할 수 있는 수준이어가지고 서로가 그냥 정답에 가까운 플레이를 하니까 된다고 생각을 해요.
근데 훈련을 통해도 되니? 아니면 서로 궁합이 맞아야 되나? 어떻게 되는 거야?
훈련도 가능하고 민석이랑 저 같은 경우에는 둘 다 되게 잘하는 선수라 생각을 해가지고 그래서 잘하는 사람끼리는 이제 통한다 그런 말이 있잖아요. 그런 느낌인 것 같아요.
2019年，国外 LC 加入 T1 Rookies， 正式开启了职业生涯的征程。
T1에서 프로게이머를 시작했던 이후 내 프로게이머 인생의 마무리는 T1. 한마디만 좀 정리를 좀 해줄 수 있을까? 나의 프로게이머 시작은 또 나의 마무리는?
시작을 T1에서 한 이유 자체가 그 T1의 상징적인 페이커라는 선수가 있지만은 최소한 그 다음 가는 그런 상징적인 T1의 선수가 되고 싶어가지고 왔기 때문에 결국 그 목표를 이룰 때까지는 계속 T1에 있지 않을까 생각을 해요.
어떤 노력을 해야 그 1위 정상에 오를 수 있을까?
정상이라는 거가 되게 쉽게 주어질 수 없는 표현이라 생각을 해가지고 단순하게 월즈 1회 우승이 아닌 여러 방면으로 봤을 때 정말 이 선수만한 선수가 없다까지 오르는 게 정상으로 가는 길이라고 생각을 해요.
T1은 우승할 자질을 갖춘 그런 팀이라고 생각하냐?
이룰 거기 때문에 당연히 가능성이 있다고 생각을 합니다.
하실 분
가자. 죽여줄게 그냥.
들어와.
원래
카밀 이렐?
이래 장인이 뭔지 보여줘.
형 카밀 보조 뭐더라?
영감.
비스켓 CM을?
빡겜 모드로 해줘 아니면 좀
빡겜으로 해줘.
오케이. 아 이거 왜 다? 이거 CM을 드는 게 어딨어 카밀이.
오늘 뭐 드는데 형이 CM을 든다며?
반칙이야. 맞아. 봐줘. 아 봐줘. 집.
와 이 사람 나한테 솔킬 따였어. 진짜 더럽게 못하네. 이렐리야.
원래 이래리 초반에 진단 말이야.
근데 왜 싸웠는데? 나한테 개발렸어.
자신감 세워주려 하는 거 아니야.
야 내가 솔킬 2번 탔어.
다시 제대로 해줄게. 나와.
아 진짜 야 이렐 형 진짜 아쉽다. 야 이렐리 할게.
아 이래 하지 말아봐.
아 했어.
아 이래 밀어줘 하자.
아 안돼. 아니 재미없어 밀어줘.
아 재밌어.
아 뭔 재민데.
이제 무슨 재민지 내가 보여줄게. 너가 진짜 롤을 잘하네. 오늘 바텀 캐리다.
재밌긴 하네 이렐리.
재미없다?
내 발밑에서 죽는 걸 영광으로 하다.
정글 대통령 이겨야 돼.
그냥 이겨 우리가.
파이팅.
들어갈게.
용.
잡아, 용 잡아.
용. 아칼리
알았어.
괜찮아. 아칼리 놀면 막.
나 괜찮을 듯.
아칼리 연막 받았어.
그에 빨렸어.
꽹.
안 좋아. 우리가 이겼어.
좋아. 앞에부터. 가르만 놓고.
야 이겼어. 야 봐줘.
나 스킬 없어.
왜 이렇게 안 죽어?
바로. 봐줄게. 야 그거 잡았어. 야 너 찍힌다.
노플이야, 노플.
내가 할게. 내가 마무리할게. 잡았어.
나이스.
야 이거 용준아
빨리.
칼리 노플.
야 레토 좀 맞게
렌터 없어. 야 보자.
야 괜찮아 여기 좋아
나이스.
이거
아리아데스.
어디에요 여기 괜찮아
캐리.
형 내 캐리야
머라이어 캐리야.
내 캐리야
머리야 캐리야. 오케이 우리 팀 캐리.
형 바텀에 뻥 탔어
바텀 이겼어.
바텀 탔어
머라이어 캐리.
땀 봐도 돼?
이제 멀어.
봐줄게 레오나 노플
레오나. 자르반 잡았어. 오케이. 끝까지. 맞아. 오리.
나 우리 갈 수 있어
아.
잡았어 나이스
아씨. 탑 솔킬 나이스.
아니 나 쏘리
오케이.
뭐야 싸우지 마
야 윤수.
빼면 더 봐
아니 저 안 죽어요.
저 레오나부터.
네. 음파 빠졌어. 음파 없어.
미신 노공
제 강함이 너무 심취했어요. 너 세긴 하다.
나 상태 없다
나이스. 미안해요 우리 팀.
나 집대 봐올게
오리.
알리스터.
수고했어
나이스.
캐리에.
잘했다 오늘 2대0으로 저도 콜만 잘 맞으면 되나요?
아니 그 재수없는 소리 하지 말고 아직. 편하게 이길 거야. 우리가 더 잘해 진짜.
오늘은 드디어 이긴 날이긴 해
이기자. 할 수 있다.
화이팅 돌만의 킥뷰
이렇게.
앞으로 볼래?
진 높을.
보자
이거
나 한 턴 빨았어, 한 턴 빨았어. 앞에 지키면 되나? 나 탄을 천천히 해봐, 천천히. 나 2, 6초, 2, 5초, 2, 5초, 4초, 3초. 나이스. 나이스.
땡겨봐, 땡겨봐.
나 한번 돌게, 이거 한번 돌게.
이거 나 3주격각 보고 있을게.
나 다리 좋아, 나 다리 좋아.
먹을 생각 하자, 먹을 생각.
먹을게, 먹을게, 먹을게. 니달리. 천천히 해봐, 천천히 해봐. 레오나부터. 한 턴 빼자, 한 턴 빼자.
아, 이거 줘야 될 것 같아.
우리 못해. 스틸각 봐. W 선수 스틸각 봐.
거리 안 돼.
그라가스 막아주는 거. 아, 이거 빼야 돼, 그럼. 별로야. 빼자. 앞에 잡았다. 빼면서.
어우,
괜찮아. 아, 이거 앞에서 그냥 성훈이가 그냥 니달리 막하고 먹을래? 그래.
오케이.
먹어봐. 니달 막했어. 진노플 싸워봐. 진. 야, 이거 오리아나 뒤에 있어. 진 노플이야.
진 잡았어.
오케이.
나 이거 집대랄게.
이거 건우 피 많이 없다, 이거.
깨볼래?
때리면 될 듯.
싸워.
잡았어. 아우야.
나이스.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze. ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at Seoul, South Korea, and ready for the second match of tonight's LCK. Nongshim Red Force up against DRX. We did have a bit of an upset in the last match, if you guys did miss it. KT taking the 2-0 over Gen G and really putting the LCK into a interesting spot. But Nongshim should have the upper hand in this one.
Yeah, they definitely should. They're coming as pretty big favorites here over DRX. However, they are trending slightly downward, DRX trending upward, so there's always a chance for that momentum here for DRX to continue. We've seen how happy Pioshik has looked in those previous few wins, so I think anything could happen tonight. We already had one massive 2-0 upset tonight. What's another?
What's another? You never know, right? It could be the day of opposites tonight, and DRX do have some big names on that roster. It seems like they have found a bit of their footing. We are going to take a look at the roster update right now. but we need a little bit more time on that.
Yeah,
one,
we
so.
can kind of lead into it. So we got an update from the DRX organization today that Coach Kim is actually now, technically speaking, somewhat of a free agent. He's still under contract, but he's allowed to explore other options and may re-sign with the team. Because they have Shine as their interim head coach, they will not face the same penalty that happened when T1 had a similar coaching restructural issue. Also, the timing of this kind of works out for DRX because it's not between round robins or anything like that. So they still have a normal interim coach. Everything's fine. There are no rules broken, so they won't actually face any penalties is the basic crux of this. I don't know if the CG will happen or not, but I think I kind of went through all of it. Generally speaking, we don't know why Coach Kim is no longer being listed as head coach and what happened within DRX until they give us more information, because until they make an official public announcement, this is as much as we know.
Yeah, so that's about it. You guys did get to see that slightly behind us, but other than that, we do have some points of the match. Couple of wins after 3 losses is DRX, and trying to read that behind me. Nongshim. Okay, now we have our CGs. We're ready.
All right, so we'll go through this really fast. So the interim head coach is Shine, Shin Dong-wook, and team had its own authority to release its own staff, blah, 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 not actually subject to penalties. He's actually still technically under contract, but he's allowed to see if he wants to find another team. We don't really know the real story here just yet. As long as the updated roster satisfies the roster requirements, minimum 1 head coach and 1 coach, the team is not subject to penalties. And because they have 2 coaches still available on their roster, they're TLDR.
Yep, Nongshim wants to keep top 4, but DRX did get 2 wins after 3 loss streak. Can the improved DRX take down Nongshim 2? Definitely a question, as you were talking about, Wolf. DRX is on the uptrend, so maybe they can actually challenge Nongshim. But Nongshim definitely, they're not one of the big 3, but they're part of the inclusive 4.
Yeah, that's right. They're not an official big 3. Maybe we'll make a 4th spot for them if they win a world's title, but that's in the future. Will Zeka pass the BDD exam? We just to say we just add test to any mid laner, and this is our point of the match. But BD is definitely a very strong mid laner and is going to be a big challenge for Zeka, who has had fairly weak laning so far. His team fighting has been much better than the CS that he is able to gain, the gold he's able to get early. And Ghost versus Barrel. This is the story a lot of people have been waiting for. Is it's twice in one day we get this. We get Life, split up from Ruler in our first series, and now we get the Ghost versus Barrel. So it's very exciting to see this duo that's split up, reunited as enemies.
Yeah, and that did go well for the support player in our last matchup. New support pick. Peter impressed everybody with the Blitzcrank lock-in versus the LoL Master. Barrel got a win on Tom Kench. I suppose winning with Tom Kench puts you in the upper echelon of support players. But other than that, yeah, Peter has brought in an interesting look to Nongshim. Definitely shakes it up a bit more. Effort was very much a Leona and Nautilus player and such, the big tanky champions that can get onto. Peter definitely playing a wider range of champions and has looked good on it.
Yeah, both the enchanters and your more standard, engaged supports, he's looked pretty good. Alistar definitely his most famous champion still. He had a fantastic game of it. Just one. Only Alistar so far here in the LCK, but he's making waves right now on a Nongshim roster that started off with a bit of a shaky loss to Live Sandbox, but has since bounced back in a big way. It is, I think, very firmly number 4 right now here in the LCK. And we always use these numbers because I think it's important to contextualize what it means to be a top team in the LCK right now when we have such a wide split between the top 4 and the bottom 6. That is where we have a large gap here, Valdez.
Yeah.
We don't know who's 1, who's 2, and who's 3, but we know at the moment Nongshim Red Force are just on the outside of our big 3, and they might be able to enter and be included if they can continue to pick up some wins here, stabilize after an upset loss.
Yeah, that is definitely the case here. Obviously a very strong roster just on paper when you do look at it, even with the addition of Peter coming in and playing to that level. Here is DRX. They keep Kingen and Pyoshik, and at the beginning of the season, they were not looking great. I don't know what happened, but it was a very slow start for those two. And then the other three, you have decently high expectations. Zeka, kind of a wait-and-see pick for them. But so far, last couple of matches has looked better and better.
Certainly has been the case. Pioshik in particular, I think, looks like a different player in the last 2 games that they played. And this is a team that, similarly to Kwangdong Freaks, and everyone remembers that best of 3, but similar to Kwangdong Freaks has had issue fighting around objectives, but it's looked better and better. And if one of these 2 teams is going to pick up the, where KT left off and maybe play a tempo-based comp, I imagine it's going to be this one. I think DRX definitely knows how to play the early game very well. And this is becoming more popular in the LCK right now, and that last series we just watched, I think, was the biggest selling point for some more tempo-based competitions and what has been otherwise a very, 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 very scaling meta where we do nothing but poke and then wait for Drakes to spawn.
Now we're going to take a look at the mid lane for our key player matchup. BDD has been doing well with the gold that he has been given, but some pretty impressive stats on the side of Zeka as well.
Yeah, you look at the gold at 10 here, gold difference at 10 here for Zeka. He's actually done better than I expected here, CS difference as well. He is known to be somewhat of a weak laner. Sometimes doesn't actually use prio correctly or will actually lose a flash or something like that, but his stats actually back up that he's fine. Like, he does well enough and he does his job. And BD has also had a few slip-ups in the early lane. Quirky game is the one that I think will kind of stain the early part of this season until he either has another Quirky game where it falls out of the meta, because it was not a great start for him, but otherwise his engaged champions is great as ever. His Syndra still very strong, and he's got a wide breadth of control mages he can play in a meta that really calls for it.
Yeah, an Azir god in his own right. Even Chovy took some inspiration from his build order and built the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. This says our mid BDD. And basically, please win. Hashtag Nongshim win. Let's see if they do get that. We did have a sign earlier that had red against all. That is the official motto of Nongshim, known for their red color and their red ramyun.
Very spicy, yeah. Shin Ramyun, which is, I'm sure everybody who's tried Korean noodles has tried that before, is actually often set as the basic bar for spiciness. You'll see often written on a Korean menu, when something is spicy, you'll say about as spicy as Shin Ramyun or less spicy
level
than
1
Shin Ramyun.
generally is Shin Ramyun, and then
It's
level
the
2
base.
is like Budak or something. The really other spicy noodles from some company that I don't know.
I know it, but I won't say it because
we're not sponsored by them.
No.
They also have a ramen called Nuguri.
They do?
Which is, you might recognize that word. It is the name of our former top laner. And
he can come back, you never know.
Yeah. So, if you see some raccoons in the audience, that's what they're referencing. It is cheering for Nongshim, not for the player Nuguri, unfortunately. But who knows?
It says it right there on his patch.
Yeah.
The left side, that's what that says.
Little orange thing. Noguri.
Yep.
There you go. Well, Nongshim are on blue. They did decide to start off here.
They did, and the Aphelios will not be their first pick. It's been removed already, so already this series is looking very different than the previous one. As Yuumi, also another favorite pick of Peter, even though outside of Nongshim Red Force it has really fallen off in this meta. Or on this patch, I should say, at 12.2. So it's a very stylistic ban here from DRX against Peter. And I think we'll see a quirky ban to follow. The question is, what will the third ban be? Because it means Caitlyn could potentially be open here for Ghost to play. We could see a lot of other options. Karma, who's been banned pretty much every game. Also, Twisted Fate's now gone. So, there's a lot of really unique first pick options here for Nongshim Red Forest to pick up. Maybe they're not afraid of Quirky because BDD had a weak laning phase, but I don't think that's really indicative of where the champion stands right now, and I don't think BDD will have another bad game on it. So that's my must ban here for DRX still.
They're taking a long time with these bans. Clearly, they are responding and reacting to what DRX are bringing in as well. Tryndamere will be taken away, and this is where you ban Corki.
Yeah, that is the go-to. There are a lot of other champions that have made it through that could be first picked here, like Diana, for example, if Nongshim want to run that. It's impossible to predict because of the amount of high tiers. Caitlyn,
Karma.
They ban Karma, so you pick the Caitlyn here, and then Zeka gets Corki. Or
First pick Corki.
He will be played on the Rift this game. We just don't know who's going to hold him. Will it be BDD? Will it be Zeka?
Yeah, because if you give the Caitlyn, it's Caitlyn Lux.
Renekton also open here for Kana potentially to snatch up. This one is, like DRX basically said, we're opening up the floodgates of the tier list. Nongshim said, okay, I'm going with you on this. We're actually just gonna open it all up. So we get the Caitlyn here, but this means you could just take Renekton and Corki here as DRX, although those two champions, in terms of what their identity is for a comp, couldn't be more different, so you don't necessarily want to take those together. Maybe Corki and a strong jungle pick here is more advised. You go to Corki Poppy, you feel pretty good about that. You have a lot of disengage tools. You eliminate a lot of those jungles that can threaten the Corki lane, or you lock up your AD carry here early.
And it is deft, right? So he gets his Jinx very early. Again, he could have waited on that because it's not like Nongshim are going to pick 280 carries. But they don't want to show anything else. They don't want to show, you know, a Lux pick or a Renekton pick or a support pick or even a Poppy. So they just want to throw in the Jinx, see what Nongshim are going to play first, and then make their decision for third pick. As
I would love to see, the Lux is as standard as it gets. I'd love to see something. I think it's prio mid here for Nongshim.
Yeah.
Even in Azir, you know, into the Corki, you just have kind of guaranteed prio there. Poke out the Corki, because you're already going to have prio bot. You get prio mid, you get Rift Herald control. The game gets a lot easier. Excuse me for my cough there a second ago. This only happens when I pass with you for something.
Yeah, I know.
There's the Azir.
It's
just so easy here, because it's BDD first of all, but now you have guaranteed mid and bot prio, no matter what is going with this Jinx on the bottom side.
Yeah.
Prove me wrong, DRX.
Corki basically just wants to farm for a long time. Leona gets picked, and I mean, in terms of champions that can get bound by Lux, and then step on a trap, and then take a headshot to the face, and then perhaps maybe survive, I suppose Leona with her Eclipse can maybe survive that. So I think that's the idea behind it.
Certainly gives you an opportunity if there's a misplay on Nongshim's side as well to actually get a kill back. Leona can be very deadly in that way. And also provides you a lot of initiation, but this composition doesn't, or it shouldn't, with the Corki pick here, look to do that all too often when we get to the late game. So it is somewhat of a puzzling pick in that regard. I'm a little bit surprised to see it. For Nongshim here, the bans are a little bit tricky because we don't yet know what DRX's plan is going to be. And the fact that neither team has picked up jungles yet means that it's very difficult as Nongshim here to actually start picking bans away. The Poppy ban here for DRX is interesting too, because Lee Sin is another threatening pick that I think Nongshim is thinking about. They will ban that away, because that's another scary way your Corki gets kicked into a bad spot, your Jinx gets kicked into a bad spot, you can't win that team fight. Pretty safe setup here for DRX.
Yeah, trying to remove some threats, allow Leona to get in there as well. And what is going to be the final ban here? They took away the Gragas from Kingen. Will they go for a jungle or just another top? They'll actually take down the Jace.
If DRX pick a jungle here, which they will, the Jarvan, it becomes very tricky to play out the top lane here as Nongshim. I think Gangplank is one that really stands out in my mind as to how you could make this comp even better scaling-wise and have a lot of actual great damage. When you have a Lux poking and a Azir poking, you can engage, and the Gangplank on top of it to get into the fight. But you're doing it face up here into the counter pick for Kingen, and there's a lot of ways that can go very wrong for the Gangplank. So it's a tricky one to call for, as it looks like we will see the Xin Zhao to answer. But the real question is, what is Kana playing this game? Graves is another good choice for late game scaling, how much damage you can do.
I think that Gwen blinds, it offers you even more AP on top of the Azir. It's been blind picked very, very often. I would assume that Kana is quite comfortable on the pick. But instead, it will be the Graves. And that is something that he has gone to time and time and again.
Yeah.
It will be that Graves pick up blind into the top side.
They have Tryndamere banned, and the Jace is also banned. So it's going to have to be a side laning champ here for DRX. The cool thing about the ability to side lane with the Gwen, I think this is just a troll. No way, right? Corki top, I don't think so. And I don't think Akshan top either, but
it will be.
Okay.
Akshan top. Here we go.
It's been kind of a thing, and there have been rumblings and rumors about Akshan counterpick here to the Graves. The Graves is going to struggle to keep up sometimes because of Akshan's passive, his ability to continually harass the Graves, who has to choose between trading health or, you know, killing minions because he can only fire twice. Like, the way that Graves interacts with the Akshan can be very awkward. And then Akshan can actually very quickly rotate between top and mid to be very annoying there, and also help out a Corki while he gets that prio on the top side of the map. And it'll be the first time we see him in the LCK since he was enabled in week 1.
Look at that alpaca. That's kind of scary. He had like a mustache. I don't know. He was like kind of a creepy alpaca. Anyway, a very detailed drawing, so it was good in that facet. Other than that, very interesting that we actually do get Kane coming in here, held counterpick for the top side, and chose Akshan for the first time. So we saw a lot of preparation out of KT. Maybe this will be some nice preparation from DRX as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's Kana's most played, if I'm not mistaken, this season, and he's looked great on it when he's been able to have it. But look at this Akshan. It can be quite strong, and we'll talk about it as we get into game, but I also feel like it can be a bit of a liability. If this ends up falling apart, Akshan's ability to scale up into the late game isn't something that necessarily identifies with the rest of this composition. The poke, the jinx, right? Not a whole lot of tankiness here.
Well, here we go, guys. Game number 1. Good luck, have fun, says someone on the DRX side. As we will make our way to the bottom lane for Nongshim to start this one off.
Press the attack will be the rune choice here for Kingen. Most common for the Akshan because of how his passive works, and you just start to trade up and do tons and tons and tons of damage. I think everybody's probably played either against or as Akshan. Any mid laners and top laners that play experience this, where it's very feast or famine as a champion, kind of like Lucian in a lot of ways. He does feel very similar to Lucian because of how his ultimate works, because of how his passive works with his auto attacks. See how this one pans out here against Kana's Graves. There's a lot of kill pressure on the top side of the map for Pyosik, but we're not really seeing junglers prioritize that at the moment at all.
Exactly. Definitely, there's going to be a lot of jungle action down on the bottom side, especially with Caitlyn Lux, right? It's like
you have to go bottom, or else you're just going to lose plates forever.
For both junglers, you know, Dread wants to help them get insane prio and bully as hard as possible, and Pyosik wants to try to deny that as much as possible. The mid lane shouldn't have too much action unless Zeka blows his Valkyrie early or something like that, or gets insanely out of position. And so I think tons of focus should be on the bottom side of the map here.
Yeah. That's kind of the question mark about this Akshan so far, is where will, you know, like where will it the breaking point be for the top lane? Will Kingen actually get any resources? This is a tale as old as time. That's one of our classic matchups.
Yeah. It's back.
BDD.
Oh, only 83 games of Azir in the LCK, not including outside of the LCK.
Yep. Across multiple teams outside of the LCK, mind you.
It's pretty decent.
Yeah, it's very good. I mean, with the sample size that high. Wait till you see Def's Jinx win rate, because that one's coming up for sure.
Oh, yeah. We don't include that. Zeka is very greedily up here, and he has flash, but it just doesn't matter. First blood given over to BDD just like that.
Okay, so this is why we talked about the BDD test, and this is why we talked about the Azir pick into the Corki, because you get early prio. You already have prio bot, and now you get an early kill out of lane error and mispositioning from Zeka. He got BDD'd. Like, BDD, this happened to him with a Victor earlier this season. Now he's actually getting the kill.
Okay, nice flash out of Deft. Great respect shown. If he gets hit by that, he's almost definitely dead, as Dread was right there. And, you know, exactly. Xin Zhao started blue, right, for a reason, so that he can path down to bot as soon as possible, get both buffs, and be very annoying.
Yep, and Pyosik will have to match that, right? And, you know, as Ghost and Peter push, they are vulnerable. Oh man, this shouldn't happen.
Yep, here we go again. Gank down on the bottom side, and he is locked up for days. Peter gets taken out. No vision on the bottom side for Ghost and Peter.
As I say it, you know, if you push up, you're vulnerable. That's why Dread has to be here, but the moment he wasn't, Leona was able to Zenith Blade a Lux, which is just not supposed to happen ever. As we're going to go all the way back to this aggressive positioning here. Look at the positioning he uses the Sand Soldier.
Mistake.
And he's just trying to get those CS and traded too aggressively earlier to try to get first strike value.
Corki 높아요.
Corki, no flash. And down here, like, you just don't know where Barrel is. You can't walk up that far. Simple as that. Glacial Augment means it's a freebie.
Yeah, maybe he just felt really comfortable because Dread was right there, but you're exactly right. Like, you still got to be careful. They didn't even have vision in the Tri-Brush, so of course Biosik's going to get there first if he's in the Tri-Brush, which he was. And yeah, a couple of positioning mistakes, I suppose you could say, from two players, one on each team.
The really sad thing about this is, so far this game, the two picks that have happened, like for my personal, you know, selfish needs, is that we haven't really watched the top matchup at all because there's been too much action elsewhere.
Yeah.
Where the action, where there's a lack of action up here, we just haven't gotten any attention. But you could see he's really giving Kana a hard time as we look at these duos. But they've got to show Def's Jinx stat. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's got to be next, right?
That's got to be the next one.
I mean, we show it every time. We got to be consistent.
So notice how he kind of struggles to trade because he has to use his auto attacks to kill minions. Once his Q gets leveled up a few more times, he'll have a better time clearing those out. As
he missed all three.
Well, just Lux things, okay? It happens. He hasn't had his ult yet.
Yeah.
When Lux has her ult, man, she can tell all those.
Yeah. The other funny thing about this is that Zeka, even though he dies, he has first strike, of course, and he takes very aggressive trades so that he can build up the extra gold from that rune. And, you know, he can die a bunch of times. All it will do is delay his huge spike of 2 items, the Muramana and Ludens, and that's really when he begins shelling it out. So we'll have to look at that timing and see exactly when it hits, and maybe if it's delayed by like 30 seconds, it will be a big deal. But other than that, you know, Azir gets some money, but Corki's still going to be just as annoying and when the late game comes around.
He didn't really lose any farm or anything. And he did, as BDD did, you die as Corki and you buy the Cultier. The Cultier of shame, where you're like, it's okay, I'm just still trying to get my items.
Oh no.
It's gold efficient, okay? And
at least we won't see other tiers bought in this game, I don't think.
Bioshik is this time going to hit a ward, so...
They're both down here again.
Yeah. I just want to watch Akshan lane against a Graves, but it's not the meta we're living in.
When are we just going to have the meta shift into like 3 bot?
Tri-lane? Dota 2?
Yeah, tri-lane. We got the off lane in the top side.
Have you heard about the new Smite top stuff that's going on right now?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. I mean, in that way, you kind of have a second support. So,
yeah. What if the
jungler,
jungler,
you can go full funnel, okay?
Yeah. What if the jungler was just, I don't know, like Lulu jungle, and just sat in the bottom side and funneled their AD carry instead?
Oh, we have seen that before.
And they just push bottom lane turret really fast.
Anyone remember the Kaisa mid days?
Yes.
Oh.
Funnel meta, good times. Dread is very deep in the enemy jungle, and you see that Kingen is moving back to get on in there. But mid prio is going the way of BDD, as the lockdown is going to come in here. Beryl does take a bunch of damage, level 6. Ghost has to cleanse there. And so that pressure is really coming in now. Deft gets pretty low. Even after the trade was in their favor, they're trying to push onto Peter here, but now Deft might bite the bullet, but the damage isn't coming out from Ghost, and that's a double kill into the hands of Deft, who is now 3-0 on his Jinx.
Everything we said about the Leona pick came true in that one instance. The Eclipse, you know, blocking a huge part of that damage. Flash just comes online now for Peter. Ghost had his flash, wanted to actually push forward and get the kill, but Leona's just too tanky. The trade goes poorly, they turn it around. This is exactly what I was talking about Leona. If they go aggressive, or if they make a mistake, or if they find if there's one overstep, one error, you get a massive lead. We saw it early on. 3-0 on this Jinx now is Deft, as you mentioned. As this is how Akshan is just like, well, not only do I get away, but I also like take away a 10th of your health on my way out, and I'm ready to keep fighting.
Yeah, he's very trolly. I don't know.
We should have had
a bit
our
of a scoundrel. Right?
There you go. We should have had our George of the Jungle talk for this lane matchup. He's certainly a scoundrel. We'll talk about his passive later if it ends up getting activated and changing the game, because so far that has been one of the least annoying parts about Akshan. In fact, it was the one everyone was worried about. But it's really just his laning. Now Deft is like, who says Caitlyn Lux shoves? I'm taking all the plates. DRX also will grab the Drake for this on the other side of the map, despite the extra top prio there for Kingen. The Rift Herald will go to Dread.
This is an unbelievably huge lead they have, as now Ghost is just going to be locked down, and he tries to flash, and it's another kill into the hands of Deft, and they're denying all of the farm. They get another kill. This is just getting... this is not fair. This is just not fair.
Yeah, this is really... I mean, you know, we had that game with the Senna, I believe it was on Wednesday, and we were like, well, the game will be defined by this, and we will talk about it for a few more minutes, but the game has been over for a while. Like, we're approaching that territory with this one. A Jinx into the Caitlyn Lux, the S-tier bot duo in a bot-dominated meta. It's just almost unheard of, as he actually gets the double.
Yeah. He even zapped the minion. It didn't matter. I have heal, he says.
Yep. This is the previous exchange, not the one we just saw.
Flashes the binding.
Just so difficult to deal with this with the Leona there.
And he had the refillable bot going the entire time. So, you know, if you're trying to learn, it's a good way.
Press those. This time it's just a really easy follow-up to Barrel's level 6 advantage over the bot duo here. Piochik's like, well, I mean, I came to help, but I guess I'll take Krugs, you know, whatever. You guys do you. This game is about Deft now, and it's not about anybody else. And Kingan's like, yo, I'm going to get POG on my first Akshan, right? First Akshan of the league. No.
Yeah. Take a look at the gold difference in the bottom side. They are just putting on a clinic down in the bottom lane. And it really does come down to that first gank. It just allows Barrel and Deft to get the first jump on the items, and then let them take these aggressive trades, win the 2v2, and get the double kill, and from there it's basically over.
They just are not tracking Barrel very well either. Now he is going to be spotted, but the first kill, you know, the first setup there on the bottom lane was because he got on top of a Lux who was walking towards the bush he was in.
Yeah.
She didn't have vision. You have to respect the Leona and then kind of poke away at her. As the Rift Herald will be dropped here to give BDD some money.
Yeah.
And it's going to be, you know, again, accelerating where this Azir is. This Corki will still be a time bomb regardless of BDD here.
Again, this on the boomerang.
I think it's called an Avengerang, Valdez.
Really?
Please look up the name. I think that's what.
Hold the phone.
It's like a really silly name. I just wanted to tease about it.
Avengerang.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's the first and last time we're ever going to use that name.
He's avenging Zeka's death in the mid lane with that.
Yes.
The only death his team has at the moment, as they are at 12 minutes, 2.2 thousand gold ahead after the Herald crash in mid.
Yeah. All that gold in the advantage for DRX is in the hands of Deft. And, you know, if you're Nongshim, obviously things are not going well. This is not like a normal thing you see in pro play where the bottom lane gets boomed this hard. But they do have some things, right? They have BDD getting relatively fed on the Azir, right? They're trying to get him some extra gold even with the Rift Herald. So they've got that going on. They have really nice scaling with the Graves, who is going to be chunking as the game does come along. But again, you know, can we even get to a point where Nongshim can begin to fight against them? I don't know.
Look at Def, just an ICS too, and stop experience from being taken and just be super obnoxious as he gets the golf clap. For letting the minions die before the turret goes down, even though there was nobody nearby. Kingen is also extremely difficult to punish now because he's Akshan. So like when you make a 4-man rotation up like this, you're not able to grab the Akshan. He's very slippery, and he's just going to continue to lane very obnoxiously. And moving up to get these minions and all this is all very safe. It's all very fine and good. the mobility that DRX's comp has outside the bottom lane is pretty huge because you've got Valkyrie, you have Flag Drags, and of course you've got George of the Jungle up here on the top side.
The hook shot.
Yeah. I thought we were going to use the official names.
I
thought we were going with George of the Jungle. But you can go with Boomerang.
Yeah, I
the
don't
Avenger
know
ring, so why can't I go with
about
George of
that.
the Jungle? Come on.
It's called the Heroic Swing.
Nothing heroic about running away, if you ask me.
Sometimes you swing into the enemy, though. That's pretty heroic.
Yeah, sure. So far, he's just been a robber in the top side. He's all about justice.
Scoundrel.
He's stealing. Yeah, he's the bad kind of scoundrel in this game, if you're Kana.
Very annoying.
The plates all, of course, going over to the Jinx here for DRX. The top side of the map, we haven't seen King and be able to get so much of a lead because we've freely gone through the early game where he didn't actually get any kills. There wasn't any attention because we're all bot all the time. So he's not got any extra gold. And Kana will be more relevant than he will later on in the game in straight up 5v5 team fights. So something to keep in mind here. But I think that the question becomes, can Nongshim actually put up with all of the damage that Deft will put out in these fights? Like, will they be able to actually brute force their way through a 5v5 fight with Poke allowing Deft to get one single kill when he gets that rapid fire count on? He's building an ASAP right now, second item.
I have bad news for Nongshim fans. It's Infernal Soul.
Yeah.
And they got a Hexatech Brave. So, like, it's just not going to feel good. Like, Deft is going to be poking you, Corky's going to be poking you, even Akshan is going to be heroic swinging around you, of course. And there's not much recourse that you have, right? The engage that you have is going to be Azir. Get him! Sorry, go on.
The recourse you have is Azir? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, basically just Azir.
Yeah.
And I suppose Xin Zhao. And that's about it.
Ghost is not going to be relevant for a very long time because he's lost so much CS. He's just really gold light, let's just say, put it nicely, this game.
His pockets are empty.
Yeah. His wallet is very light,
yes.
Put it in Atlas terms.
Safe, not filled up. As nice knockback, but Pyoshik is Jarvan. How did that rocket miss?
That rocket was
4 people.
Just part of our imagination, Valdez.
Yeah.
It never happened.
I'm like, did that even happen?
Yeah, I actually instantly
Great.
checked his cooldown. I was like, did I miss does that zap look bigger than usual or something? Okay, well, they will actually part like the Nongshim Red Sea here, and it will not actually connect with anybody, and they will get a turret for their troubles here. So small victories here, small wins.
Yeah.
And Ghost is getting all the money. He's like, please, please. He's holding out both hands. Knees touching the floor, asking for any coin he can get around the map, because eventually he is going to be part of how Nongshim come back in this game if it does occur, if they do win some good team fights here around objectives. Because it has to start very soon. Because as you mentioned, Infernal Soul, probably worst case scenario here for Nongshim at the moment.
Yeah, especially because it's relatively early. You know, like, Pyoshik didn't start the Drake at 5 minutes, but he definitely got it at around 7 minutes. So it's going to be very fast for DRX to be able to just level up in this game, essentially. As, yep, you just don't really get to enter the lane if Deft is there.
It's funny how every time BDD is in the game with a Jinx, it feels like it's the Jinx early game comp, but this time it's the Jinx quirky early game comp, where actually the early game is too strong for them. That's a full turret.
Uh-oh. They found Ghost, and, well, it's mostly going to be Zeka, and then Deft follows up for that one as Jarvan a little bit too low. Getting on in there as Beryl decides he also wants to give them a kill. Does flash away and actually gets the heal to live, but Zeka gets caught out here as well. And the TP's coming in from behind. Nice stun comes out from Beryl, but now Deft is all alone. He's like, what happened to you guys? Where did my team go? Everybody just got melted.
Tell me how heroic this swing is about to be, Valdez.
I mean, he is bursting down Peter, but he misses the, okay, there it is. Has the damage come out from the ult, the comeuppance. And there it is, but now he's going to try to flash away. Gets denied. Dread just flashes right in front of that. This is going to be an unofficial ace of everybody on the side of DRX.
Wow, BD, man. He did him dirty. Ghost needs that money. He needs that money. He stole it. It's not going to be a happy moment. Kana also did get the bounty on Deft's kill, which was 750 gold to pick up there on the Jinx. So he's got a lot of money. He's about to become real scary.
Feels like DRX chose the quickest way to
toss
throw
a
their
lead.
lead. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, what's the best way? Let's just run it down mid.
The initial engage here from Beryl is perfect. Now walk away. You know, Beryl's had so many great moments this game. And then they lose their Jarvan. And then they still
steps on a trap.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Corky curse. Some of our players here in the LCK.
Yeah. If I'm Deft here, I'm like, guys, are you serious? Like, this can't be real.
Deft is like, this is my Jinx win rate.
Yeah.
Don't jinx it.
Okay, I'm gonna need. Let's get Atlas now on the desk after that one. Like, I can't.
Yeah, are we really going to watch this whole replay? We're going to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, the flash is pretty cool.
The dread block here is cool. So if you guys are new to Akshan, his swing actually is blocked by...
He'll steal.
The steal. His swing is actually blocked by any champion that comes into contact with him. So if you flash in front of it, as we saw there, it will just stop. And that is the end of the heroic swing. Yeah.
Yeah, and pretty heroic effort, again, from DRX to, I mean, they were in such a great spot. Now, I mean, the game's up for grabs, right? Like, if Deft is in a bad spot, he gets caught, that's all of their gold down the drain. And we talked about that spike for Zeka. Yeah, he's going to get there. But again, I mean, it's going to be relatively late. Nongshim now, they're getting Infernal Drakes. I don't think this would have happened if they hadn't all died in the mid lane. It's basically for free. You're denying an Elder, you're denying Infernal Soul, which would be huge for Deft and Zeka. It's Nongshim right back in the game.
So there's a lot of things now that Nongshim can do that they would have been zoned out of otherwise here. But I still think DRX are in they have a very massive lead still, but it's not as big as it was before. But at least Nongshim can slow down this Drake, as you mentioned, right? They get an Infernal single, which is pretty nice for their comp in itself, just that percentage-based damage. Plus, they slow down the speed at which DRX can threaten an Elder Soul, or rather an Infernal Soul, and then of course the follow-up Elder. Because their comp also needs some time to get online. It's a scaling comp. Now, it doesn't have the same poke that a Corki does, but they were at a state where their Caitlyn may have never actually come online. BDD was doing fine, but wasn't really a big threat. Kana also didn't have a lot of money, and with those, the throw, as you call it, which it quite, I mean, literally basically was, now Kana is actually pretty relevant. Now, you know, Nongshim can actually roam around the map and do things without fear, which is, you know, the ultimate power that DRX had if they had walked away is the fear that the game goes longer and the Corki is ahead and Nongshim can't farm correctly to actually get these carries online. They can farm now at least, so there's that. But the Corki win condition is still here, and in fact he's just a few spell hits away from completing that. Muramana happens as I say the words, and so he's hit his spike now.
Yeah, it's definitely good, but take a look at this. Over the wall, the three of them go. There is no vision in here. Their trust in this Scuttle Crab, well, Ghost is going to give it up. So now they know that this is happening, and Jarvan is here, and Peter lost half his health. So with the rocket coming out, I think Nongshim will just have to back away.
Imagine if he doesn't stand on it, as, you know, King is starting to feel the fear of Kana here. As the items
Zoom
come
in on
online.
Ghost, like even Jonas Strong is trolling him.
Yeah, if he doesn't step on that, then suddenly Nongshim have free reign of him.
Uh-oh, Ghost could be in a bit of trouble.
Get behind that
Opens,
turret.
there we go. It's gonna hit him and take him down.
He had flash. I think he could have gotten behind that turret.
Jonas Strong's like, sir, it's right there.
Two small errors here from Ghost actually really taking all the wind out of Nongshim's half-opened sails that they might have had there.
This is a confusing game, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a new champion, and things get scary sometimes. I don't know.
True. Well said. Beryl got in there and decided, well, we're not doing Baron anymore, as Zeka has
package ready. He is ready to drop it in that choke point, and I think now you could probably start this up again. Although with Koshik's health the way it is, they think better of it. Had a lot of vision there. Ghost returns back to lane, still only has the 2 items because of how much of a struggle this has been. Now this is Akshan's invisibility is meanwhile.
Hold the phone. Dread goes down. And he's going to give a kill over to Peter, though. So Zeka trades 1 for 1, but now Peter's got some gold.
Yes, which is not the end of the world for DRX, but it is a nice extra pickup there. Felt a little bit unnecessary to continue that. As if you look at Zeka's farm, as he's just going to do this again, are you
Has
kidding me?
Ghost learned his lesson? The answer might be no, as the damage is coming out here. The boomerang not going to hit. I am not calling it a Vengerang. I can't.
Nah, that was really just me trolling the ability name. And it's a little bit over the top, shall we say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not throwing any shade at anyone who named it, but I am saying, you know what I'm saying.
Yes, I think I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're gonna watch this.
Yeah. So, the ultimate is stopped by turrets. So if Ghost gets behind this turret with the flash that he has, it would have actually blocked those final shots.
Pew, pew, pew.
He had flash available, but did not use it, perhaps fearing the weird interaction there. As this is when Zeka decides to go for a pick onto Dread because he wants to get package value, and then Peter gets him with the chase. A lot of picked up gold there from the kill on the Corki, who is losing free farm time right now, so pretty significant.
Here comes DRX, Dread in an awkward spot. He's just gonna flash. Probably a good idea. Kingan's right here, though. Trying to get on top of BDD. Just a bit of damage does come out. Peter is going to shell back as well. Has his crown completed.
Barrel presses W on Peter's ultimate there, gets the Eclipse off, and is actually just totally fine. Kana with a nice flank, though.
Yeah, it's actually going to corral them up into the north side, but he doesn't quite have the range that this Akshan does in the chase ability, so Kana will have to back away from this pit.
It's such a tense moment here. Zeka needs to hit this poke, though.
Kusic's on vision. He's got to be careful. It's a decent amount that can come out from Ghost, Peter, and BDD. But yeah, Zeka's position up here on the top side, very annoying as the Drake is going to go down. And Dread should be fine. Doesn't look like... Okay, never mind. We're going in. We get the knock up on the Dread. And they should be able to get this kill to come up from very far range. As now BDD goes in and finds 2! That's the BDD Azir we were waiting for. And he immediately turns that fight around. Able to pick them both up as Ghost nearly dies. Corki, by the way, still in the game.
Ghost has had such a hard time this game. He's really struggling. He's 0-4-3. He's just the brunt of jokes at this point. But the rest of his team is doing great. The rest of his team is starting to come online. Kana did get zoned out a little bit there by Kingan, but he's very well and truly online. The positioning here for Zeka in this brush means he can poke a little bit here, but he doesn't actually get that much damage done. So there's a very easy turn here from BDD. Kingan's positioning here also very greedy, so he ends up scooping up basically a double here. Kingan will get out, but they're able to pick up Barrel, who's trying to help them disengage. You can see if the poke does hit more consistently on the carries, you can do a lot with this, as we're going to watch this from BDD's perspective. As you can see, he was waiting for this opportunity for so long. Flashes for it with the shuffle. And he's like, fight him, take him out.
더 봐야 돼, 더 봐야 돼. 2, 3초. 야, 좀만.
He wanted them to go a bit more. He was calling like, oh, 2-3 seconds, I can go in again. He had another shuffle, but
and then he was like, guys, really? Basically at the end.
He's like, I'm trying to carry you guys, come on.
Just a bit more. Well, like still, it's a lot of really puzzling interactions that have happened this game where it makes you question who's really ahead. I still give the advantage to DRX, but we need to see a little bit more of those rockets connecting from Zeka, because the way he was positioned in that brush meant that Nongshim couldn't really approach or they would take a lot of damage, but he wasn't actually hitting them consistently enough to keep those health bars low. This is just what you do as Lux with a basically 0-second cooldown in your ultimate. You're just trying to chip away as much as you can. That's your version of poke in this composition.
Yeah, you provide so much vision, which is what I really love about Lux support. I always mention it. Just pretty much every ability, I think, except your shield.
The shield, yeah.
Gives you vision.
Still a very tense game here because another heroic play like that from BDD, and suddenly the carries are dead, or Zeka is dead if he's out of position, and then you win the game.
I'm just going to let that hit as Kingan is
Yeah, we'll just let that one go.
He's hiding. And he's got a pretty nice flank angle here. He sees that there is no vision. And this is what the Scoundrel does. He's looking to get in from behind and pick someone off. Skana is nearby. He's a really nice scout, you know? You just like kind of sift through the areas where Nongshim doesn't have vision, and of course you're stealth, so you can scout it out pretty nicely as Beryl just walks on through the traps. He says, follow me, team.
They have to fight.
He still stepped on one. As here we go. Going to be fighting, and Def steps on another one. Doesn't seem to care. Trying to clear them, perhaps, as the rocket is going to hit the both of them. Into the pit he goes, and Pelchik gets the steal. Gigantic one as BDD in the Zhonya's. He's going to buy some time, and he's able to get out of there as Kana still does a ton of damage. But here comes the cavalry of DRX. They get the Baron, and they will take the fight.
Situations like this, too, you have to be so careful as Nongshim about contesting versus this team that has so much poke, or rather, not contesting, but starting a Baron that the other team is so close to contest, because they don't want to, of course, as DRX, they want to walk into fights with this composition that has so much poke, but when you are so low from doing a Baron, and the Corki's able to poke, and you're stuck between a rock and a hard place here as Ghost and BDD. If you go in to try to burst Pyosik down without wards over the wall, you're going to have a really bad time. Even if you can secure the smite, you will lose the fight. Because of Akshan's passive as well, you're very likely going to end up with a DRX who are up as 5 after a Baron fight like this. So watch Pyosik go in for the steal, stands on the edge, hits the smite, and there's no real additional damage here for Nongshim when he goes in because they're cut open by Beryl, who's had such great engages on the Leona all game long.
오늘 수박쌈 왜 이렇게 잘 돼?
Why are my smites so good today? Yeah, really keeps them in a great spot, especially with the Dragon coming up. This is Infernal Soul on the line. 13 seconds, and already DRX are in position. Dread is not having any of that. No fun and games for him.
Zeka unseen with package.
Yeah, this could be pretty huge. They're going to see him now as Dread is going to take immense amount of damage as trying to stay in there is Zeka. Not quite able to, but Dread is still going to go down as the Solar Flare follow-up is coming on in. The comeuppance will be blocked there, but Pyosik is going in for the follow-up. Really nice knock-up onto the two of them, but he will get taken out. But it does not seem to matter as Jarvan is coming back, and the rest of the team is going to go down as Kingen is still chasing you. Good luck getting away from Akshan. As Pyosik, by the way, he's back. He got rezzed.
So much heroics. So fancy, so swinging here is the Kingen chase. It was a really nice fight here for DRX, and it was all started off by that collapse there onto Zeka, who's in the brush, set up with a package. They commit the Jin Zhao in. Dread goes in, he looks for the pick, fails. And then the follow-up is so easy for DRX's comp. They have so much chase, they have so much mobility, they have a Jinx who's going to get sped up, etc., etc. And then Zeka also just gets a nice flank angle there too, so nobody can really get out, nobody can really turn and stand their ground. His composition looks like a well-oiled machine when it's working out like this and when Nongshim make mistakes. We saw, you know, a few hiccups through the mid-game here for DRX when they overextended, but you watch how this fight all breaks down again. Deft and Pyosik are like, yes, you know, I want this to happen this way. I want a free kill so that we can actually get this sick, insane chase where a composition works easily without really doing what it's designed to do and start by poking. They're like, oh, free kill? And we can just fight straight up front to back. Who cares? We can chase this team down. And unfortunately for Dread, that was the missed call there to go forward. But they're desperate at this point. They're so far behind. As watch the end of this. Meanwhile, Shattered Crown.
Taken out there. And yeah, just like that, it looks like DRX might just run away with this game. Corki with Infernal Soul. I wish I didn't have to introduce this to you guys, but you're going to be able to see how much disgusting damage that he is able to shell out with this soul. Yeah, I mean, you thought regular Corki was bad. Just wait until you see some of these rockets land.
Yeah. We basically got Ludens on Ludens. Yeah.
That was the phosphorus bomb.
Yeah. Kingen is so heroic. They're just going to try to shell away at this until a tank comes to clear these traps. That will be Pyosik. as they have so much control over all 3 waves, they're really just trying to time this out so Nongshim eventually have to come out of their base where they're going to take so much damage on their way out, or eventually just get grinded down by these rockets. The Siege is the best sieging champion in the game, basically, plus Infernal Soul, plus he's fed and fully online. What more can you ask for here as DRX?
Yeah, remember when I said that first blood from BDD didn't matter too much if the Corki gets online? Well, here we are. Of course, the rest of the game turning out the way it did does contribute to that, but once the Corki gets his items, you know, you take some first strike trades, you eventually build that gold back up, and you're going to be online eventually. And it happens very fast, and then it just gets worse. So it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get that inhibitor, though.
I just want to give a shout out to Barrow, who's had such an incredible game. You know, he gave Deft so much of a lead when there were errors on the side of Nongshim on the bottom side of the map. He punished, and a lot of the objective controls have been about his ultimates, about his Zenith plays, his Glacial Augment getting big value in team fights. You know, it's one of those keystones that can be relevant all game, especially with a comp like this, where getting that extra slow up in the front of the team fight makes it difficult for Kana to close the gap and do that damage, right? And for BDD to actually get in there and hit some of those targets he needs to. And so, you know, Barrel gave them such a tempo lead. They ran away with it. Akshan wins top lane, and Corki loses lane, but he's Corki, so DRX basically won on all fronts this game. I thought the draft was pretty fantastic for Nongshim, all things considered, right? You got the Caitlyn Lux, you picked the BDD Azir into the Corki to get Prio. It just didn't work out, you know? They lost bot Prio so early on.
BDD and Kana are going to feel real sad if they don't get something out of this game, or if they lose in this manner. As we do have a bit of flank coming on here. Beryl is behind everyone, and they still have not caught him.
And he knows it, too.
Yeah, okay, well, he's like, never mind. I'm just passing through as the teleport from Corki. Zeka is in the bottom lane, and he has package, so you're not going to stop him. You can throw out the ultimate here if you'd like. As Kana has to go to the bottom lane to just stop that push from coming in as they do the Baron.
They just used their 2 inhibitors they killed, plus that bot, or rather top wave that Zeka pushes in to guarantee Baron. He's still holding a package. There's no way you can get anywhere near this thing. And even if you tried to, even if he didn't have package, even if you had vision, the rockets are going to stop you from getting to the Baron.
I like how you call him this thing.
Yeah.
That's about where we're at in terms of how much we're tolerating Corki. Yeah, it's an unfortunate scenario.
Hey, they made their choice in draft. They have to live with it now.
Yeah. As now, yeah, we're going to have to throw out the Crescent Guard here. Deft just going to shell them down. As, wow, lots of damage is coming out from Kana. Again, he's really fed. He just wishes the game didn't go this way. So is BDD. He's doing a really good job. And that is one thing that Nongshim do have in spades, is wave clear, right? We've seen this with Azir. And not only Azir, but they have a Caitlyn. They have a Graves.
Yeah.
It's great wave clear.
But they are going to be clearing 3 lanes worth of inhibitor minions here if something doesn't change soon. And the problem is that the poke just wins out even against fed carries. We've seen it so many times where, you know, the 80 carries items are coming online, and I'm like, I don't even want to look at that. I don't care about that. It's not relevant. It is for Deft in this case when Zeka is actually killing.
Oh, what a knockup coming out there. There's a lot of low health bars on the side of DRX. The poke, though, is coming in as BDD gets in there again and gets them both into their GAs as the damage not quite going to come out, though. Fantastic attempt does come out from the side of Nongshim and BDD especially, but it wasn't enough as Kana, welcome to Corki's world.
I was pretty worried for DRX because Zeka was just killing minions. He wasn't poking anybody, but I guess they didn't need his damage till the last possible moment. That's the state of the game, Valdez, right there.
I love this with Akshan. You can just troll on the Nexus. Down he will go. They have the range. GG DRX takes game number 1 on the backs of a package.
I said it before we even got into picks or bans. You know, what's one more upset on the night? Who knows how crazy the second series could be? They gave the Corki over, and then they gave 4 kills to Deft's Jinx. And that is, you know, I'm sure Atlas is already ready to call it the early game Jinx. You know, it's every time BDD's in the game with an Azir, you know, we're always like, oh, is it the early game Jinx is Azir? But in this case, it's the enemy Jinx who gets you. The Akshan pick was a pretty creative way to deal with the Graves in the top lane. It's a little bit sad we didn't get to zoom in on that more because of everything else that happened in the bottom and mid lanes. But This is also a game, I think, as DRX, where there's a lot to learn, too. You had a lead and threw away parts of it in the mid-game, you know, and I think a lot of discussion has to be had about, would we have won this game if we didn't get the free bottom? If we didn't actually remove Ghost from the game pre-10 minutes? Like, would we have won this game? And I think a lot of people would answer no. And when you consider the heroics of BDD in those clutch team fights, his ability to crush the Corki in lane, which gave them enough of a lead to where they could have otherwise fought with the Caitlyn to actually earn objectives, stop that Infernal Soul. It's definitely a game that could have gone either way, but at the end of the day, when games go late like that and they do go back and forth, the biggest winner is always going to be the Corki.
Yep, that's the. I think that's what we have to take away from this game, to be honest. I mean, yeah, if the bottom lane had gone even, I think we would have definitely seen, or even, you know, the Caitlyn Lux winning. We definitely would have seen a different game, and maybe the Corki would have potentially gotten a loss, but because there wasn't enough of a lead in the top side of the map and your bottom lane lost, there was just really no hope against what Zeka had to offer in terms of damage. This was a 37-minute game. He almost had 1,000 damage per minute, and he also got first blooded. Does not matter.
We asked, does Zeka pass the BDD test? Well, BDD failed the Corki test. That's what really happened this game. He won lane, lost the late game. They had no bot duo, no bottom lane in this map.
Yep, and Heroic Swing is pretty fun to cast. That's the other thing I got from this one. But either way, guys, that's 1-0 as Def Jinx gets another win. DRX up 1. We'll go to the analyst desk after a short break.
까비? 네, 맞아주지. 나 가인 있어. 안 보여. 나 죽었어. 아지라 피 없어. 아지라. 야, 우리 가인 이거 봐줘. 가인 봐줘. 나이스. 살렸다. 아, 끝내. 예! 나이스. 이거 고맙다. 피해 봐. 그거 높여. 피해 봐면서 천천히 해봐, 이거. 어우. 아, 이거 타워 밀어봐, 이거. 야, 코너야. 참아. 천천히. 피업하면서 천천히. 그거 노플이야. 코너야, 그거 노플 녹음. 아, 나 취소 뭐야, 이거. 버스 나이스. 아, 진짜 난 이끌어야 돼, 자르반. 버스 고맙고.
sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the analytical area. I kind of want to keep it as neutral as possible because I feel like animosity between commentators and analysts just isn't the way that it's supposed to be, but that is a rug. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicle. Let's break down that game, and I think it came down to the first 3 picks in the draft. Was the Caitlyn worth the Corki and the Jinx for Def?
Normally, yes. Normally, I think so. I think that Caitlyn is, when played around well, the strongest AD carry and arguably the strongest pick at the moment. The one who contests for that spot with her is Corki, but normally what should happen, and if you watch the game, you know what we're building up towards, is that the Caitlyn lane gets such a big lead, picks up multiple plates, and then the team with the Caitlyn is able to rotate her around the map, get her more fed, and get an early lead on objectives to the point where the Corki probably still going to hit his 2 items or 3, but on such a back foot that the rest of his team is going to have a really hard time.
Yeah, I think it was actually expertly navigated on the bottom side of the map, and we do actually have our first highlight, which is of that double kill on the bottom side, but I think that it all comes down to timing and making sure that this happens. And yes, they were level 5, but look at how deep Beryl goes to get this started, and this is actually after Deft gets first blood. This is the final nail in the back, the bottom lane coffin.
Yeah, because before this, it was still salvageable, but this second, or this play right here is like, now it's done. Like, the bot lane is just over, and then here you see that subsequently, there's just no issues. Beryl comes over the wall, the Hex Flash, Ghost is going to keep getting killed and killed and killed. And I think that the greed for that kill that we saw there is like some of Peter's youthful exuberance, which we love. But in that case, not quite appropriate, because when you're playing against a player as good as Deft, he's going to punish.
Yeah.
And with the double kill, the bot lane was never able to recover, and it really warped the rest of the game. And I thought the Akshan top, haven't really even talked about it, was also a really nice find to kind of keep down Kana a little bit more until later in the game.
Yeah, and I do want to briefly talk about how that first blood went down in the mid lane as well. BDD's Azir, he had a fantastic game. And I think that we really do need to recognize the fact that BDD's Azir is just so ridiculous. Yes, it does mean that we have to put up with Corki Azir, but when it's BDD's Azir, are you really that upset about it? You know?
No, I was not a big fan of Zeka's Corki. I think Zeka's had really good laning
Well,
phases
these are actually the
thus far.
two least successful Corkis this year in this game, right? BDD and Zeka, we've both had a lot to talk about. But let's have a look at our next replay, as this one was a little bit too deep on DRX's side.
This is where it could have gone wrong for DRX, as do you have to dive 2 turrets deep? No, you do not. And it's Dread who I think leads the charge here and is able to get so much value out of his ultimate. And then BDD comes in with a really big teleport, gets stifled for just a little bit, but now the full collapse comes through and Deft knows that he is very much that. Also know that King getting a little cheeky kill on Peter here with the ult coming in, BDD not able to save his teammates.
Yeah.
But he will pay for that with his life, as we see in Knight. Again, Dread just very on point.
So sick.
But it was just Dread and BDD, basically. I think that Kana had an okay time, but he didn't really have an impact. I don't think this is really the draft where a Graves gets to have a big impact because he's playing into so much range with the Corki and the Jinx.
Yeah.
It got to head really far.
No, exactly right. And I think we have one last replay to get into as well, because this was where DRX really re-established himself. The last one we were like, can BDD do it? And as soon as Pioshik gets into the back there, bides his time, gets the smite, this is where it all seems to unravel for Nongshim.
Because this is the splitting points, because if you get the Baron here, if you win the 50-50, then Nongshim might have won this game.
Yep.
Might come back. BDD was monstrously fat, but it wasn't meant to be.
It wasn't meant to be, and you know, sometimes it all just comes up alpacas, and straight up it did today. I think this was, I actually tweeted about it, but the moment that quote saying from Deft where it was like, I don't lose to Ghost, he then subsequently lost to Ghost immediately after saying that. This is giving us an idea as to why that is, as we are going to bring up the Deft of alpaca, player of the game. Deft picks it up pretty obvious.
Look at the goal! Oh.
Only 8.4k up? Oh no. But that gold at 15 minutes, up 3.2k at 15 minutes? Yeah. I haven't seen a lead like that ever.
Yeah, and it starts with the gank, but the gank is not what finishes this lane. The gank is what gets a small lead. It's a 2v2 that is just outright won by Deft and Barrel. And I think, you know, I wouldn't even mind if some people vote for Barrel. I think that Deft is the big highlight player, and it's his Jinx, right? Like, you got to vote for him.
I think the savant vote is for Barrel, right? Because he started it all up, but I think that you kind of have to.
I stand with the alpaca.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the number. It is 9 out of 13, and that's exactly what we wanted.
Perfect.
That is exactly what we wanted. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Really
Thank you so much for everyone who voted for that one. But now it is time to throw it back to Valdez and Wolf to see whether we'll get 3 games in this series.
Thank you guys on the analytical space. I personally would have voted for Barrel. I think that he set up all of those plays. Deft, though, he finished them. So, you know, knock them up, shut them down.
Yeah.
And
I'm no savant.
It is what it is.
I'm no savant, as they call me, but, you know, I did see when we showed the Deft highlights there for the POG, it all came up Barrel. Actually, they put the Barrel highlights in there. It's pretty weird. It's a team effort, right? It's a bot duo diff, and Ghost was pushed out of the game. The goal difference at end there that you see is because the Ghost had some errors that game. Let's be honest about it.
And there was one other point I thought was pretty funny is, like, BDD had this amazing game. You know, he had so many huge knockups. Like, it's BDD's Azir. It's so flashy. It's amazing, right? Zeka played a very mediocre Corki. Zeka did more than 10,000 damage than BDD did. And, you know, I'm just saying, maybe we shouldn't see Corki in any more games. Maybe it should have been first picked. I don't care, like, what the best AD carry is in the game. Pick Corki. because he does a lot of damage, and sometimes he just doesn't allow the other team to play the game. And that's, you know, it's like when Ezreal was broken and he got nerfed about 4 times. It's because he used to do the same thing every game.
I do agree, though, with Chronicler's point about how the game shouldn't have looked that one-sided. The removal of 2 players from the game basically made it a 5v3 for DRX, and I don't think we'll see that again here as we're in draft. Our music will probably react to it eventually, but red side here for DRX. Once again, Nongshim will be on the blue side.
Yeah, same sides. Nongshim with the loss, they get to choose, and they choose blue. No surprise there. I just hope that this time around they decide to either ban the Corki or first pick it. I do agree with you guys. I actually said it at the end of the cast. And they're actually going to ban the Caitlyn. So that's one way to handle it. It says, okay, now we're threatening Corki without you potentially getting Caitlyn, which is obviously what they were scared about if they had gone for a Corki first pick.
Yep, DRX will definitely ban the Corki in that 3rd slot this time around. Unless they really feel that BDD's Corki is so weak that they could defeat it, which was a talking point we had last game as well, but I just don't believe in that mentality. Even Atlas pointed out this is probably our 2 weakest Corki players we've seen so far in the LCK in these early times, and yet still Zeka did the damage. The Azir will be banned this time around, and they're like, I dare you to pick the Corki. Karma is hovered instead. Great pick for Peter, likes the Enchanter supports, has shown a wide berth of knowledge across multiple of them. The Yuumi, of course, being the one that comes to mind first. And I mean, it's really quite worrying, I think, to be totally honest, if Nongshim are unwilling to play Corki because he had that one game.
That's just insane to me. I mean, the champion is so busted. It's insane. You can die 3 times and still win the game. Yeah. I'm not saying he did it alone, but it's just way too overpowered right now. And taking Karma when she was even ignored entirely in the last series and Enchanter supports have been falling off, I just can't agree with it.
I can't agree with it either. I think the biggest, it's a statement. It is an actual statement from Nongshim saying, we are not comfortable with BDD on this champion, it feels like. Now, if we let Corki go through here, okay, now, if they pick a support right now, I might lose my mind, but I think Corki will come through with the Jinx, just like the previous set. Because if you give Corki Karma, I might just walk
me a heart attack
I might
right
just
now.
walk out, okay?
Oh, man.
I'm calling Kespa. We're going to have to investigate this draft.
Did they really have to pick Jinx first? We knew that was coming, too.
I think they're just thinking about what comes next here, and they wanted to take the time down a little bit more. I would love to see... I mean, there's a lot of things you can do here, but I'd love to see the Ezreal. Now, if you're going to go down the Jhin route with no Tryndamere here, you have to pick up something like a Xin Zhao, like right now, right here. But the problem is if you do that, then you get your opponent just picks the Poppy. If you pick the LeBlanc here for BDD, I mean, we have seen that do well into the Corki previously, but this is a mess. I'll be totally honest with you guys. Like, there's no plan here for Nongshim. They have no plan.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be the first time that they come into a matchup that they're favored in and just look very unprepared. Almost like, you know, they're not really respecting their opponents. Now, I think the draft is okay outside of just totally giving up Corki. As Jarvan is going to be the choice here.
And then they lose the Poppy, as I was talking about before. So jungle options here become a little bit more limited. And Jhin Karma in isolation is great. And you can sometimes get to a really strong melee meta jungler with the Karma too, and it feels really awesome. But you don't have the Poppy anymore. We'll probably still see the Xin Zhao ban come through here second, I imagine, for DRX on their side. And then your options as Nongshim are fairly limited for setting up for the Jhin. You need a really strong front line to make that work. I'll actually ban the Lee Sin instead off the Xin Zhao, which I think puts Dread right into that one limited slot.
Yeah, it definitely feels pretty good, just as a frontliner for Dread. Once again, he was definitely not the problem in game number 1 on the Xin Zhao either. As what is going to be the final ban here? Maybe something targeted at support. something you don't want to play against in the bottom side. Otherwise, they might just double ban top and then try to get a good matchup for Kana this time, and that is going to be the choice.
That's what they're going to do. They already have the Tryndamere banned here, so unless it's denied here right now by DRX, I think we will see Kana's Graves again. The Akshan counterpick, though, is still available, you know? So something to keep in mind is the same issues that he'll face in the early part of the game will persist once again. And I wouldn't say that in most series, but King has already proven that that's their go-to, and he already played it very well. So you have to consider that option, as it feels like Nongshim are just picking meta champions that their players like to play, and they're on the top tier list of champions remaining, versus what I'm looking at with DRX is an actual composition that's well thought out and well planned and very reactionary. I would love to see something else but the Graves here, you know, even something like a Gwen for a little bit more side lane pressure, a little bit more frontlining for the Jhin.
Yeah.
That is a much better choice here, I think.
Yeah, it's what I wanted to see in game 1. It's what he's probably going to play here in game 2. It is a lot of magic damage with the Victor, but I think that's okay. As Gwen is going to be locked in here. Will we see?
Jace is up. I wouldn't mind seeing a Jace here for Kingen. What were you thinking?
Just throw down the Akshan again.
Aye. Meryl's hovering.
Look at the big
Kingen's
smile.
smiling.
Makes me feel like
the
it won't
Jace
be
is
picked.
the way,
yeah.
though. The Jace is what you want here. Now you have Corki poke, Jace poke,
Jinx
poke, Jarvan flag poke. Now we'll skip
Lick
that one.
poke.
Lick poke. Yeah.
All 5 champs in poke.
I just worry for the engage here for Nongshim. Who do you get on top of? Because if you get on top of the Corki, he Valkyries away. You get on top of Jinx. Well, can you get on top of Jinx is the real question. But even if you do, the amount of damage you'll take on your way in is going to be so heavy. I think that Kana is going to be so critical in this Nongshim composition because his positioning will be everything. His mistiming will be so important because if you use it early, trying to avoid some of that damage on your way in, when you actually hit the team fight, you'll be evaporated in seconds. You have to somehow find a flank angle. You have to somehow use that mist at the exact right moment. Get on top of there. Then once it fades, lifesteal your way through with that Omnivamp to victory here. Allow Ghost to help secure those kills with BDD coming at the end of the fight. Because otherwise, we go to late game here. We've already seen it so many times in the LCK. Right now, I think a lot of Nongshim fans are pulling their hair out at this one. They let them do it again. We'll see if this redo works out better for Nongshim.
You know, we'll have to wait and see. You know, maybe they bring some of that dominance they brought in the solo lanes back to game number 2. Nongshim, that is. As looks like we are just about ready to jump into game number 2, match 28. Let's do it. Get the nice little clap. Hopefully, eventually, we do get our fan chants back, but not while the pandemic is ongoing.
The pandemic has really just changed so much of our lives, and it's interesting that there's now a whole new generation of LCK fans who never experienced live chants before.
Yeah, it's true.
And some people who this year will visit Wall Park for the first time as their first time going to an esports event. That's kind of crazy to think about that. Like, I'm not trying to say that the tradition will die, but for a lot of people, it will take some adjusting to get used to learning to do it for the first time as well, if it does come back one day. So, always fun to think about that sort of thing and how fans, traditions in general have been changed by this era of our lives. But let's not talk about it anymore. It's very depressing. And
yes.
And we do have the fans back, and it's all good. Like, this is a big step forward for all of us.
Yeah. I want to point out maybe the 80 carry runes here. We see the Absolute Focus and the Gathering Storm for the Jinx. We have Biscuits and Time Warp Tonic for Ghost. So Ghost will survive, but the scaling is going to be heavily in Def's pocket, not just with the champions, but also with the rune choice.
Yeah.
Something we always have to point out.
Jhin, you know, if you've played a few games of Jhin, or you've played against a Jhin, or if you just know how his ultimate works, it can feel like Jhin is also a poke champ. And in some ways he is, because his damage is very long range, and he can help set up team fights with his slows, with his ultimate, you know, flourish, stuff like that. But what he really is in pro play, generally speaking, is a kill secure for an engaged champion. Pulls a curtain call out when somebody goes in. There it is. Yeah, we've been waiting.
We thought it would happen in game 1. They fooled us. Pull it out in game 2 after a win. I like it. What was it, 44 and 4? Not bad.
Yeah, 44 and 4 and 12 and 2, I believe it was, for the LCK, or 11 and 2. Okay.
Ignite out. Very annoying to play Tom Kench into this poke duo. Definitely it's something you mentioned in the draft, right? On paper, this duo in the bottom side, definitely going to be annoying to play against.
Yeah, for sure. It's very strong in lane. And this is the aspect of poke where you can definitely see it. Uh-oh.
Not again. Really? Okay, this time Zeka decides to flash, and BDD not going to follow on that one.
And what is it with BDD, Victor, and Corki, and the Corki having a bad time?
Yeah.
One side or the other.
And Zeka's probably like, it's okay, I got my first strike trade in there.
Yeah, just
gather, I
that's
went back
Corki.
and got my tier early. Like it's all planned.
Didn't actually get his, he wasn't able to get a call this time.
Oh no.
We're at sub 320 for this one, but you know, first strike for a flash, you're like, well, I'm just one step closer to my power spike.
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't kill me next time and I didn't miss any minions, who's really the loser here? I think it's the Victor.
At least it's not his ear this time, right? It's like he doesn't have that big shuffle onto the Corki. As Corki's on a casual and comfortable 6-game winning streak. I believe he is now 12 and 6. Let me double check that. 12 and 5 after that win in the last game.
Usually, we talk about this a lot, but usually must-pick champions hover around 50. Sometimes, hold that thought.
Okay, Kana being baited into this fight. Really nice knockback there from King, and there's no flash available on Kana, so he's just trying to ghost out of this one. The flash comes in, and the last hit will do it for King in fantastic gank, but that means that now this bottom lane, they both missed.
Deft is like,
they
oh my
both
god.
missed. Deft with the perfect sidestep. He throws down the chompers. Doesn't look like the Devourer's up though, so now Beryl is trying to kill Dread, but guess who's here? It's BDD. And he won some of this fun as well, but he's only gonna get a flash out of Beryl. And so, not quite going to come down. And of course, not level 6. They can get on top of that without the Devourer.
I think Valdez, the winner here, is Nongshim, actually, because the amount of lost gold for Deft here is way more significant than Kana just teleporting back into lane and actually being totally fine. Yep. So while this was well coordinated here, and even though the flag drag does not connect, you know, and summoners are burned, they secure the kill onto Kana. Because Jace can just Jace things. He's like, no, I'm a ranged champion, I gotcha. But what happens down here is Dread instantly comes down because he sees the jungle top, and they have this wave pushing. And yes, it is a bit comical to start things off with a double miss, but they still end up getting 2 kills here, get Barrel's flash, and so many minions and experience are lost as the crash goes through. When we come out of this replay, let's take a look at the CS difference down here in the bottom side.
Yikes.
15.
There's okay, he bought a call.
Yeah, there's the call.
Pioshik walking into the darkness here. He's going to take a lot of damage. There's the knockup from Dread, and Pioshik with no flash will be taken down. Nice little pick off there, as you know, that bot priority. We do have Peter roaming and setting up to help for a kill.
Yeah. Trying to find that influence around the map early with the extra prio you have bot side, giving extra experience as well over to Ghost. So things you like to see as Dread is now making his pass up to the top side of the map. Kingen has no flash. There's a huge crashing wave.
It's a lot of damage that comes in. Easy dive on the top side. Kana going to be able to pick that one up without even using his ultimate. He'll use that to clear the wave.
I feel like we just keep seeing kill after kill after kill getting traded by Nongshim up big time. And then we hear the golf clap in the crowd. And it's like, okay, this is in a lot of ways the opposite of what happened in the previous game. So are we setting up to the ultimate Corki comeback, or is this time Nongshim going to be able to take their lead in some of these major lanes and turn it around? BDD's in particular is the one we're really excited about. This time the bot lane exists for Nongshim also. As the root does connect here, he's followed onto by Dread with the charge, and there's nothing Zeka can do here. Meanwhile, top side of the map, or not meanwhile, but course, chronologically next, they just pick a pass on the top side of the map, and Dread is picking up gold for his laners. 3 kills already in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is one way to get ahead of the Corki, right? Because Corki, he needs to hit a spike. He needs his 2 items before he gets really obnoxious. And if you just get so far ahead, it's not going to matter how strong that champion is. And definitely Nongshim are putting on the pressure, which is really what you love to see. If they had been sitting back and letting Corki Jinx just, you know, scale up, that would not have felt very good. So definitely a different feel in this game, as even Deft is scared to farm under his turret.
Yeah. You just have to, you know, if Pyosik is not exactly on top of you right here, you have to feel the fear. And he does, and now Pyosik is getting shoved out by Dread. And this might actually just be the double objective play here for Nongshim. They have so much power on the bottom side of the map, they can push Zeka out, look for a Drake, and then, because Jinx is tied into the bottom lane, they're gonna look for a solo kill. Not gonna get this one, I'm afraid. Sorry, Ghost. Pyosik stands tall.
He missed the CS.
Worth. But now Nongshim get possibly double objective, right? The Drake here you could take easily as Dread, and then you just rotate up with that extra prio you have to the top side of the map. But this is what I was talking about. The curtain call could have secured a kill, but it still did keep them pinned down there under the turret, which means double objective likely on the cards here for Nongshim.
Okay, we're going for a bit of a trade here. The needles are out, and Kingen has to be careful about that sustain, as Kana really fast going to get on top of him and throw out the needles. Kingen going way too deep for that one. Kana, a solo killer in his own right, will pick up that one.
Kana, one of the other solo kill kings we have here in the LCK, picks it up. And yes, Deft will finally be able to almost sort of get closer to the enemy laner's CS, but it will be at the cost of a Rift Herald here. So solo kill to Kana, a Rift Herald gold going over, free Drake here, the solo Infernal, everything is going Nongshim's way, except that there's a Corki on the other side of the Rift, but that problem seems further and further away every kill that comes through.
Yeah, it's like if you're trying to lose with Corki, this is how you do it. Like, you know, pick a lane that just gets omega bullied in the bottom side. Like, the Jinx is fine, the Tahm Kench, definitely raises some questions, and that's part of the reason. As now, Peter, with his Nimbus Cloak, he flashes, gets the movement speed, gets out of there. And yeah, I mean, you're losing bot, you're losing mid, even though you're scaling, you know, it's rough. And Nongshim is a good enough team to take advantage of that, which is really what you want to see.
Yeah, and because they have this nice edge, they are able to make these small plays like the, you know, ultimate coming out from Ghost to make sure they get a Drake, to then look for the Herald top side and maximize your advantage. These small things will stack up against a Corki who's trying to farm. As, you know, you could see he's staying even in CS. He will eventually get the money, but this is actually a call made by Kingen to go in. Yep. He feels pretty safe because he actually has his knockback there with his hammer, but unfortunately Ghost is a pretty powerful summoner spell. And he hits the needlework, and that's the end of that. Didn't have to be that way, didn't have to be that aggressive, that close to the Gwen. He made the wrong choice and was punished. Peter is all the way up here.
Yeah, Kingen has to be so careful right now, especially on this Jace, which, you know, compositionally feels pretty good, but in this lane has not been feeling great, as we do have the Karma here. Looks like Pyosik and Kingen got baited into that fight, as Pyosik might just give up his life. He is going to have to flash to get out of there. Extremely deep is that play, but they know that, okay, the Xin Zhao is top. We can just bully down here on the bottom side, and this is giving a lot of gold into the pockets of Deft.
The Xin Zhao is top, and the Karma is top. So, you know, you're able to 2v1 here very well as Tahm Kench be very oppressive, and Deft is actually getting a lot of significant gold here. And this is changing the course of this game very rapidly, because Deft is actually still able to stay relevant after what was a really tough start to this lane. As Ghost is really playing with fire here. Barrel's like, I'm still here.
Okay, the flash comes in. He has to flash away, but there's the knock up and the rocket straight into his face. Ghost, a bit of an overstep, and immediately Deft and Barrel will punish.
Ghost has had some whoopsies this series, that is for sure. It's unfortunate to say it, but he is really struggling. And I think he's trying to prove something here in the bottom lane, it feels like, in some of these exchanges. And the early part of this went very well, but this particular case where you don't know where Beryl is, you're putting yourself at extreme risk. And Beryl was extremely excited to press the flash button to go in and punish there with the follow-up Abyssal Voyage. So, again, a lot of extra money going over to this bot duo here of DRX. It's the Tahm Kench who actually picks up the big gold instead of the Jinx this time. But she's going to finish Cull. She got all these plates on the bottom side. And so now you don't just have the Corki threat, but Jinx is relevant too. The Abyssal Voyage chase here is amazing. The execution there with the rocket just barely off to get the final kill there. It's actually kind of amazing that it wasn't Deft who got the kill there.
True. I was just looking at the vision from Nongshim on the bottom side to see, like, okay, was there, you know, some kind of deniability for Ghost where he's like, okay, it's almost definite that Beryl's not here, but they had one ward over the wall that you can see just above the bottom turret, and then there was one control ward in the river. So you don't have the full picture, but you do know that he didn't walk out of the tri-brush. Either he didn't walk into the river from the tri-brush, or he went north, or he backed. So there's a lot of, I wouldn't say, you know, we give him plausible deniability there, because it's like, well, he could still be there. Always got to factor that in, as Piochik is going to take a giant snip to the face.
Yeah, I don't think Ghost played his Ace Attorney on the DS. Definitely wasn't. He's not making a good detective here, unfortunately, in terms of figuring it out. But Valdez is on the case.
Yeah, I got it. Don't worry.
And Valdez is able to identify the truth. And Nongshim are still in a position where they can actually just go ahead and take the second Drake advantage. So they're really pushing the lead that they have, despite a few hiccups here on the bottom side of the map.
Cloud Soul.
Cloud Soul indeed.
Definitely a little bit awkward for Nongshim. You know, you get a couple of very valuable first Drakes, but the Cloud Soul, I mean, it's going to be great for like Xin Zhao. You consider the Gwen. You're going to have a lot of movement speed, even with the Karma, who's just Mantra shielding everybody on your team. So you do have some stacking there, but I imagine, you know, Hextech on this composition would have been absolutely lovely.
Oh, yeah.
Or even Ocean against all of the poke would have been fantastic. So I feel like they get a low roll healer here with this Cloud Soul.
It's definitely the three, of the three, the worst one to get. As Beryl cannot quite get out of here, doesn't have Flash.
Does not have Flash, and you see that Piochik's like, yeah, see ya. There's nothing I can do for you.
So, you know, spilling more blood over here to the side of Nongshim.
The kill goes to Dread.
Yeah, Dread has 4 now of the 5 kills in this game. And he's just going to try to continue to push this lead. Won't be able to get the Gromp away, but can clear a lot of this vision, which makes it more difficult for Deft to actually stay down here, farm, and protect this turret. Looking for the Chomper follow-up here, but Ghost is here. Like,
yeah, Karma's here as well. I mean, they don't quite have the vision over the wall, and I suppose they assumed this time that Peter wasn't there. So with that little play, they were probably going to get the bottom turret anyway. But that's a second turret now into the hands of Nongshim. They're looking to barrel down mid as well. It hasn't been super easy, but they threw down the Rift Herald mid, which is why it is so low.
Yeah, and Zeka's really glad that it's low and not dead, because it means that he can freely farm here in the mid lane without any, you know, disasters occurring, and he's not going to be putting himself at risk to kill CS, because that is one way you can kind of put the final nail in the Corki, is just prevent him from getting gold on the map, because then he'll never hit that spike. He'll never actually be relevant. So that is quite critical that he could sit back on that, because there is no further control on the map to DRX at the moment. As they're actually going to contest this Rift Herald here, and Zeka does not have teleport, but he can package back in, I suppose.
Yeah.
And I think the timing of this is pretty poor, though, although Nongshim do walk away. I think if Nongshim held their ground here, he doesn't get back in time, but they don't have all the vision like we do.
Yeah, and once they do get that sound effect from the package, it does look like Nongshim are a little bit more cautious, let's say, around the objective. They haven't backed off of it entirely. They are still clearing some vision around this area. But Zeka's definitely looking to make some plays happen here with this package, and even just using it for defensive capabilities. Because, again, you have this poke comp, you sit back, you try to poke, and hope you can break through the Karma shields. Is going to be the name of the game for DRX. Of course, Zeka does not have his Ludens just yet, so it's not as egregious as we have seen in the past, the poke.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely not going to be... When the Ludens comes through, it gets a lot more difficult to actually deal with this poke as Nongshim, and it makes it a lot easier to actually pull it off as Zeka we'll get this, okay.
Oh, he got it! Oh, man!
Denied. And Dread instantly
Oh.
speaks. He's like, did he have vision? Nope, he didn't actually. He's just that good.
He's just that good. There you go.
He's just that good. Look at that
Zeka.
Jinx win rate. It's his plot armor, Valdez.
Yeah.
That is his plot armor.
And Zeka casually afterwards throws out 1,500 poke in about 2 seconds, while Kingen is getting a turret on the bottom side. This feels like a big turning point in the game.
It really does. You deny that Rift Herald, which could have guaranteed you that mid turret.
Oh, Kana.
Now Kana's stuck.
Oh, they're scared of him.
They are gonna try. They're gonna back off and give the respect required. But
a rotation was possible too.
The fact that this mid turret stays up is a boon for both Deft, who lost his turret now and is struggling to get the rest of that gold and online after his call is finished, which was a big amount of a big chunk given to him. But also the Corki is, again, Dread's like, watch Dread.
He did have vision.
Oh yeah, he did.
I guess it was probably a Scryer's ward. The trinket, the trinket probably put down and then cleared, and then it was just the residual vision that's left over for about 2 seconds.
I just thought it was pretty funny that Dread just instantly sweeps afterwards. He's like, how did you do this? But yeah, he did at least have that vision. They are going to push down this mid turret. There's nothing DRX are willing to do about it. So even though they were able to deny the Herald, they still end up losing that turret in mid. Which opens up the map a lot for Nongshim, more flank angles they can take to try to get on top of this Corki, make it more difficult for him to farm.
Yeah, and as it stands, DRX did get a nice little 30 seconds or so in this game, you could say. But at the same time, Nongshim still have the lead. They still have these two Drakes. They have position on this Soul as well, or on the Drake, I suppose, the Soul point that is coming up.
And with that Abyssal Voyage being used for Barrel to help Def get out of that situation, it's pretty much locked up. It's kind of a done deal here. I don't think DRX can contest this even if they wanted to. In fact, Kana's going to start it up solo while they try to get control and vision around the Baron Pit and the top side of the map. So they could maybe even punish the Corki. Like, Zeka's up there on the top side. He's like, well, it's no longer safe for me to farm mid. I'm going to the top side of the map.
Kana's like, please help. I might actually die. Just going to drag it over to Ghost.
We'll pick it up here pretty nicely. They don't make the play onto Zeka, but Zeka's trying to freeze the wave here under that inner turret so he can just sit back and farm. Because the name of the game, as always, is get that second item online. Corki does finish his Muramana. Got those stacks here. He's going to get the Ludens when he goes back. We don't know what his current gold count is, but I imagine he's very close, if not ready, as we speak. And, I think the observers are highlighting that this time Ghost actually has a role in this game.
Is this a bait? Because, like, Zeka's so low.
No mana either.
No mana. He's just like, I think he really wants that Ludens. I think you're definitely correct that he's close and that he just wanted about 150 gold, 100 gold to pick up and then go back.
Yeah. I actually do like that in League of Legends we don't actually get to see the gold that much. It's kind of like a StarCraft Brood War observing thing for me where I'm like, I do like that we don't know.
Yeah.
But sometimes it would be nice.
Dread's going in there.
Deep. Deft is here.
He's so tanky at this point, especially in terms of armor.
He also has a stopwatch too.
Yeah. And he had Peter right behind him, so that is okay. Just really trying to exert as much pressure over this area of the map, even though there is no Drake up at this point. Trying to perhaps allow Kana to get his split push off even stronger.
The zoning here for Nongshim would be it looks like so much better if there's actually a Drake spawning in 30 seconds, but right now a lot to do about nothing basically, because even though they are able to take this vision away and force DRX out of their own jungle here, they're unable to secure anything with it. They're making it easier for Kana to try to secure this turret, but even still I don't think he'll be able to do so.
Oh, trying to get on top of Kana here. Deft was around, but again, they don't have vision in the jungle.
Because now you're giving Corki time to farm on the other side with all the attention Nongshim has given to the Drake pit. There's a bit of a question mark there. If he gets this whole turret, that's actually a huge, huge, huge swing in the macro. It's very close. I think he will get it.
Yeah, Piosik's coming up here as well, but nice clear there. If that rocket hit, BDD would be at half health. But not quite there just yet. Just checking in that brush. Pings Piosik, who is up on the top side. And as this game comes along, that 2,000 gold lead that Nongshim have held on to, it's going to mean less and less. The only thing is that, you know, they don't get completely outscaled or anything like that, right? They do have the Victor, they do have the Gwen. The problem is if they can even get on top of DRX once, you know, the Corki missiles really start firing and Deft gets up to 3 items. That's what I want to see, if that will actually happen. As Dread takes some ridiculous damage, and we'll have to back out of that one.
He doesn't have any MR. Okay, BDD took one for the team.
Dread still got hit.
Yeah, Dread still got this splash. And they're not going to chase any further here as Zeka really wants that gold from the turret there, but he's not going to get it. Not this time. He'll have an opportunity. Well, as I say that, he stops his back and pings forward. They don't have enough vision in the river, I think, to actually make the play for it, but this is what commentating Corki comps has become, as us like tracking, does he get the turret? Will anything else, will anything else matter in this game? Like, Zeka's like, I'm trying to get this turret, Wolf, don't worry, I'm on it. Here we go, he's gonna get it.
And
how many autos? Oh, he
there you go.
Get the second one, yep.
Oh, Beryl not expecting that. Immediate teleport coming in as Beryl is in danger, knocked up out of that abyssal dive, and he will be taken down. It is just a Tom Kent's, but again, that takes survivability away from Deft. It means that he can't quite defend as well here on this turret.
And the wave clear here for DRX is decent, but it's not, you know, it's not so good that without a Corki you can defend. You will need Zeka to come back here, and you will need to group up. So it's a lot of permanent damage done in mid. And that's one of the win conditions, too, for Nongshim here. As we see this all the time where the team that's against the poke clears out mid, pushes really hard when there is side laning happening. Because it's really difficult to deal with the side laner, especially the Corki is very easy to escape with. So instead, you try to push down to that inhibitor turret. So if you win one team fight, the red carpet's open, you just go through. Especially if you have 3 Drakes to lead like this, as Nongshim does. You can force a fight on your terms on Soul. You force DRX to come to you. So that damage, even though it's not a dead turret, the inner turret there in mid, is pretty significant, actually, at the end of the day.
It's funny that you use the term red carpet because that was always, you know, a Rumble.
Corki.
The Rumble equalizer, I think, came out first, and then Corki was given his package sometime in, like, I don't know, 2016. And that became another red carpet, although not the official original, if you will. And so we have it in this game, I suppose, in some way, as looks like DRX is going to fight over this. And their MO basically is just sit back, try to poke them out, and try not to get engaged upon by Dread, who is, again, gigantic in this game.
I think what Nongshim could be doing right now, too, is sending Gwen to a side lane.
Okay, they're just going to give away that Drake, and you take a look at the poke. Here comes the package, as it does slow down Dread. Crescent Guard will keep him alive, essentially. If he didn't have that, might have been chased down.
This is the moment where the Corki came online. You know, this is the moment where we said where Nongshim could not fight. Right? It was at the 24.5-minute mark.
Yeah.
And Nongshim said, "I can't do this anymore," and then they walked away empty-handed. We may see 3 more Drake fights like this because, as you mentioned, Nongshim do have good scaling too, so it's hard for DRX to end this. But if they have positional priority.
Oh, TP. TP's coming in. Kingen has to get taken down here. No Devourers available. They're trying to get on top of him, but BDD really goes down. And Kana will pick up that kill. Pioshik able to get out of here as the Needle's not quite doing the damage. Zeka able to Valkyrie away. As Deft is very slow. Dread definitely considering it. But again, so much damage over the wall. As he looks for it, BDD nearly dies.
A second
survive for now.
Yeah, he lives both times. Luckily for him, he's going to get out of here with no summoners.
Oh.
One more.
They see the ward come down and they know.
These are the decisions you're trapped to make. No way.
Oh, he's going for the fountain. Can he get it? Oh, nobody was quite there. And that was probably called out. Seems like they had delayed backs, so they were not going to get caught out by that.
These are the plays you're forced into as Nongshim when the clock runs out. These are the plays you have to make where you go, like, your call is Corki's out of rockets. I'm going to teleport in. We have the flank. Zeka's out of rockets here. He has 2 rockets left when the TP comes through. So you're like, okay, this is it. This is my moment. They're overextended. They have to Abyssal Voyage out. Can they survive this? I'm coming through. And it's such a beautiful turn here from DRX. And you know, Zeka's still trying to do damage on the edge here, but he doesn't have any more rockets. And then the curtain call comes out, but you can't secure any kills, and then you're forced back again. You're always losing a war of attrition. You're always looking for any opportunity you can to get behind this team. And if DRX are set up on the Drake first, like we saw before, you can't win that fight. I think where Nongshim can win instead is in the side lane. Use the Gwyn to pull DRX around the map, force them to make the tough calls. If you're just going to group up as 5, eat some rockets, and walk away, DRX wins this game 10 out of 10 times.
I love Jonah Strong just zooming in Corky. Oh, man. Looks like he is going for Ravenous Hydra again. As, yeah, we're just looking for the poke. And I want to rescind my Soul statement from earlier. I feel like maybe Cloud Soul is better than Hextech. I'm not sure, though, because that extra movement speed actually really helps against the poke.
It's helpful, yeah.
The Ocean is great, obviously, but the Soul, the extra movement speed, it might just be that little bit that helps you in that fact. But we'll have to see if the Soul does come out.
Yeah, it's definitely a good point that you mentioned. I still think your original point was correct, but it's not as bad maybe as we said.
Ghost.
There's the damage.
And you can see Zeka's like, do I Valkyrie in here? Doesn't quite have the vision to back it up, but it's still, you know, 1 auto, 2 rockets, nearly dies. And speaking of rockets, nice block there from Peter.
It's crazy how many times, too, we've had Corki and Jinx together. It just makes the situation so much worse, because if you hit 2 rockets, then if you get hit by Jinx ult, you just die. And if the Jinx ult misses, you go home. Like, you don't win either way, but at least you walk away with your life. But now they have the Jace Shock Blast as well on top of it. So there are so many ways as Ghost and BDD in this game, and Peter, but less relevant, I think, overall, where you can just suddenly be dead and lose an objective. At any moment, if you don't have vision, which is why everybody's sweeping, everybody's checking, everybody's grouped up here. You have to push mid. You've got good wave clear. You have to push mid super hard here with this Victor so that you can set up on Drake first, because if you don't get to set up on Drake or Baron first here, I don't think there's any way you win this. Unless you can pull them away from it with a side lane, but that's not what we're seeing here. That's not the MO.
I think it was on Wednesday or Thursday, I was watching the games and doing desk with Chronicler, and he said, why don't they just get Warmogs? And, you know, it's not as easy as just picking it up. It's an expensive item. But just imagine if everybody had a Warmogs, would make this a lot less annoying to deal with, all of this poke. Sit back, you know, get some health. But as it stands, you're basically just sitting here and getting poked out. I mean, Ghost loses half his health with 1 rocket. Shock Blast is out. Now we're going to get a zap. Here's a rocket. Then the Super Mega Death Rocket comes out. Pyoxic's got a flag, you know.
Poke of Legends.
We were memeing before, but like every champion's got something.
Yeah. It's Poke of Legends we're casting now, as Kana is like side laning behind DRX.
Is it Poke of Legends or Joke of Legends? I'm not sure. After watching this many Corki games.
League of Poke. Is it joke? I don't know. I'm not good at like throwing
joke
shade.
Of poke? I don't know.
Let's move on.
Poke, joke, legends? Yeah.
Let's move on, Valdez. But
yeah, let's move on to teleport package Corki.
And you got the start on the Baron, but you didn't get it fast enough. And now Barrow's in a position to get Corki into where he needs to be. And if you walk away from this, Nongshim, if you lose your health bars here, I have bad news.
Poor Ghost, man.
Now, they don't know where Kana is, so there's a little bit of check going on. Like, is he going to come over here and try to trade objectives, get that Cloud Soul? So they do identify, okay, he's over there. Let's collapse onto him, push him out. This is good for Nongshim. It's buying them time.
Okay, Kana's actually getting in there. They get on top of Kingen. That's definitely a good trade for Nongshim, but they're not in position to fight over the Drake. And look at this! Ghost is so dead!
Couldn't be more dead.
Package comes in, and yeah, I mean, Dread's there, but who's going to win this fight? Spoiler alert, it's Corki. We talked about this in the draft. Yeah. And now the rockets are coming out. The needles are just massive from Kana, though. As now Pyoshik behind enemy lines looking for a potential follow-up. All the Poke members still alive.
The crazy thing about this, too, is DRX played this so perfectly. They saw, okay, we could take Baron. We chipped down a lot of their carries down to half health. We're on Baron. We have this choke point controlled. But where's Kana? I'm not going to trade an objective. DRX just said, I will not trade. We're going to find Kana. We're going to make sure we get both. And they did exactly that. They go over at the cost of Barrel, go over, grab that Cloud Drake, push Nongshim back again, poke them out again, set up on the Baron again. And if you're Nongshim, this is a nightmare. You have to come to DRX. You have no vision. You can see nothing.
Yeah, Peter has to face check. And, well, that's one guy down. Kana's up there, half health. Kingen in position, BDD behind them. You know, who's flanking who here? I'm not so sure. King in a little bit of trouble, though. The rest of his team seems to be abandoning him, as now this might be the engage. Trying to get in there with the Abyssal Dive, his barrel, and here come the needles. Kana finally finds his moment. The double kill goes the way. Now a BDD, as Kana gets in there, shuts down the Jinx, and Nongshim finally find an engage.
Did they find an engage, or did DRX walk right into them instead of using the choke and looking for the poke there and starting up the Baron? I think that was a really big overstep by King, and the rest of the team wanted to come through and follow up. It's not over yet.
Saying over.
They still don't have to do that Tri-Brush.
Not like this.
Bye-bye! Oh my god, Valdez, this game is insane. And Zeka still got 2 rockets left.
What's insane, the game or us watching the game? I don't know. Here comes Kana. It's like, oh yeah. And can they actually get Pyosik out of here? The damage is not quite there. Nice job by Nongshim. The stopwatch does come in, but they will delay the damage, but the smoke comes in. That was so close.
Oh my god, I almost jumped out of my chair. They still get it. They'll have 4 Barons they walk away with.
That's what it takes to take Baron against this team.
But I want to go back to this replay. Well, not this replay. The replay after this one. This is just ghost dying. This is just salt in the wounds. The one that happens after this, that's the one I want to go back to, where they had the whole Baron covered. You know, I'm yelling about they have no vision, et cetera, and then Peter's like, oh my god, we have no vision. And then they walk in, kill Peter, and then they instead of just going, all right, let's start Baron, we have this choke point control, Kingan's like, yo, I got this one before. They walked into Nongshim's comp. They did not utilize the poke. And so therefore, Nongshim was like, thank you, that was the closest I could get to these champions for the rest of the game. Thank you so much. I really need to be close to you to do damage. And you just walked right in. And yet still, they can't do the Baron because they ended up losing Peter. He comes back in here and he helps shield it. And there's a lot of poke going on here from Zach on the other side whenever he's got his rockets, which is, you know, he's used them up here.
This was handled really well.
Pyosik is like, shield, and I almost got it, but they're so
patient. Early, yeah.
So patient.
Nice try. Good job by Nongshim that time around. And yeah, I mean, Nongshim found an engage because they don't have a lot of hard engage, right? We talked about this in the draft as well. It's basically you run them down, and that requires DRX to be out of position, and that's exactly what did happen. So now Nongshim, a breath of fresh life is put into them after that play.
Because now, Valdez, they have Baron pushing minions, so DRX can't poke them. They have to clear the minions, as this will look to...
Okay.
That would have been... I don't think it would have actually killed him
no.
At that health, but it would have been cool to watch. But now you have no threat as DRX. You're not standing on anything of value that Nongshim has to walk towards and eat poke damage while walking towards, right? Like, I think DRX really tossed this one away with that last exchange on the Baron.
Oh, don't worry, it's not done.
It's not over. Like, and by the way, I wanted to point this out. I've watched so many of these on the desk. I think this is my first time actually casting the 35, 40, 45-minute quirky game. So you guys held it together real well, man. I'm not holding it together here.
Yeah, welcome to insanity. Yeah, it's an interesting place to be in the current meta. We're gonna have package coming up here. I think, by the way, this is something I was joking with Chronicler about during the downtime on Wednesday. One of the nerfs that Corky is receiving is to his package.
Yeah.
And I don't think there are any other nerfs planned at the moment.
Yeah, I was talking with Atlas about this. Maybe the R damage could be a good idea, but, you know,
yeah.
What do I know?
I think so. Well, we do have an engaged, Red. You know, this is how you find it. And again, this is what Nongshim have to do if they want to engage. They just need to run into you.
Well, this is...
And that can be a problem. They have a lot of speed, right? They have the... And it doesn't matter! And it just does not matter! The engage comes in. Pyosik a little bit too overeager there.
Nongshim need to start this Drake if they want it. They need to start the Drake if they want it.
Peter flashes the wall, and that is going to be the kill. That does come in, but Deft is in position. Ghost does a lot of damage. CP coming in as Zeka is coming back with full health.
Too late.
Full mana, full rockets.
Didn't start the Drake, Valdez.
Oh, no.
They stayed. They looked for the kills. They were so wrong.
Yeah, this is what happens.
You're not getting this Drake. Not tonight, Nongshim.
Oh, they get the root burst damage. Nope, TK is right there, and he goes alone.
Okay, but Zeka's here.
Yeah, Zeka's gonna pick up the kill. As Karma's in position, ready to shield, ready to burst with the, or to stop the burst rather. As the knockup comes in, flash available for Ghost. He's gonna survive again. Deft is trying to force the fight as hard as he possibly can, as everybody misses.
Time to leave.
Oh my What?
Are we
is
watching
that?
an FPS right
What
now? Are we
is
watching
that?
League of Legends?
He just got headshot, dude. Like, that's what.
Oh! This is an aim game. This is not a MOBA.
Oh no, there's a TP coming in now. I am losing
It's
my.
King. It's King, and he's here.
And Kana, he's all alone.
He's already used his mist.
Yeah, well, we do have the needles coming out. He does have nice sustain, but unfortunately, he just doesn't have any teammates.
They should have, after getting that kill, Nongshim, with the insane damage they have at 37 minutes of the game, looked for Cloud Soul. But instead, they chase here. They end up getting a pick.
It's frustrating, right?
They get a pick here, and you get excited because you're like, this is my chance. Like you're so frustrated as the non-Corki team here because you're like, I can't get on top of these champions ever. And then when the second you do, you're like, we have to stay. Like BD's like, we're staying here. This is our only chance. But I think actually if they had backed off, they would have had a much better opportunity. And then after this, they still continue to push towards all of this damage. This gives an opportunity for Zeka to actually go back and then turn on them.
Yeah.
And he teleport. Look at how long they give them, too, instead of doing the Drake. And then Zeka's like, yo, I'm back. I got full rockets. What's up?
So Zeka, I think he may have backed out of vision, and perhaps they were like, well, you know, this is really funny, by the way. Zeka's like, nope. Just going back into the pit. Sorry. Yeah, maybe they thought that Corki was still there. I don't know. It's a hard time. It's really frustrating.
They can't see what we can see, and it's a 37-minute game after a really tough loss in Game 1, and they're definitely showing a little bit of emotion here and a little bit of tension.
Yeah. And another thing, this is the position they put themselves in after the draft, right? It all goes back to the draft because you don't have any hard engage. So your only way to get in there is quite literally just running at them. And so when they find a good spot to run at them, they just feel forced to get in there. And that's exactly what we saw. And then Kana just got burned down by the Corki package. Just another thing in his kit that doesn't need to be there.
And they almost still made it work. You know,
Yeah.
they almost made me eat my words. But
It's still somehow a close game, and I think that's credit to Nongshim, because I don't even feel like Zeka's playing a fantastic Corki game. He's 6-0-2.
Yeah, he's. I mean, Nongshim are playing well around him too, as best as they can.
DRX. As, okay, getting on in there, going to force that Devour out. There we go. They're going to find the run-in as they do a lot of damage, but Beryl is going to survive. Joshik has to get in there. Zeka eating a lot of bullets on the backside as Peter just gets annihilated. We got rocket launchers in this FPS.
Def the sniper.
Yeah.
He's got the rocket launcher and the sniper from Halo. How can he have both? It's not fair.
And this is the point in the game now where Deft is also a poke champion.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, he's on BDD. I'm sorry, man. You thought you smiled when you looked in the Victor when you guys had no plan, but you're not smiling now. Remember that moment in the draft where I said they had no plan, and they picked the Victor after scrolling through a few ghosts?
He's hunting. That's a nice little bait, actually. That's really, really good.
Can they pull this off? Can they turn on Zeka?
Look at him trying to bait. I love it. It's not going to happen, though.
He has package. Yep.
And, oh, by the way, his team is doing Baron. So that's Baron now for DRX. We are about to pass the 40-minute mark.
Yeah. That's, I mean, where we are now is, unless DRX just walk at Nongshim again, I just see no way that if these two teams play perfect League of Legends, Nongshim doesn't walk away with a W.
Oh, man.
He's just waiting for a package opportunity because he doesn't want to waste it, but unfortunately for him, this will time out.
Even as Corki, even if you don't use your package offensively, you can still get, rocket auto phosphorus bomb or something and kill someone and then package away from 5 people. So that's also a thing.
Yeah, he's just waiting for an opportunity. Nongshim respect it, though they know this, but this is going to be this turret going down. Unfortunately, this game, too, Kana just hasn't been able to side lane, and now he's past the point of being able to effectively do so. So DRX are like, I think we just walk down mid and end the game, as Deft is just a fountain laser, too, in his own right.
I love your description of that. They're like, oh, well, I guess now's the time to push down with the Baron.
I don't have a counterpoint for Nongshim here. I mean, even this flank from Dread, he's like, I hope Corki walks through this one specific place.
He doesn't have teleport, right? So this is his way to flank.
Yeah.
And that's what you got to do when you don't have hard engage. It's unfortunate.
The thing is, Zeka does have teleport, and he's never going to walk back through here.
Yeah, Dread extremely tanky. He's still getting on in there, looking for the knockup, but again, We do have Jarvan who, yeah, okay, BDD, he doesn't get to play the game. As we are about to fight over the dragon.
Yep, the 7th of the game. That's how these go. Man, some of these teams...
He was probably aiming for BDD, but he still did like 1,500 damage.
The thing about this, too, is all of this could have been avoided. It's almost like this hubris, this feeling of, I am the stronger team. Like, I don't need to ban the Corki. Like, I don't need to pick the Corki. That has trapped a few teams. And
we've had metas like this in the past, where teams did the exact same thing. They're like, oh, well, we're not that good at the champ. Like, he's not that OP. We can handle it, right?
Well, that's what I was saying in the draft. Like, Noxia's making a statement that they don't think BDD is good at the champ, or they think the champ is not as strong as everybody knows it to be. And I think neither of those are true. I think BDD is actually probably going to turn it around on Corki if he gets it right.
Well, this could be definitely a mindset changer, this series, right? And,
I hope so.
The game isn't over, but it definitely feels that way because as the players on Nongshim are frustrated, even we are as casters. And I'm sorry if that's, you know, if we've been a little bit too intense, but it's just because this game has warranted it with the insane damage that comes out with this poke.
I mean, the thing about the Corki pick is I'm fine with how DRX utilize it. They're playing it well. They're just giving they're using the tools that the game gives them to win the game. As unfortunately, Ghost is like about a second and a half behind on this one. But the thing about it is, what's frustrating is Nongshim could have avoided almost every aspect of this. And then when they had some control over the game, they still weren't able to find the right plays. And then DRX didn't even play it perfectly, and they're still winning. And that's where you really start to feel like the frustration here is that we don't go to a third game where we actually get to see how these two teams match up for real, because game 1 was a 5v3 because Ghost, unfortunately, and Peter died so much in the early game that it wasn't a real game. And then this game, I mean, look at it. I don't need to explain. So if we don't get to see a third game that doesn't have a Corki in it, you know, it's a little bit sad. Like I wanted to see a great series between these two, and we're just not going to have that. We're going to have phosphorus bombs and rockets and packages instead.
Super Mega Death Rocket, accelerated shock blasts. That's what's going to happen.
Tom Kench's tongue.
The flag.
The flag poke.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a slow and painful death, and Nongshim are hoping they survive long enough for the Elder fight that they can hope to 50-50 flip.
Yeah, I think that DRX are playing it pretty well too. Like in terms of their positioning, they have never really gotten so out of position outside of that one terrible moment in the enemy jungle, as now we're going to see BDD nearly die, but the engage is attempted, but it's only on Tom Kench. The spread right now is really good from DRX, and at this point, it might be a little bit too little too late to find an engage.
I mean, now there's super minions coming in, so you just sit behind that, and eventually the game ends.
Yeah.
The minions win it for you.
He has GA, by the way, the Zeka.
Never popped.
Nope, never got a pop. Peter nearly dies. He is going to Valkyrie away from that one. We do have the curtain call coming on in from Ghost. You better get out of there real quick. Okay, he is going to avoid the phosphorus bomb. And DRX say, well, we're just going to back away. As BDD comes in, he's angry, he's looking for more. This could be a turnaround. You know, we've already seen one this week.
You can't chase too far here as Nongshim, though, because of the super minions. So it's really, really tough. Zeka has teleport, and if you leave your base too far, then Corki will actually just end the game. So you have to be so cautious, as you see here, the back interrupt. And kill! Goodbye. Deft has sniped, I think, 3 players this game of his 4 kills.
Yeah, and all his rockets seem to hit, too.
Yeah.
Even if they don't get kills.
I believe this puts him at either 12-2 or 13-2.
It's 13-2
13
after this, yeah.
And
for LCK, right?
For LCK.
For LCK. Will be 45-4. As no rockets hit, thankfully for Dread.
He's got Tom Kent on top of him. There's no risk to what he is doing. Now, Kana is going to try to, one lane at a time, push these minions out so that the base isn't under threat while the Elder Drake is started. So the first one is bottom lane. The top lane is the one that is still alive, right? The inhibitor. The DRX are going to take this Baron. It'll be difficult, but not impossible to end the game before the Elder spawns. Reset here for Zeka with teleport. They're just going to try to use these buffed up super minions to actually siege the Nexus.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, you know, Elder flips.
Package.
They have a very infamous history here, especially this season. So they're going to try to avoid the Elder Flip.
I want to see a miracle, Nongshim. Tell me it's possible, Nongshim.
Ooh, nice engage there, but Team Tom Kent does in fact exist. As BDD unfortunately not going to be able to get on in there. Zeka, he has GA, as Kana is trying his absolute best. Ingen is going to miss that shot blast on the back, and down will go the Corki. I repeat, Corki is dead. They finally did it. And then everybody died. DRX will win 2 games in this series against one of our better teams in the LCK. Off of the backs of this insane poke comp, they get the job done.
They get the job done, and let it be known that Nongshim had the opportunity to take it, and they walked away. And that is the story of this second game. It doesn't matter how much of a lead BDD gets 2 games in a row. It doesn't matter how your bot lane's going against the Jinx. It doesn't matter how much Kana is popping off on the Gwen and looking for opportunities, looking for the lead that you have. 2 Drakes, 3 Drakes the lead. But when that Corki comes online, I mean, this is one of those games where the stronger team in Nongshim, the team that were big favorites, had an S+ tier champion right in front of them, but they said no. And we will remember this series, and we will talk about this series next week, and we will look at Zeka's key player matchup.
Oh, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, whatever series that Zeka's in next with the key player matchup, we'll have to give the asterisk on his stats, and we'll talk about how BDD looked him in the eyes and picked Victor into this and smiled when they didn't have a plan. And DRX came way more prepared, just like KT did earlier on in our series. And 2 favorites got upset 2-0 tonight for not preparing well for their opponents. And that's, I think, the story of this 4-0 Saturday night.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty fair assessment, Wolf. And one thing I will say is that we've had metas like this before. You know, I said it during the draft, or the cast rather. We've had metas like this before where better teams are like, you know, I'm not that good with Corki, or I'm not good with Ezreal, or, you know, I'm not good with LeBlanc, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then eventually what happens is they learn. They always learn that when a champion is way overtuned, you have to do something about it. Either you ban it. If you don't want to play it, just ban it, right? They could have done that. They banned Tryndamere multiple times. They banned Aphelios multiple times. They banned Akali, right? Those could have been Corki bans if you didn't want to play it. And then eventually they learn. So I'm assuming that next time we see Nongshim, we're not going to let the Corki go through, or BDD will be practiced on it. And things will change here at the LCK.
I think that is the moral of the story, right?
Yeah. Shout out to Deft as well. I thought he had an unbelievable game on the Jinx again.
Great series just in general from him. Made very few mistakes, and I mean, single-handedly basically with Barrel's help in game 1, but popped off so hard that game 1 was just not even really a game. This one was, because there were some heroic moments and some really good attempts here for Nongshim to actually punish. But like, Nongshim was playing this game on like the Lunatic difficulty setting, like Lunatic Plus, you know?
They needed like 9 more tries.
There's no continues, man. They didn't have any more quarters. They only had 1 shot.
Yeah.
Again, I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't get to see a real game 3 between these 2 teams that had more to do with running at a Corki, or a Corki running away and shooting bombs, you know. And
you mean you don't enjoy this gameplay?
I mean, I enjoy what it means and the lesson it teaches. I will say that to you, Valdez.
Yeah.
Because I think that Nongshim will never make this mistake again. Or they won't keep their top 4 spot.
Yeah, I'm glad that it happened early on in spring, because there's still a lot of time. There's a lot of lessons that are being learned over the course of this one. And, you know, I think it's not only just giving over the Corki, but it's a lack of any kind of hard engage, right? Like, if we go through the comp, they first pick Karma, I think that's okay. But then they go Jhin Victor, and then they pick Xin Zhao Guan, right? And it's just all champs that need you to kind of just run in.
You
you need someone who can teleport flank or someone who can
이거 일단
party game like a Gragas or
얘네 나
anything.
삐끗이야 미치.
Or-
표식이 없어. 창현아 물어도 돼. 오케이.
didn't use the Gwen side laning at all either.
아이고 나 먹어줘라.
Fortunately, as we watch the final moments
나
here,
먹는 거
is,
없어. 먹는 거 없어.
you know, at this
천천히,
point,
천천히.
DRX
나
are just
먹는 거
pretty
없다,
happy to
먹는 거
actually
없어,
push for
먹는
the
거
Nexus.
없어. 봐봐. 그윈 봐봐. 나 봐줘. 나 먹는 거 없어. 먹는 거
And
없어.
Zek's making all the calls. He's like, hey, watch me, watch me, protect me. And then it's, he dies regardless, but it doesn't matter.
나이스. 하나 가자. 나이스.
It's typical Kyoshi.
Yeah, and it feels great for them, you know? Like, they came prepared today. They picked up the Corki. They got Jinx for death twice. Like, that doesn't happen every day, okay, guys? There's a reason why he's only played, what, 15 games in the LCK on Jinx? It's because teams don't let him play that pick.
Yeah.
And other teams don't let Corki through either.
It was clearly, too, when you saw the Corki come through in the Jinx, like, they pivoted a bunch of champions, they, like, spun it around, and when you could see the players' faces and you saw the hovers and then BDD locked in, like, you're like, is there a plan here? Did you guys think that it was just going to be okay? And this is against a team that lost their coach today. Doesn't have a coach on the stage. They have an interim coach. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's
just
all.
saying.
I'm just dropping the mic here.
Well, guys, it was a explosive final series. Thank you for joining us on the cast and dealing with our walk down Insanity Lane. I'm going to hand it over to Atlas and Chronicler, and hopefully they can give us more insight on this pick.
Nope. No more insight. I mean, I wanted to get a replay of just Jinx Corki being locked in and calling it a night, but I guess we have to do a little bit more than that.
He did 58k.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've never seen 30,000 damage look so tiny in my life, but here we are. Let's have a look at the draft and go through how it went, because at the very beginning of this, there were some things that we could say about how Nongshim played out the early game, and honestly, with the Jhin Karma, which theoretically should have some push, the bottom lane might have been righted, right?
Definitely, and I think that what you're accepting here as DRX is a lack of control over your early game. You're gonna get shoved in. I didn't like the Kench. Worked out very well in the end, but we did see the punishment come through because Karma especially shoves really well, similar to what we saw last week with the Senna Kench lane into a Caitlyn and Lux. You just get shoved underneath the turret and you don't really get to play the game as much. But then the round out from the Jace I thought was really nice, add to that poke style composition, and DRX had to at some point kind of reclaim control in this game. They were kind of saying, Nongshim, we're giving you the first 15-20 minutes, and after that your hard engage is lacking, your Karma won't do as much.
Yeah, exactly, and it's not even necessarily reclaim control, right? They just can't fall too far behind. Yeah. That's what control means in this instance, and of course, Chronicler knew that. But like, they just needed to get some sort of moment where like they get something back. They get a dragon. They buy a bit more time, because then you have the lunacy that we saw at the end of this game. But in the very beginning, there was some fantastic pathing from Dread. We saw him get double scuttled and somehow turn it into 3 kills, and we can go over that right now.
Because I thought this was beautiful. At this point, he got double scuttled, went bot, top, and then bot again, but he coordinated so well as we see that Ghost and Peter getting the shove in here, and with them pushing in, Dread can just go in, right? As long as he stays out of turret range. Zinzao at this point is so strong. We see the complete lack of response that's available. BDD got priority, and this is really where it starts off. And Dread, I think, more so than perhaps any other jungler we have in the LCK, is so incredibly good at finding these early opportunities. Because after getting double scuttled, then turning that into a successful bot dive, forcing summoners, goes in here, clears only his Raptors, because he left up Krugs, Raptors respawned, Crux is not quite there yet, then coordinates with Peter to set up a trap on Pioshik that they found early. Then this Pioshik kill that he's able to pick up, that's not even enough for Dread. He's not done. There's a reason why this man is at the higher end of our POG standings, because he runs straight towards topside, where there's been some aggressive trading, and his top laner has been able to set up the wave perfectly here. Stacks his Q, and then it is as free as possible. Pioshik can only watch.
Yeah.
And none of this mattered at all. It didn't.
Well, that's the ridiculous thing about it, right? Because what we want to do is sort of breathe some life into why Nongshim decided to go for this comp, right? Because if they continue that snowball, if there are no hiccups, then the gold graph falls off a cliff for DRX, and then the Corki's never relevant. Then the Jinx is never able to get online. She's shoved in constantly, and then nothing really works, and they're made to look silly. What happened though was that the game devolved into like a bullet hell game that Nongshim thought was completely unfair in the end.
It was. It was unfair. It was not a good game. And we have made, specifically for all of your guys' enjoyment, a highlight reel, and it's just Corki rockets. Yeah. Sometimes they're being dodged, you know, but even when they're being dodged, they're there. They're at the ready.
And we have the clown music for you as well, because that's basically what this felt like when it was just Corki doing things that are not fair at all. And I want to say thank you to Ji-sun for that. That was a last-second request, and she is just the best at her job. But that's just... I want to have that just Corki graphic up again, but I just feel like we've probably just had enough of Corki at this point. But and what I'm hoping, Chronicler, from the end of this, I hope that all of our teams now know banning Corki is necessary. You just do it. You don't put anyone through this because it's not okay.
It's that, or you draft full hard engage, full backline dive, get me the Akalis, and like anything you can get, as long as you have just 5 buttons to press to get on top of that guy, his little airplane, little rockets. Because I don't want to
do anything.
I don't want to see it no more, Atlas. I'm done.
Well, you might have to see it one last time as we bring up our player of the game. We'll see who manages to pick it up this time, and it will indeed be that helicopter driving man. And honestly, I don't know, this sounds a little bit facetious. He played those late game moments fantastically well.
And I think that's one of the tragedies of the Corki pickers. I thought this game had a lot of great moments. I think that there were a lot of individual highlights that we saw.
The highlights started past 35 minutes, by the way. That's
he's playing Corki. Not a shocking reveal.
Oh man!
But there were a lot of high stakes, super tension, back and forth. And I even mentioned this during us watching. Is that look at the difference between Jinx and Jace and Corki. Because with Jinx and Jace, if you get successful poke, it feels earned, right? It feels like you have to work for it. And sure, late game Jinx, like the crits can be insane, but it's just not as ludicrous as.
I love this. When Beryl goes in and dies, and then the snapback, and then the Corki's like, well, I don't need you to go over that wall. I just go over the wall. As Deft is going to grab 4 votes as well. I believe his Jinx now goes up to what, 45 and 4?
Yep.
Yeah, over 92% win rate. Very nicely done. But yeah, this was largely about the Corki. And now we get Deft and Zeka standing alongside with Chungyun. So let's hear from Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POD interpret translation, joined by Deft and Zeka, the damage carries of DRX. Congratulations, you guys managed to take down one of the teams that was on the top of the LCK. How do you feel? I'm so happy that we are on a winning streak, and also I played back-to-back Jinx, one of my favorites, and I won both of them, so it feels great. Zeka, you said, if you have a losing streak, you're gonna come back with a winning streak, and it is really happening for DRX. I don't think I kind of outperformed, but I actually made a lot of mistakes, but my teammates carried me to victory. DRX is now on a winning streak. Is that, the full potential of the DRX finally coming online? I think we have a lot more to show, but this is definitely the beginning of it. And just like you mentioned, your signature pick, Jinx, was popping off in game number 1 and 2. So how do we rate this champion in the current meta? Once a lot of certain marksmen are banned away, this is pretty powerful. But in this series, my Jinx was not having a good time early on, but somehow I managed to, scale and pop off later on. And with this victory secured today, your Jinx is now 45 and 4. What does this champion mean to you? Nothing special, but whenever I play, I just win. So it's good. maybe a very precious lucky charm for Jinx, for Deft. And then you guys are able to dominate the bottom lane against Caitlyn and Lux. Was that something you expected? No, I thought I was gonna be, getting bullied on and on during the laning phase, but Beryl was able to find some perfect engage angle and we were able to punish them. Yeah, what did Beryl say about this Ghost Beryl matchup? He was not actually paying too much attention about it, he always doesn't really pay too much attention about his opponents. And Zeka, Kingen gave Akshan his LCK debut, so could you tell us about that pick as well? The moment that champion was released, Kingen practiced it so much, and he's really good at it. So he also had this desire to play it for the first time in the LCK, so I'm really happy for him. What was the teammates' reaction when he said he wants to play Akshan? I mean, his Akshan is just insane, so we all trusted his Akshan play. Then game 2, we had a very powerful poke comp from DRX together with Jace and Quirky. Our comp can outrange the opponent. We can also save each other, especially with the Tom Kench ult. And also the opponent didn't really have a lot of engaged tools. So I was pretty happy with our draft. Game number 2, Quirky was let through again. What did you feel at that moment? Quirky is like too OP, but he's really weak in lane. But even though I get solo kill twice, it's still doable, serviceable, because Quirky is just so strong later. Do you think that poke comp is the most superior comp in the meta? Not really, just Quirky being just broken. Yeah, indeed. Quirky always just sweeping away the opponents is what we have been watching throughout the LCK Spring. How far can Quirky fall behind? I mean, as long as Quirky has a decent CS number and his teammates are doomed on the top and the bottom lane, you can still win that game with Quirky. Looking forward to seeing how the LCK teams react to that pick from now on. And then we had a very sneaky steal from Jinx Ultimate in the game number 2, and you had a lot of snipe kills as well. Could you give us some tips about using that ult? You have to keep your eyes on the map, where the enemies are located at, and also the ult cooldown is pretty short, so I just used it whenever I wanted to. Did you calculate the Herald steal as well? I mean, we actually made some plan. We didn't want to contest for the Herald, so I just wanted to give it a shot because we were not going to contest for that anyways. And then turned out super well. And then I want to ask you about your build as well. Game number 1, it was Gale Force, but game number 2 was Kraken Slayer. Game number 1, I was supposed to take Cleanse, but I didn't. So, because I wanted to go, harder during the laning phase, so I just wanted to compensate the loss of the spell with that survivability of Gale Force. In game 2, our comp was so good. We had such a long range, so I was pretty confident that I can just go with Kraken Slayer. And your next opponent after the Lunar New Year break will be KT Roaster, another team on a hot streak. Rascal is doing a fantastic job, but I'm looking forward to seeing the top lane matchup with Kingen and Rascal. I hope Kingen does a great job, and I will also do my best winning the bottom lane. What about you, Zeka? Today, KT beat Gen.G 2-0. They did a fantastic job. So I will keep my eyes on the Arya song on the mid lane. And congratulations once again on the victory, and this is gonna be a start of the Lunar New Year, so holiday wishes for the fans, please. Happy New Year for all the fans watching this series, and that will be it from Deft Zeka from DRX. I'm gonna pass it back to Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, as per usual, and a big congratulations to both Zeka and Deft. And I actually just found out then as well that it's DRX versus KT coming up next week. Well, the week after next week, because of course it is Lunar New Year and we get a week off, but that is incredibly hype. Let's have a look at the standings and what it means for that matchup and more as Nongshim and DRX switch places or actually join each other. With that victory, DRX are actually tied, but because head-to-head now is in favor of DRX, they are actually ahead of Nongshim.
It's a day of, I don't want to necessarily call it upsets, although the first one definitely qualifies, but really interesting day here, throwing a lot of disarray.
Then tomorrow, we are at one side of the bracket and then the other. Tomorrow is precisely how it's going to go, but man, that first matchup, of course, match of the week. Damwon Kia versus T1. T1 still undefeated. Gen G copped their first loss today, and so tomorrow meaning so much. I don't know what the standings are going to look like afterwards, but this is an opportunity for T1 to go undefeated going into the break, which is going to be massive for their momentum. There is still so much more LCK to go, but for now, this will be it for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking